ओके मालिक, ये ऊपर करना। खुली, इसको सीधा करना है थोड़ा मेरे को। ठीक है, बस। ओके मालिक, सो गुड मॉर्निंग, होपफुली एवरीबडी इज डूइंग गुड एंड आशा करता हूँ कि आप गुड करेंगे मालिक। तो भारत माता की जय। So Malik, basically what we have started, or we were on the verge of ending chapter 4. Chapter 4 we have discussed yesterday with respect to multiple elements, where we discussed a risk-based approach. Before that we have discussed audit risk. If you remember, audit risk is a component of inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. I also told you how to calculate the calculation. You need to remember that calculation as such, because that calculation can come in examination. After that, we have discussed the risk identification steps. After that, we have understood risk-based audit approach, where we discussed 3 stages actually. What were the 3 stages if you remember? One was risk assessment, risk response, and reporting. We also discussed what are the steps in risk assessment also, what are the matters to be considered in risk response. Reporting, I told you, you can ignore it out. After that, we started with a very important concept, that was control, where we discussed about objective of control, scope of control, limitations of control, and even also we discussed structure of the control. Structure of the control was example, if you remember, segregation of duties, and in segregation of duties, you have 4 structure. After that, we discussed components of internal control, which was very important. Components were having total 5 components: control environment, risk assessment, control activity, information communication, and monitoring. This all components we have discussed individually also. What are the things in control environment? What are the things in risk assessment? What are the things in control activities? How you do focus on information system and communication, and even how the things can be done in monitoring. These are the things which we have discussed yesterday. Okay, after that, the closing point, or where we have discussed, was basically with respect to evaluation. We also discussed how the evaluation should be done. Most important, we also discussed what is the meaning of evaluation, or evaluation helps in what. If you remember, evaluation, when I say evaluation, it is basically review of internal control. When I say review of internal control, the 2 objectives are there to review of internal control. First objective is basically whether we should rely on systems or not, and second objective was to locate the deficiency. We can identify the deficiency as such. Okay, if you remember, these things we can discuss. Okay, where I told you yesterday, these things were clearly mentioned. Okay, how the things should be worked. If I ask you what are the procedure to evaluate the control, what are the procedure to evaluate the control, you need to remember you should focus on inquiry plus additional procedure, which can be an observation, re-performance, or inspection. Okay, but if I ask you what are the techniques for evaluation of internal control, there are total 3 techniques. Okay, one is checklist, one is questionnaire, and one is flowchart. This all 3 things are there. Okay, which I also discussed with you. Generally, how should you remember? Generally, how the things should be taken care of. Okay, if you are focusing from a major element. Example. Okay, when I'm saying I want to have a bird overview. Okay, bird overview, it is always focused on generally. Okay, bird overview, it is always focused on flowchart. If I generally which is used, it is basically a questionnaire. Anytime, okay, questionnaire will give you an exhaustive detail. Exhaustive means complete detail. Whatever it may be, what is my question will be, the next process start is basically what you do once you identify, once you do the internal control evaluation. Now think logically, if the internal control are evaluated or reviewed, if the internal control are evaluated or reviewed, okay, what is your next outcome? Okay, do you think are you required to provide an opinion on internal control? No, but to the extent, most important is basically you will decide the substantive procedure. How much substantive procedure should be done by you? Okay, if internal controls are weak, substantive procedure will be more. If internal controls are not weak, substantive procedure will be less. This is what we have discussed yesterday. Okay, now the question comes, when we are discussing about this point, are we required to communicate to management about deficiency in internal control? Are we required? Answer is yes. Which standard we say to give the report on deficiency? It is 265. So I told you 265 is not complete detail or exhaustively covered in your syllabus, but the brief part is there. So the next concept which we are discussing is basically, okay, reporting the control weakness to our clients. Again, I'm telling you, I'm not reporting control weakness to our shareholder. This is not our objective. Shareholder are not interested in control. Shareholder are interested on financial statement. So you are required to report the deficiency to the clients. Now the question comes, sir, already we are reporting on financial statement. Why we are reporting on internal controls to management? See, one of the case law, definitely is a traditional case law. It is 1937 case law. It is almost 100 years back. But in that case law, it has been suggested clearly that the auditor will be responsible for overall, because see, at the end of the day, it's about gross negligence. Example, when I'm explaining you some concept, I should be very clear what is the difference between this question and that question also. That is my responsibility. Okay. Now there is nowhere written when we design the product. Okay, when I decided the batch, there is nowhere written. The concept is the batch is about marathon batch or the revision batch. Okay, but there is nowhere written. I will be explaining at different point. But it's my duty. It's my responsibility. Okay. To be very precise, a shareholder will not be held me liable that Amitabh, you have not. Shareholder will not be making me liable that Amitabh, you have not disclosed this one or something like that. Matlab, example, you have not disclosed about the control. You have disclosed about the financial statement. Arey, you have appointed me for that only. But, okay, the institute says it's our additional responsibility where we can discuss about the negligence part. We should not be negligent on that. Because as an auditor, which can be checked very well, very easily, you should report this to client. A best example. If I am going to an audit and I come to know there is no control over cash. The cash drawer is kept open. Anybody is taking the cash. Anybody is keeping the cash. There is no control over cash. Do you think I should suggest the client this point to the client, even if I am not reporting on this particular cash point? Okay. See, understand. Okay. This has been decided in that case where the things has been decided. Okay. Auditor, you should take care. Otherwise, you will be held for gross negligence. Will not be held for not reporting correctly. See, my opinion is on which? Financial statement or internal control? So I will not be held for wrong opinion, Ray. I will be held for correct opinion only. But gross negligence is a major portion which need to be taken care of. That has been taken care. Now the question is, okay, how the things has been responded. Means how 260 comes into picture. Let's discuss about 260. So first of all, okay, it says reporting to clients on internal control weakness. When I am very clear, who is the client here? Is it shareholder or management? Management. Only management or TCWG also? TCWG also, both of them. See, understand, management may be aware about the internal control deficiency. So it's our responsibility to also update whom? TCWG about the basic problems what we are facing it out. Now here, what is discussed here? The important points of letter. This is only a basic point. You read once, okay, ignore. I will tell you where to remember. But you understand this thing. Whenever I give the letter to whom? Letter to management or TCWG about deficiency in internal control, this letter should be taken care. The letter should list down the area of weakness in the system and offer suggestion. Yani you are not required to tell only weakness. You are not required to tell only weakness. You are required to offer suggestions also. You are required to offer suggestions also. That is your first point. Second, it should clearly indicate, okay, that it discuss only weakness which have come to the attention of auditor. My question, okay, are you responsible for internal control or you are responsible for financial statement? Financial statement. But you have checked internal control in the process of financial statement. So you are mentioning those controls only which came to known to you during audit. That's your point. So that is what you need to understand. You are clearly indicating that only weaknesses which came to know attention to the auditor. It means there can be more weakness also. There can be more weakness also. Ask your internal auditor. Don't ask me, Ganesh. Ask your internal auditor who will be telling you what are the weakness. I am showing the weakness which came to known to me. Okay, don't you assume that there are no other weakness now. There may be other weaknesses also, but these are the weaknesses which came to attention to my knowledge. So that is what exactly I will be focusing on this letter. Third, the letter serves valuable reference document for management. Management can refer this letter, very important. And most important, the letter may also serve to minimize the legal liability. Now this question arises, how I am legally responsible for telling the internal control? Because I am nowhere responsible for internal control. I am responsible for financial statement. How I am legally liable? So therefore, they have discussed one case, Catterson Limited, where the auditor, was acquitted of the charges of negligence for employees fraud in view of the fact that he had already informed the client about unsatisfactory state in the specific areas of accounts and has suggested improvements. What was happened in Catterson case? Anyway, again I'm telling you, this case is of 1937. It's 100 years back, but this is again a benchmark case, which has where the court has acquitted auditor. Acquitted means okay, not liable, make liable. Acquitted means okay, he has been free from the charges. He is acquitted from the charge of negligence. He has been free from charge of negligence, where there was an employee fraud. An auditor has shown that there was an employee fraud and told the management there was an employee fraud. Please understand this fraud and put the controls. Okay, have the internal controls over there. This is called, and basically where he was acquitted. So what was the logic? Logic was that when auditor is also helping management, he will not be responsible for gross negligence. Okay, so gross negligence should not be there. That is main point, main agenda of this overall letter of weakness when we are discussing with management and TCWG. So once again, my question, okay, see, understand what the question I am asking. Do you think I should communicate with management and TCWG about the deficiency in internal control? Answer is yes. Which standard is telling me to communicate? 265. Okay, so you will communicate orally or in letter. What are the important points to be kept in mind, okay, while focusing on that letter? This is your first question. Okay, now here the fourth point was it will minimize your liability. It will minimize your legal liability. Now the question comes, how I will be legally liable? So there was a case which is Catterson Limited, where it has been defined, okay, how the auditor has been acquitted of the charges, why he was not legally liable, because he also helped management in showing out their internal control deficiency and suggested improvements. This was a basic example. And most important, okay, the auditor, this is again a very important line, the auditor shall communicate to management at an appropriate level responsibility on timely basis. Example, suppose you find out Huli is not complying with all policy and procedures. There is a deficiency what Huli is following. Now should you communicate to Huli or should you communicate with me? You should communicate with Huli. There is a deficiency. Okay, you should communicate with me, an appropriate level of management. Okay, but if any subordinate, okay, any employee which is under Huli, he is doing some fraud, you should communicate with Huli, appropriate level of management. What you will communicate? In writing, you will communicate significant deficiency in internal control that auditor has communicated or intends to communicate, and other deficiency, internal control identified during audit. Now tell me, if you identified that management himself is involved in deficiency, then to whom you will communicate? If you identified the management himself is involved, okay, you will communicate with TCWG. Okay, whenever management is involved in DIC, example, management is aware about DIC, management know that there is a DIC and he is not taking any steps. Why management is not taking any steps, boss? Because he may be getting some benefits, therefore he is not taking any steps. If he is aware that there is a DIC and he is not taking any steps, there would be some benefits when management would be getting. Okay, so you should communicate to whom? TCWG. Therefore, there are 2 points. Whenever you communicate any deficiency to TCWG, it is not normal deficiency, it is significant deficiency. So remember one point, okay, 2 points what they have discussed. If there is SDIC, what is SDIC? Significant deficiency in internal control, you always communicate to TCWG. If there is a DIC, you communicate to management. This is what happened. Who told to do this? This was told by 265, not by me. Are you getting the point? That's it. So 265, okay, 2-3 things we have discussed. First, okay, while you are communicating through a letter, what are the important points to be kept in mind? First question. Okay, which will, in that 4th point was minimizing liability. So I discussed a case study. After that, 265 says to communicate 2 things. You communicate SDIC to TCWG and you communicate DIC to management. Now the last question for this deficiency, okay, whenever we are communicating, how should we communicate? Yani example, I am sending you a letter. In that letter, what should be the points? What should be mentioned in that letter? This is what we call letter of weakness. We call letter of weakness, and this letter of weakness is given to whom? Don't tell me management now. It can be a management or it can be TCWG. If it is SDIC, then TCWG, and if it is DIC, then management. So what should be the content of that letter? Don't you write on your own point. Okay, standard 265 say I am saying so that you can ensure that the liability is minimized. So first of all, you will give the description what was a deficiency and explain the potential effects. Give the description, and okay, you will give sufficient information. Okay, without sufficient information, nobody will understand. So sufficient information will help in the understand the purpose of audit. That your purpose is to audit, not to purpose to identify deficiency. Second, the audit is include consideration of internal control. Yani during audit, I consider internal control so that I can understand substantive procedure, how much substantive procedure will be there. The matters being reported, what is this line interpretation, beta? This line interpretation, the matters being reported are limited to those deficiencies that auditor has identified during audit. This means there may be more deficiency which I may not be aware, because I am not here a internal auditor. I am not your internal auditor. So whatever deficiency I told you is which I identified during audit. This is letter of weakness. So in short, there are three questions which we are discussing about 265. What are three questions you need to take care? I do think hopefully you understood three questions. First question, okay, what are the important points? This is 7th paragraph we are discussing. Huh? Okay, what are the important points to be kept in mind when you are drafting a letter of weakness? Okay, this is the first point. Second, what are deficiency which is communicated to whom? DIC is communicated to management, SDIC is communicated to TCWG. And last point, okay, letter of weakness. What is the content of letter of weakness? Okay, so we are 4.11. For page 4.11, everybody clear, Malik? Everybody? Okay, so after that, now we are shifting ourselves to the next process, and that is called SA330. But SA330 we have discussed already yesterday. SA330 you are already aware. We are focusing on further audit procedures. So SA330 you can just read it out and close it out. Nothing extraordinary. SA330 says the auditor shall design and implement overall response to assess risk of material misstatement at which level? Financial statement level. What is the meaning of financial statement level, Malik? Yesterday we discussed overall means pervasive. Remember the word pervasive. Pervasive. Many. This is overall response. Now tell me where I should apply CA? Out of 300 item, 40 nahi. But that is, if I am having 40, it is financial statement level or assertion level? Assertion level. I am saying overall financial statement level. Any, yani, which is not correct. Where is RMM? All 300s. So where CA will be there? All 300. Where DS are? Everything. Okay, more pervasive, more everything should be covered in 300. Yani there will be no sampling in that point. And I told you, if you remember, if you have a financial statement level RMM, better option is to withdraw. Okay, so you prepare, but better option I told you. I am not telling you only option. I am saying you better option. Okay, but can you continue the engagement? Yes, you are ready to take the risk. You are ready to incur the expenditure. It's okay, continue. So first is the auditor shall design and implement overall response for the assess risk at financial statement level. Acha, if I say the risk is at 40 items and not at 260 items, now it is financial statement level or assertion level? The second point, the auditor shall design and perform further audit procedure, nature, timing, extent based on or responsive to assessed risk of material misstatement at which level? Acha, can the situation may arise where client is having a risk at financial statement level also and assertion level also? No. If it is financial statement level, yani all assertion are kharab. All assertion are materially misstated. Okay, but if I am saying assertion level, it means 260 are okay, 40 are materially misstated. If I am saying financial statement level, if it is RMM at financial statement level, how many are having RMM? Many means how many? 300. All 300 can be chances. But when I am saying 260 and 40, how many are having chances of RMM? 40. And how many may not be having chances of RMM? 260. This is exactly what you should decide. So design, it will be either this point or this point. It will be either this point or this point. It cannot have both the points, Malik. Everybody clear, Malik? This is something which you need to understand with respect to your SA330. I told you 330 can be ignored. Okay, I think that's I explained you that you need to prepare a response. Okay, that's it. Now coming on the major portion which is newly inserted, and I am telling you this is LDR. Probably next half an hour what I am doing is 101%. I'm telling you, you will be getting a marks in examination. I am not sure it will be for 1 mark or 4 marks. But 101% sure, next 3 page, 1 question will be there in your examination for May 24, November 24. And I am discussing from 2 attempts. Okay, reason simple when I am discussing of 2 attempts. Okay, because these are something which is initially inserted. Yani it may happen. Okay, May 24 may not be there, but November 24 can be there. Because this is something which is newly inserted in your syllabus. Okay, And this is very technical point. So first, okay, so we are focusing on frameworks of internal control. We are focusing on what? Frameworks of internal control. So in frameworks of internal control, first control is ICOFR. ICOFR is internal control over financial reporting. Internal control over financial reporting. Sir, what is the internal control over financial reporting? Basically, our financial statements are complying with AFRF or not. That is called ICOFR. Okay, so what is the full form of ICOFR? ICOFR, internal control over financial reporting. Read this line, read this line. Internal control over financial reporting. Okay, so it says internal financial control. It says internal financial control over financial report. So internal control over financial reporting. Internal control over financial reporting. What does it interpret, sir? Internal control over financial reporting. It interprets whether my financial statements are complying with AFRF or not. And to be very precise, acha, who will put this control? These controls are not put by auditor. Huh? These all frameworks are done by whom? Management. Auditor is checking on that frameworks. So ICOFR is, who will be taking care of ICOFR? Management, not auditor. Okay, but auditor will understand this, and okay, to be very precise, based on this he will decide substantive procedures. But to be very clear at out, okay, sir, you have section 143 Companies Act. What is 143 in auditor's life? In CA's life, section 143, there is no other meaning of 143 in CA's life. Huh? Okay, CA's life 143 is having only one meaning: powers and duties of auditor. Okay, any other element than 143, and if you are not able to think about 143, best, you are very best one bhai. Okay, so 143 does have its own meaning also, okay, which can be understood in different element also, but in auditor's life or CA's life, 143 means powers and duties of auditor. Section 143, powers and duties of auditor. With great responsibility, with great powers come great responsibility. Spider-Man suggested this one. Okay, had you watched Spider-Man movie? Oh no man, you are not Marvel fan. I'm also not Marvel fan, but I watched sometime. Okay, doesn't matter. Some casual, I am Bahubali fan, I know. Okay, very well. Bahubali is the best one. Bahubali, had you watched? Oh my god, you didn't watch Bahubali also? Bahubali, KGF, these are the movies, yaar. Okay, now one Salar, okay, I don't know. Hindi, I know the Hindi name as such. So, by your best movies, yaar. But to the extent, okay, sir, when we see about responsibility, when we get the powers, okay, to the auditor, there is also a responsibility of auditor. So, 143 is about that particular point. So, if you go in Companies Act section 143, you will come to know about the powers and duties. In one of the duty of auditor, the duty is that auditor will comment on internal control over financial reporting of company. Internal financial controls, IFC it is suggested. The auditor is required to comment on internal financial controls. So that's exactly what comes into the point. Yani, acha, chalo, let's, I will just show you. Okay. Let's, Companies Act PDF 2013 PDF. This is a section. Okay, these are the sections. This is BEAR Act. You can go to online Google matlab MCA website. Okay, this is BEAR Act, which is on the screen now. Okay, and if I go in BEAR Act, okay, this will be section 143. Sorry. This is section 143. What is the section 143 looking at? Powers of and duties of auditor and auditor. Everybody clear? Okay. And this powers and duties, I will tell you. Okay. Read this point. I. Read this I. Whether company has adequate internal financial control in place and the operating effectiveness of such controls. Yani which controls I am required to provide an opinion? Internal financial control. Okay, this powers and duty says this duty is what? What is this duty? This duty says auditor is required to report that. Read the third subsection. The auditor's report shall also state. Are you on the screen reading the third subsection? The auditor's report shall also state. Okay, what it will shall state? Okay, which point? I. Whether company is having internal financial control. Yani auditor is required to report on IFC. Now the question is, IFC is all controls which are relevant to audit. All controls which are relevant to audit. Example, suppose you are doing Indigo audit. Indigo flights. Okay, you are doing the Indigo audit. Now, Indigo is having one control where flight, when it is taking off and one flight is coming, landing down, it should not collide. Okay, therefore they are having control. When flight is landing down, the takeoff flight will be taken care. They will not be on the runway. Then it will come. Then after the flight is landed down, then the other one go on the runway and depart. There is a control so that the mid-air collision should not be there. Is auditor responsible for such controls? Is auditor required to check this control? Not at all. Why you are required to check this control? Okay, are you responsible for financial statement or are you responsible for operations? I am not responsible for this operation, yaar. Okay, bhai yaar, doesn't matter. I am responsible for financial segregation of duties. I am responsible. Maker and checker, I am responsible. But I am not responsible these controls. So auditor is not responsible. See, understand, you are not getting mixture with internal auditor. Internal auditor may be responsible for all these controls. I am not an internal auditor. I am which auditor? Statutory. So even statutory auditor is responsible for which controls? Internal financial control. What is the meaning of internal financial control? The control which are relevant to audit. The example, maker, checker, segregation of duties, financial statements, policies, procedure related to maker and checker, every element. Now the question is, okay, where it is written, if you focus on the word is what is this word? Adequate? Internal financial control. But are we discussing internal financial control or internal control over financial reporting? No, here. We are focusing on internal control over financial reporting. So ICAI says, Companies Act has defined internal financial control. But what about ICOFR? So we have one framework in our guidance note. That framework says to state that whether set of financial statement prescribe true and fair view, it is essential to benchmark and check financial statement for compliance with financial reporting framework. So my question, what is meaning of ICOFR? Whether financial statements are in accordance with AFRF. ठीक है. I hope you understood. I hope you don't understood. Doesn't matter. ठीक है. Look at the screen now. Okay. Look at the screen, everyone. Okay. Internal control. Okay. Internal control. This is circle is internal control. Company are having this all internal control. Company having this all internal control. In this, is this all internal control relevant to audit? No. Example, flight, I told you, I give the example. Okay. Here is one set. This is called internal financial control. What is internal financial control? The controls were all related to finance, which is who is interested? Auditor. Okay, this is auditor interested. Who explained this control? Acha, this control is overall. This control is overall. Who explained this control? Companies Act. Companies Act told auditor, you are concerned with this control. But our institute says, okay, as per Companies Act, this control is very important. But we are more interested with ICOFR. What is ICOFR? That financial statements are in accordance with AFRF. Now, please understand, this is ICOFR. Internal control over financial reporting. What does exactly it means? Okay, see, here we'll check financial statements are in accordance with AFRF. But other than that also, SOD should be there. Now, SOD is not financial statement in accordance with AFRF. So, SOD is a part of internal financial control. It is also a part of internal control also. But it is not a part of ICOFR. If auditor is checking ICOFR, he is not required to check SOD. He is only required to check whether financial statements are in accordance with AFRF. And he need to compare accounting standard. He need to compare Schedule 6. That's it. Okay. And this is, if you remember what example I give you, flight wala example, flight taking off, another element. These are internal control. So my question, in internal control, company is having internal control or internal control of financial reporting? Company is having what? Company is having what? Company is having internal control. So my question, is company having flight ka controls? Yes. Is company having segregation of duties? Is company having control over financial statements in accordance with the AFRF? Yes. Okay. My question, auditor is interested in which controls? This circle, yellow circle, or the green circle, or the blue one? Green circle, as per Companies Act. As per Companies Act, green circle, which includes blue circle only. But, okay, if Companies Act is giving exemption, example I am telling you, Okay, so we have seen 143 now. 143. What is 143? Okay, which section was there? 143 ka? That auditor report shall state about internal financial control, but that is not applicable to OPC. That is not applicable to, okay, it's a small company. It is not applicable to private company which is less than 100 crore paid up share capital. So as a auditor, I am not required to report IFC. I am not required to report IFC. I am not required to report IFC. In which companies? OPC, small company, private, 100 crore share capital wali company. Okay, I am not required to report. Who told I am not required to report? Companies Act. Okay, I am not telling, I am not. But our institute then say, okay, you are not required to report on this, na? But you are required to report on ICOFR. This is guidance note. Okay, so my question is, okay, my question ekdam aaram se, please listen carefully. If I am saying I am reporting on IFC, am I reporting ICOFR automatically? If I am saying IFCs are good, so does it mean ICOFR is also good? Yes or not? Look at the circle ray. Which is subset, superset? Acha, which is a superset? Yellow. Which is subset? Green. Which is subset? Blue. So if I am reporting on green, already blue is reported. Okay, yellow is out of the scope of mine. But green and blue is my scope. Okay, so in which company I am reporting on green? My question. In which company I am reporting on green? Other than OPC, small company, private company, less than 100 crore share capital. Okay, in the companies other than these three, okay, if I am reporting on IFC, green color, why I am required to report separately on blue? I don't require to report. But in which company I am not reporting on green color? These three companies. Who is removing these three companies from list? Companies Act, section 143 only. I am not removing here. Okay, now in this three company, our institute says, okay, our institute says, though you are not required to report on IFC, I know Companies Act is not applicable, but report on ICOFR in your audit report. So in such case of audit report, you will report on ICOFR. Now question is, what is ICOFR? This has been given by this guidance note. I don't think everybody clear, Malik? ICOFR understood? So there are three controls in any company. What are the three concepts of control from auditor point of view? Internal control, internal financial control, internal control over financial reporting. Okay, so auditor is interested in internal financial control. He is required to report on internal financial control except OPC, small, private, less than 100 crore. In all three, I need to report on ICOFR. I don't think clear, picture clear? Everybody? Okay, hopefully understood, Malik? Yes or no? Okay, perfect. Okay, now we are going on international framework. So earlier ICOFR is which, international or Indian framework? Indian. Who is giving this ICOFR? ICA. Our ICA, bhai. Our ICA. Okay, this framework is given by our ICA. So it is not international. Now let's go international. So rockingly we are going on first framework, that is COSO. Everybody is aware about COSO. COSO? I don't know whether you are aware about Hindi word about COSO. COSO is COSO. In Hindi, if you are cursing somebody, okay, usko COSO, okay, curse, giving curse, मालूम है ना ऐसा? This is aware ना? This is very common in India. Yeah. This is COSO in Hindi. But COSO, what is the full form of COSO here? COSO is Committee of Sponsoring Organization. What is the full form of COSO? Committee of Sponsoring Organization. On Tradeway Commission. It is based on USA Commission. It's a Tradeway Commission. It's a committee, okay, which has been created this framework. Now this framework has came in, was introduced in which year? 1990. Again I am telling you, remember everything what is given in next 3 pages. Okay, even this is summarized version, but best summarized version. This is best one to complete. After reading all this, at least this one, this next 3 pages, you can ignore your main book also, but complete this course. But remember every element, because MCQ. See, I am not worried about theory. Theory you can write in 2 minutes. I am telling you, because you know this. Okay, मेरे को बताओ, can you recall this one? क्या मजाक कर रहे हो यार? Components of internal control. So yesterday also I told you, I am discussing components with you, but who told me these components? COSO. But we need to remember every element of this, minute element. So first, this framework came in which year? 1992. Okay, this framework is having 17 principles. How many principles? And how many components? 5. 5 components, 17 principles. 5 component. And all these principles has been mentioned in your syllabus. Huh? Okay. Let me delete this. Now look at this 17 principles. Okay, acha, framework, I do think everybody is aware about 5 components. I'm not worried about 5 components. How 17 principles fit in? Go with first framework. First framework is, first component is control environment. Read control environment. Demonstrate commitment about integrity. Second, oversight. Response. Who is doing oversight? Who should do oversight? TCW. Remember yesterday we discussed. Next, okay, establish structure, authority, responsibility. Okay, if you remember, focus on competent person. My brother-in-law should not be appointed. Okay, and most important, enforce accountability. If we focus in control environment, how many components, how many principles are there? How many principles are there? 5. If you focus on elements, you go in earlier answer, you will come to know 7 elements were there yesterday when we discussed. 7 element was discussion of question answer. This 5 principle is COSO framework. Okay, acha, coming back, how many components are there? 5. Everybody clear? Okay, in 5 components, how many principles are there? 17. 17 principles is divided how? First, in first component, 5 principles are there. In second component, you will have 4. In third, you will have 3. Okay, then you will have 2. Okay, 3. And last, you will have 2. This is how the things work. 5, 4, 3, 3, 2. This is how the concept works. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Everybody? So first mein, how many principles are there? COSO mein? 5. What are the 5 principles? And then in first component, control and what are the 5 principles? Remember keyword. First is highlight in book, integrity. Second is oversight. Third is structure. Next is competence. And next is accountability. 5 principles. So some matching. So somewhat matching I am making you. Okay, go to the earlier page where control environment was discussed. I am not going in this page. Acha, let me, I will go like this, fatafat. Okay, go on this page, page number 4.6. 4.6. 4.6 में, okay, after diagram, components of internal control, you are having control environment. In control environment, the question was elements. How many elements are there? 7. Check it out, you will find 5 same. Only 5 ka detail has been discussed. See, first integrity is there. Second point, competency is there. Third, TCWG oversight is there. Fourth, management philosophy. Now management and TCWG, they have discussed one. After that, organization, structure. Then it has been discussed, authority and responsibility. So structure, authority, responsibility is together. And last point is human resource policy and procedure. Basically a competent person to be selected. So technically, these 7 elements are there. That is 5. These 7 elements are based on 5 principles. Okay, so if I ask you what is a bear means, okay, what has been drafted by the COSO. If I ask you drafted by COSO, what is it drafted by COSO? Is basically this one. And what is written by ICI is what you checked on 4.6. This is drafted by COSO. I do think hopefully you are understanding what I am discussing with you. Everybody. So if I ask you how many principles are there for COSO? How many components are there? 5. In first component, how many principles? 5. Remember this. Second component, how many principles will be there? 4. 4 principles, so easy. Okay, so what is the second component? Say after this, risk assessment. Think risk assessment mein, you should have first objectives. Based on objectives, you should identify the risk. You should assess the risk. And based on assess the risk, identify significant change. So what are the 4 points? Objective, identify, assess, change. And if you remember, yesterday we did the answer of change. When you need to assess the risk again and again, change in business model, check on 4.6 page again. We don't have a question on objectives, identify and assess. We have a question on change. When the risk assessment should be changed. Check on 4.6 page. Are you getting the point? Everybody? So this is what is scenario. So how many principles for risk assessment? How many principles for risk assessment, beta? 4. What are the 4 principles? Objective, identify, assess and change. Objective, identify, assess, change. Objective, identify, assess, change. Remember thoroughly why. I'm telling you, if this comes, this will be definitely a bonus. Why? Because again, this is a new in syllabus, and second, this will be a big challenge to remember and understand. The third concept, okay, it is also, I'm not telling it is easy for you, but it is basically, okay, at least you have a structure how you should remember. The third component, what is the third component? Control activities. What is the third component, beta? Control activities. And in third component, you have how many points? 3. First is control activity. Second is general controls. Remember? General controls. And next is PP. Policies and procedures. So control activity, general control, PP. Control activity, general control, PP. Okay, so communication, information system and communication. Use relevant information, communicate internally, communicate externally. Remember I told you yesterday, communicating internal, external. And last point, what is the last point? Monitoring. And if you remember first example of monitoring, remember yesterday I discussed this with you. Okay, one is ongoing or separate evaluation. What is ongoing and separate evaluation? CCTV, you are sitting, somebody is checking right now continuously. This is which evaluation? Ongoing. One recording is done, after 1 month somebody is checking. Separate evaluation. Okay, and next point is communicate deficiencies. I do think you can remember 17 principle. Just you need to spend 5 more minutes, you can remember easily. So how many components? How many principles? In which year it has been established? And what is the framework name? COSO, Committee on Sponsoring Organization. That's it. Committee on Sponsoring, Committee of Sponsoring Organization. Tradeway Commission. I do think, Jan Malik? Okay, so it meet total 3 objectives. It meet total how many objectives? What are the 3 objectives? The framework lists 3 objectives. What are 3 objectives? It says, I focus on operation, I focus on operation, I focus on reporting, I focus on compliance. Example, all these elements, if you focus on, you focus on third one. What is third one? Control activities. In control activities, okay, you are having control activities, general control and policy procedure. Help me out. This is something related to operations only. Okay, this is about operations. Next point, okay, what is this two? Communicate. Communicate means reporting. Reporting objective. And do we need to comply all these elements together? Which objective? Compliance. So COSO every time focus on how many objectives? 3. What are 3 objectives? Operations. Operation related to operation, related to compliance and related to reporting. That's it. COSO ends here. Then comes COCO. Okay, pardon? Compliance, basically you require to comply, you need to focus on this one. You need to evaluate deficiency. Okay, compliance wala point. You need to have this objectives. This is something with compliance. We need to comply with objectives to achieve the objective. Why you are achieving the objective? Reason simple, because you need to comply with that particular point. The compliance objective is basically I need to comply with something. I need to provide the deficiency. This is all about compliance. Why we are reporting deficiency? To correct, I know, but that is basically to comply. There is something to be complied, na? Then only I am reporting deficiency, na? Okay, see, understand. If I need to report deficiency, this is deficient. I need to have what is then sufficient. If I have one budget and I have actual, then only I can define deficiency, na? If I don't have a budget only, if I am having actual, what is deficiency? I say you, I don't define only 5 days, 6 days. I don't define only a 6 days batch. I define I'll come teach how many days it happened. Okay, what you will say? It was a deficiency or not deficiency? How? There is no comparable point. If I take 10 days, there is no comparable only, na? Okay, if I say I will complete in 5 to 6 days, okay, and I take 10 days, boss, something deficiency. If I take 4 days, that's positive deficiency, but something can be there. This is something you need to understand. So deficiency is basically compliance. Your compliance comes into picture when there is an budget prepared. If you have budgets, your deficiency will be there. Clear, Malik? Okay. After that, you have a COCO. COCO is what? Okay, criteria of control. COCO is criteria of control. Who suggested this? Canadian Institute. Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants. Don't ever write a Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Again, we are back to square. So, yaad rakhna, COCO ka full form is criteria of control, and it is developed by Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants. Okay, sir, how many criteria are there? How many? Because see, what is the name of full form of COCO? Criteria of control. Criteria of so there will be criteria. Remember, there will be how many criteria? 20 criteria. You are not required to remember 20 criteria because that is not given in syllabus. Don't worry. But to be very precise, just for your information, FYI, for your information, I am telling you, this all criteria is based on this. If you ask me what are the 20 points, will come to out. These are the points. More elaborated way is nothing but COCO. So COCO is nothing but an extension of COSO only. But thing है, okay, not covered in our syllabus about how it has been covered. So 20 criteria in 4 areas. So COCO, what you will remember? First of all, how many criteria are there in COCO? 20. How many areas are there? 4. And what are the 4 areas? Purpose should be there. Commitment should be there. Capability should be there. And monitoring and learning should be there. What are the 4 purpose? Okay, 4. Make sure I am discussing 4 areas. Purpose, commitment, capability and monitoring. Okay, it is nothing but PCM. Purpose, commitment, capability and monitoring. Okay, monitoring should be done. Remember this thing, MCQ, baat khatam. Now you may ask me what is a COCO? I told you already how it is going with COSO, that is COCO point. Then comes this COBIT. COBIT full form is Control Objectives for Information and Related Technology. If anybody is asking, sir, what will be the syllabus in CISA or DISA? Once you become CA, okay, after becoming, then you need to do specialization in system audit and you want to have no syllabus of CISA and DISA, it is nothing but COBIT. COBIT is syllabus. How we have accounting standard, IT is having COBIT framework. Okay, in COBIT framework, understand, okay, there are, okay, 34 processes. In 34 processes, there are 210 objectives. And 34 processes will be in there in 4 domains. The logic is this, we have to learn first 4 domains. In CISA, you will have 4 chapters. In each chapter, you will have different processes. And in process, you will have different control objectives. So what is the syllabus of CISA? It is 4 chapters, means 4 domains. Domains means area. In 4 domains, you have 34 processes. And 34 processes will be having 210 control objectives. Sir, are we required to remember this 37 processes, some 34 processes? Are we required to remember 210 objectives? No, it is about IT. But you need to remember the domains. What are the 4 domains? The 4 domains suggest like this. I will, again, what is the name of COBIT? Control Objectives for Information and Related Technology. Yani, am I concerned with technology? Okay, when you should invest in technology? When it is required or any time? If my competitor purchase some new technology, should I purchase new technology? Or should I focus on my requirement? Requirement. Plan about purchasing a technology. Plan first. Don't go with directly investing in technology. Plan. After planning, acquire. Acquire means purchase. Purchase does not mean only purchase. It can also developing a software also. Okay. Once you acquire, once you build, whatever you do. Okay. Then first you should do planning. Planning after you should acquire. After acquire, that software start working. The software start delivering the results. To deliver the results, you require a support to the software. Deliver the results and monitor, okay, whether the software is delivering the same results or not. What are the 4 domains in COBIT? COBIT 4 domains. Plan, okay, build. I am always say build. Build means acquire. Run means use that system. And monitor means monitor. So it is always 4 domain is always plan, build, run, monitor. The wording has been used separately. Thoda sa planning and organizing, acquisition and implement, deliver and support, and monitoring and evaluation. Okay, so what is the plan, build, run, monitor concept? Plan for technology, build the technology, use the technology, and monitor the technology. This is the concept. Okay, so what is the concept for COBIT? COBIT ka concept is planning and organizing technology, acquire and implement technology, let technology deliver the information to you and support the technology, and monitor and evaluate whether technology is giving the relevant information to you or not. This is what is done in CISA examination. Remember ratify. Okay, COBIT, how many frameworks? In COBIT, how many domains? 4. In 4 domains, how many processes? 34. In 34 processes, how many objectives? 210. Remember with numbers, MCQ, only MCQ relevant. And what are the 4 domains name? Plan, build, run, monitor, but planning, acquiring, delivery and monitoring. Plan, acquire, deliver, monitor. In delivering, who is delivering the content? system, technology. Technology is delivering the content. That is this particular point. Everybody clear? Then comes our England and Wales Institute. England and Wales. Basically, our institute has been formed based on that concept only. We are more aligned with England and Wales only. We do have a MOU with England and Wales. They also have the Turn report. What is the Turn report? This is again a guidance report. How we have. Acha, do you remember ICOFR? ICOFR, Internal Control of Financial Reporting. Who suggested this ICOFR? ICAI. The same way in ICAI, not suggested by Institute of England and Wales. This is suggested by ICAI, AI India. Okay, in same way, guidance note is given by Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. And that is one more framework which has been covered. That is called a Turn report. In that guidance, okay, the guidance is not for a chartered accountant or auditor. That guidance is for board of directors. That guidance note is applicable to board of directors. Who has given this guidance notes? Who has given this guidance notes? Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales, which is also called as which report? Turn report. Okay, it is focusing on three things. The company's director board should maintain sound system of internal control to safeguard shareholders' investment and company's asset. Yani, who is responsible for implementing controls? Management means what? Board. Okay, this is a code which I have designed by them. Who has designed this code? Okay, England and Wales Institute by giving a guidance note. First, board, you are responsible for implementing controls. Board, you are primarily responsible. Second, at least annually do the review of controls. At least annually do the review of effectiveness of controls. And most important, if you do not have internal audit compulsory, if you do not have which compulsory? Internal audit. Okay, review whether you require that or not. Review whether you require that or not, whether you require internal control or not, internal audit or not. The companies which do not have internal audit function should from time to time review the need for one. Okay, again, don't apply section 138 here. 138 of Companies Act. It is 138 is applicable in India. Okay, and this is discussed from England and Wales. So in England and Wales, the company, okay, who is responsible for internal controls? Board. Who should review annually internal controls? Board. And who should ensure whether we require internal audit department or not? Board. This all three guidance note is not for auditor. This guidance note are for board of directors. Okay, this boards comes into picture. And one more compliance is SOX, Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Okay, I don't know how many of you are aware. Satyam case has took place. Before Satyam, in 90s, there was Enron case. Enron case was also similar to Satyam case. There was a big fraud, Enron. And today, there are big four. I do think everybody is aware about big four. Big four, PwC, KPMG, EY and Deloitte. Okay, earlier in 90s, there were not big four, there were big fives. One more firm was there, big Ferguson and Anderson. Ferguson and Anderson, this were the big five in 90s. There was no concept of big four. In 90s, Enron was a client, which is of Ferguson and Anderson, and there was the biggest fraud ever in the history. Because of Ferguson and Anderson, okay, the fraud took place. That time, okay, this Ferguson and Anderson were delisted from Mark Kasam. Thank you. Bus by tootna mat, please. That time there was a big restriction on Ferguson and Anderson for almost 15 years not to take any assurance engagement, and they were delisted from Big Five, and then came Big Four. And in 2001, the Sox, there were two persons, one is Sarbanes and one is Oxley. These two persons came together and they thought how we can prevent such kind of fraud. So they gave some suggestion, and US, okay, for that suggestion, they have named this act as a Sox Act. Sox Act means Sarbanes-Oxley Act. What is a Sarbanes? One person. Oxley, one person. And they combined and they given a code, and that was a Sarbanes-Oxley Act. In Sarbanes-Oxley Act, as an auditor, we are concerned with section 404. In 404, okay, Sox Act, okay, they have given additional responsibility for auditor. Okay, they say You are responsible for traditional opinion. Traditional, what you are giving an opinion on financial statement. But auditor, now you are responsible for giving an opinion on internal control over financial reporting also. ICOFR. Because financial statement were not in accordance with AFRF when Enron failed. So additional reporting on the auditor came. That auditor is required to report on traditional way financial statement and also on ICOFR. What is ICOFR? Internal control of financial reporting. And after this SOX in 2000 suggested ICOFR पे report करिए, report on ICOFR. In Companies Act 1932 thought, if auditor is required to report on ICOFR, let focus on IFC, more broader view. And Internal Companies Act brought that internal financial control. Now they are not saying only on ICOFR, they are saying internal financial control. But the company which is not in, if you remember the list, what is the list? OPC, small company and 100 crore. They need to report on ICOFR as per our guidance note. But SOX is applicable to whom? The SOX is applicable to the listed company in US, not every company. Okay, example, who is required to comply with SOX? Infosys, who is listed in US stock exchange. Okay, but let it be frank enough. Okay, to be very precise, Satyam was also SOX compliance company. Satyam was SOX compliance company. Then also company failed. Then also there was a loss to investor. Yani please make it sure. Okay, it is not compliance. It is a management TCWG who is actually responsible to ensure all integrity. Satyam was SOX compliance company. Imagine, Satyam was SOX compliance company. Yeah? Satyam was SOX compliance company. Then also Satyam failed. And when Satyam fraud took place, I do think you are aware which Big Four was involved. PwC, Pricewaterhouse was involved in Satyam case. Okay, we were thinking now Big Four will become Big Three, but PwC was banned only for 2 years in India to not do assurance engagement. Therefore, it was not Big Three. 2 years only. Enron, Ferguson, Anderson was 15 years banned in US. Okay, so you can understand Indian regulatory and US regulatory, the different part. But this is what I do think a background of SOX. I do think background of SOX understood. The section 404 says 404, section 404 of Sox Act of United States of America mandates that all publicly traded company must establish internal control and procedure for financial reporting. I am very clear now for financial reporting. And again, make it sure this is 25 years back history there. We are discussing 25 years back. Now 25 means 23 years back. So earlier internal control of financial reporting was very important. Now the gambit, okay, the scope has been increased to not include only ICOFR, to also include IFC, which is a much wider scope. That's it. Okay. It was followed up with the constitution of PCOB. PCOB, Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. Okay, who is this PCOB? Public Company Accounting Oversight Board is nothing but SEBI of US. SEBI of India, SEBI of US is PCOB. Okay, even they work like NEFRA also. NEFRA, National Financial Reporting Authority. Okay, the SEC rules. This is Security Exchange Commission. SEC is Security Exchange Commission. This is nothing but SEBI, a complete SEBI. Okay, it's complete SEBI. And PCOB, SEBI and NEFRA kind of thing, which is checking there. Management perform, okay, formal assessment of its control over financial reporting. Management should perform, okay, formal assessment. Who is management? Board of Directors, company's management. Management includes in annual report about assessment of ICOFR. In their board report, they should include assessment of ICOFR. An external auditor are required to provide two opinions. One is independent opinion on effectiveness of ICOFR and traditional opinion on financial statement. Again, I am telling you, reading all these three, if you are well versed with Companies Act and if you know more relevant about Companies Act, section 139 to section 147, you will come to know Companies Act is more stringent than what we have discussed here. Companies Act is more stringent, huh? Okay, but how it is happening that Companies Act is becoming more stringent? Because Companies Act has been introduced in 2013. This was in 2000. But in 2000, this was very new concept. For that, those CAs, earlier say, imagine 25 years down the line. Example, my dad. What was the Sox? What is internal control financial reporting? Because the traditional audit was taking a voucher and verification. There was no concept of risk-based audit. If anybody's dad would be a CA, you ask them traditionally in 1980s, how audit was done? It was not risk-based. There is no concept of control checking and everything. Give me a voucher, this is the amount, give me a voucher, show me a voucher. I will check, I will do tika. If you remember ticks. Okay, tick, that's it. Okay, done and dusted. Okay, so that's with your this frameworks. Make sure you remember in mind international framework altogether. I do think everybody clear? So which framework we have discussed? First is ICOFR. ICOFR guidance note of our institute. Second is COSO. Third is COCO. Fourth is COBIT. Fifth is turn report. England and Wales turn report. And last is SOX. Remember this. I bet I can give this in writing. 101% one question will be there. But that question will be for 1 mark or 4 mark. I am not sure about it. Unless until I don't see the at least first one attempt is not taking place, we can conclude anything. Okay. The next chapter which we have discussed is basically again your altogether intermediate syllabus. So till the next session, a break session, we will be completing the chapter 5, a small chapter, and chapter 6 almost. Because in chapter 6, one standard I will be leaving, that is 560. Because 560 I will be covering along with 710 and 720. Okay, so chapter 5 and 6 are basically your intermediate standards, all together 500 ka series. Okay, just making you recall 500 ka series. 500 is audit evidence. 501 audit evidence specific items. 505 external confirmation. 510 initial auditing, first time. 520 analytical procedure, we have covered already. So analytical procedure will not be covered here. 530 sampling. 540 estimates, we have covered already in chapter 3. So that is not covered here. Okay, 540. 550 related party. 560 subsequent events. 570 going concern. 580 WR. So our next target is covering 500 till 580. There are certain things which is not written. Okay, it is not so that I have given a summary. You check your module also. The module is also giving itself a summary. Okay, in all 500 series. Okay, so it is already what I am giving. This is only a main book only. In chapter 5 and chapter 6, this is the main book only. Okay, so this is what you are given. Whatever I am discussing now, it is a black portion. Black portion means a black, which is not there in syllabus. We need to discuss it out. Okay, something which I will tell you to write, you need to write. Something you just need to listen, casually listen, go through it and just remember it. That's it. Okay, so let's start with your next standard key series, chapter 5 and 6. These are the small chapters which will be completed very quickly, not require any major time. But sir, can these standards come in your examination? Answer is yes. But what they have suggested, that this standard may not come directly, but can be a part of case studies. What is the meaning of that? The meaning of that, this standard knowledge is required, but not as a thorough knowledge, how you remember the answer. But this can be a part of case study, which is integrated with other standard. So there where our discussion comes into picture. So let's start with our discussion. First start with 500. So majorly whatever you cover here is again remember one time, okay, and just leave it with the flow. Remember one time and leave it flow months what? Okay, understand, skip it out. Don't try to ratify. Are you getting the point? But make sure you recall the concepts. If you miss out the concept, the case study, integrate case study, or the question I need to have an integrated answer will not be an outcome. So let's start with your first point, audit evidence. What is an audit evidence? Audit evidence is a information used by auditor in arriving at conclusion on which auditor opinion is based. So first of all, audit evidence is basically an information, okay, which is used by auditor on which conclusion, okay, of which opinion is based. So where I told you, where I conclude this, I will be giving a modified opinion or I will be giving unmodified opinion. The opinion, modified or unmodified. Okay, I am concluding on something. I am concluding on something. What is that something? That something is information. This information is nothing but audit evidence. Acha, what is meaning of audit documentation? Audit documentation. Audit documentation is Acha, information and documentation both are different. Document is a set of documentation. In that documentation, I can get the information, and I will use that information to conclude, and based on that conclusion, I will form my opinion. So what is audit documentation? Audit documentation is basically, okay, it combines audit procedures, audit evidence, and audit conclusion. Three things. Whenever we discuss about audit documentation, remember, audit documentation is collection of audit procedure performed, audit evidence obtained, and audit conclusion formed. Yani when I say audit documentation, does it include conclusion? Okay, does it include procedure? Does it include evidence? So my question, who is in whom? Is audit documentation in audit evidence, or audit evidence is in audit documentation? Who is super? Documentation. So remember, 230 is super than 500. Because 230 ka one of the thing is we are discussing in 500. 230, everybody 230? 230, essay 230, otherwise you will think 230 items which is RMM is not there. Okay, essay 230, audit documentation. So audit evidence. Okay, so first of all, the scope of this essay. Aram se you directly go with together and you mark it out. Wherever I will tell you to write, you write it out. Okay, scope of this essay. Design and perform audit procedure to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Help me out, what is sufficient? Quantity. What is appropriate? Quality. And quality focus on two things, relevance and reliable. Okay, and I do think yesterday's lecture is very clear how the reliability is achieved. Okay, just I am telling you, if I am checking the fixed assets, I am checking the fixed asset. I am just giving an example. Okay, I am checking the fixed asset, and suppose I am having 10 fixed assets with me. My client is having 10 fixed assets. Ganesh is having 10 fixed assets. Okay, sufficiency. I am telling, I will check 5 fixed assets. Okay, Ganesh. This is called sufficiency. Quantity. And in 5 fixed assets, in each fixed asset, I want agreement. Okay, first thing, I want electricity bill. I want society bill. Electricity bill. I want society bill. I want depreciation schedule. These are the 4 things I want. This is nothing but, okay, appropriateness. And whenever I am discussing about appropriateness, it should be always reliable and relevant. When I say relevant, example, when I am doing the fixed asset, should I ask the creditor list? Why? Not relevant. That is not appropriate. So ask only the things which is appropriate. Acha, when I am checking the sales, can I ask for the list of debtors? Yes, because it is relevant. That's exactly appropriateness comes into picture. So I do think everybody understood sufficient, appropriate. Yes or no? Online Pandaro clear? Everybody? Lakshmi clear? Okay. Next point. All audit evidence should be obtained, okay, during the course of audit. That's your first point. So main point. What is the main scope of essay? To obtain audit evidence which should be sufficient and appropriate. Acha, what is the sufficiency and appropriateness? Depends on auditors. Acha, if there is a RMM, then sufficient will be more. If it is not RMM or less RMM, less sufficient, less appropriate. Acha, assuming, suppose in fixed asset there is a RMM. Out of 10, how many you will check? All 10. Okay, if it is not less RMM, 5. If it is very minimum RMM, 2. It's all, but it is a matter of judgment. Objective auditor. What is an objective of auditor? To design and perform audit procedure in such a way to enable the auditor to obtain sufficient and appropriate. Okay. Sir, information to be used, everything is covered with same point. Information to be used as audit evidence. The information should be relevant and reliable. Okay, so can we use the management expert? We have discussed yesterday. management expert, okay, is used. The auditor shall evaluate competency, objectivity and appropriateness of expert work. Remembered? Okay, how should you check the adequacy of expert work? Three things. Whether expert has, oh my god, you forgot, good. 24 hours back content was there. It's 24 hours. Very long time. Okay, whether conclusion of expert is correct or not, whether assumptions or methods taken by expert is correct or not, and whether data which is used by expert is complete or accurate or not. Three things we need to check it out. What are the three things? Conclusion of expert, assumption and method of expert, and data used by expert. Okay, and I told you what I told you yesterday. Whenever in examination any answer come about management expert, you will refer standard 500, but the answer will be from 620 what we discussed yesterday. Okay, how to check conclusion, how to check, if you remember, I will inquire with that expert, I will review the working paper, I will perform corroborative procedure. Okay, I will check about other expert, I will check with management expert, 5 points. Oh. Conclusion, this is point in conclusion, whether expert's conclusion is correct or not. If you remember whether Sakshi's conclusion is correct or not, what I will check? I will inquire with Sakshi. I will review her working papers. I will do corroborate evidences. Okay, I will check with some other experts. And even I can discuss with management experts. 5 points to check the conclusion. Remember the answer, bhai. Remember the answer. Logic yaad hai? Remembered? Yes or no? Where we did, on which page? We are going in this back in page. I will be check 620 page number. In chapter 3, check in chapter 3, 620 ka 3.11 adequacy of work, adequacy of work 3.11 na adequacy of work 3.11 page 3.11 remember. Okay. Okay, how many procedures auditor should perform? Okay, if you remember, the audit procedures are how many procedures? 2 procedures. One is risk assessment procedure, one is further audit procedure. Comprises of TOC and SP, and SP will comprise of 2 things. ठीक है, part and parcel. Okay, most important, inconsistency in or doubts over reliability of audit evidence. Can there be a chances that the audit evidence may be inconsistent with one another? Yes. In that case, okay, you can modify or add to audit procedure. What is an example of inconsistency of audit evidence? Huh? 2 evidences you are getting and they are not matching it out. Example, okay, our client is saying, okay, the data is of 2 crore. Our client is saying data of 2 crore. When I am doing confirmation, the data is saying I am only having 1 crore balance. Now my question, okay, that 1 crore and 2 crore, are this matching? So it is inconsistent. In this case, standard 500 say, do one thing, either modify the procedure or do some additional audit procedure. Whenever we discuss anything, whenever you found out inconsistency, whenever you found out inconsistency, always perform additional, That's exactly a concept comes in picture. Everybody clear? That's 500. So what is the main objective of 500? 500 is over. 500 is nothing. What is the main objective of 500 to be discussed here? Main point was discussed here was sufficiently appropriate audit evidence. Second, I told you how audit evidence is different from audit documentation. Okay, next it, what is sufficiency, what is appropriateness is also clear. Acha, what procedure we perform to obtain sufficient appropriate audit procedure is 2 procedure. One is risk assessment procedure, one is further audit procedure. Acha, which standard tell to perform? Acha, which standard tell to perform risk assessment procedure? Which standard tell to perform risk assessment procedure? 500. Okay, 500 says perform risk assessment procedure. And how to perform risk assessment procedure? 315. Okay, why we should perform risk assessment procedure? To obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Now, interlink the logic. Okay, yani whenever you are being told, okay, main objective is to obtain reasonable assurance. To obtain reasonable assurance, you need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit. To obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, you need to follow standard 500. 500 says to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, you need to perform audit procedures. And audit procedure are 2 procedures. One is RAP and one is FAP. RAP is performed through 315. FAP is performed in accordance with 330. 330 response. Everybody clear, Malik? Yes or no? So technically speaking, 500, 315, 330 is all together interlinked. It's all together interlinked. How the things need to be done. Acha, one thing they have not mentioned here, but to the extent I do think everybody is clear about this. Sir, what is that one point? Okay, ICI-ORR. What is ICI-ORR? Audit procedures. Inquiry, confirmation, analytical procedure, inspection, observation, reperformance, recalculation. This I have discussed on day 1 also, where you can check that lecture if you are not able to recall. On day 1 also I discussed this particular point on day 1. My basic discussion, when I started with discussion, basic discussion, remember na? Initially and first day, okay, when I explained you all standards and everything, that time I explained you. And in review, how many procedures are there? In review, how many procedures are there? 2 procedures, inquiry and analytical procedure. In audit, how many procedures are there? 7. ICI-ORR, that's it. Okay. After that comes with 501. 501 is audit evidence for 3 items. What are the 3 items? Inventory, okay, so litigation and claim, and segment reporting. Okay, first of all we'll discuss with inventory. Everything I am discussing with an example. The question may not give it an example, but I am discussing with an example. Listen carefully, everyone. Okay, Aram say focus on objective of auditor first. Focus on objective auditor. Scope is very clear. Scope is we have done. Focus on objective auditor. Okay, first objective of auditor is existence and condition of inventory. Yani my question, okay, by following 501, what I will be getting a confidence on inventory? Existence and condition, but not on valuation. Make sure you understand this clearly. We are focusing on existence of inventory. Existence. Acha, sir, do you remember? To remember that one will require again your brain efforts. Okay, do you remember ERCV? Yesterday we discussed. What is ERCV? Existence, rights and obligation, completeness and valuation. For any balance sheet item, you check these 4 points. Okay, if you remember, okay, yesterday I discussed which item, fixed asset, you told something. So I told in fixed asset what will check, whether it is in existence or not. Whether fixed asset ka rights and obligation rights is there or it has been mortgaged or something. Whether fixed asset is complete or not. What is meaning of completeness? All fixed asset which should have been included have been included. And valuation, okay, if you remember, because depreciation and other things is there. Okay, I have not used the word accuracy here. Accuracy is used for which item? Balance sheet or P&L? P&L item. So P&L item there will be an accuracy point. P&L there will be an which point beta? Accuracy. Everybody? Acha, for P&L item what we check? OCACC. What is OCACC? Occurrence, completeness, accuracy, cutoff and classification. Perfect, perfect. I do think recall. Okay, so my question, inventory ke liye what we will do? Inventory ke liye we will do ERCV or OCAC? ERCV. Out of ERCV, by following 501, I am getting confidence only on EEE. Existence condition. Condition is a part of existence only. Existence mein hai kya and condition of that inventory. So by following 501, I will not get a confidence on valuation. Are you getting the point? I will not get a confidence on valuation. By checking inventory, I can come to know about existence. Even I will not know about completeness. Because I will be visiting only one site. There may have an inventory on another site. How will I come to know completeness of inventory? The management may not tell me that another site information. So here by focusing on this 501, I am focusing on existence and condition maybe have, but existence of inventory. Same way in litigation claim, what I am doing? Completeness by following 501. I am not checking for valuation. Acha, for valuation of litigation claim, which standards? 540. 540. Oh, remembered. Yesterday we did estimation uncertainty. Will there be high degree of uncertainty or less degree of uncertainty? High degree, and this will be having an RMM. We'll discuss this one. Yaad hai? Okay, the second point. So by following 501, what will get confidence on litigation claim? Only completeness. Yani example, if 10 cases are against my client, okay, so all 10 cases have been disclosed or not. What is the amount of 10 cases is not discussed here. And last point, okay, so what is done with segment information, presentation and disclosure. And to be very precise, when we are discussing about segment information, it is always about presentation and disclosure. Segment information is not a balance sheet item nor P&L item. It is a notes item. So notes में presentation disclosure कैसा है, how it has been given, that is covered here. So three things, help me out. 501. What are the three objectives? What are the three objectives of 501? What are the three objectives of 501? Existence of inventory, existence and condition, completeness of litigation claim. So help me out. In examination, how will you come to know for litigation claim you will use 501 or 540? If it is about estimates, 540. If it is about completeness, 501. Make sure. Okay, make sure. Remember this one. Don't mix match. So first of all, let's close with inventory first. Okay, let's start with inventory first. Inventory. Let's close it out. Half a page. Very easy concept. Inventory. Okay, my first question. When you will do inventory, when you will check for existence of inventory? When you will check for existence of inventory? Year end. Year end means when? On 31st March. Why 31st March? Because 31st March they will be writing in balance sheet. And on 31st March, my client is also doing inventory counting. So when my management is doing inventory counting, I will be physically present there when he is doing inventory counting. So what 501 suggests? 501 suggests if inventory is material, obtain evidence for existence condition by. How will I obtain evidence about existence and condition? They say, okay, attendance है ये, attendance नहीं है, attendance. Attendance at physically inventory counting. Or attend physically inventory counting, either of it, you can use the word. Attendance at physically inventory counting. Everybody clear? Okay, and second, okay, performing audit procedure over entity's final inventory record. Yani example, we are on the location of inventory counting. They count inventory 50,000 units. Now check whether balance sheet is also having 50,000 units. Check that one. Okay, now my just question comes, which is not written here, black portion. Okay, tell me what should be done at when inventory counting is done, when the physical inventory counting is done, what should be done? When you are attending physical inventory counting, what should be done? Observe, only observe. Only observe, only observe. Only observe. Okay, sir. Basically, you need to remember 4 points. Okay, these are 4 points to be remembered. This 4 points should be done when? This 4 points should be done when? When you are attending physical inventory counting. On which date? 31st March. Please make it sure you are attending on 31st March. So what you will do? First is evaluate management instruction. Evaluate management instruction. Evaluate what instruction is management giving to keep inventory there, to keep inventory here. Okay, how to be count, how they will be counting. Evaluate that one. Second, observe. Who is counting? Management. You observe how they are counting. Third, inspect. Inspect the inventory. Example, you are in cement factory. Okay, open one sack of cement and check it out whether that cement is there or it has become a stone because of leakage water or something like that. Whether it is inventory or not. Okay, whether it is including, it is not a normal wastage or something like that. And last point, okay, is re-perform. What I say? Re-perform. What is meaning of re-perform? Already management has counted the inventory. You re-perform that inventory counting. Usually re-performance is taken place floor to sheet or sheet to floor method. I don't know how many of you are aware about sheet to floor or floor to sheet. Example, suppose this is floor and here is one inventory kept there. Okay, batch 1, batch 2, and that has been written in sheet. Okay, I will say in this sheet it is batch 1. Okay, batch 1. Tell me where management, where is batch 1? Where is batch 1? Management say there. I will see 20 units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, this is called sheet to floor. One will be floor to sheet. Okay, I will count. Management, I am there. I am counting. Okay, 52 units are there. In sheet, where it is written 52, show me sheet to floor. So either it can be floor to sheet, sheet to floor. This is re-performance. These are the 4 things should be done. Black portion, black portion, black portion. If I ask you, whenever management is doing, or auditor is doing physical, attending physical inventory counting done by management. Whenever auditor is attending physical inventory counting done by management, what auditor should do? Evaluate instruction, observe, okay, inspect and re-perform. Everybody clear? Okay, this is your A part, A portion. Okay, now my question, when you are required to do this? Year end means which date? 31st March. But what if management is not counting inventory on 31st March? Management is counting inventory on 4th April. Okay, see, you can't go on 31st March. I will go on 31st March only. Management should count inventory on that day. But management say we don't have a time on 31st March. We'll count on 4th April. Or we count on 28th March. Okay, you do the same thing what I told you right now. Okay, you do the same thing on 4th April when management is counting. Only adjust the transaction which have took place after 31st March and 4th April. Plus minus sales, purchase, training activities. You need to do the same thing. You need to do the same thing. Read this one. Okay, yellow one. If inventory counting conducted at a date other than date of financial statement, perform additional. What is the additional procedure? Okay, yani it says you perform this 1 and 2 also. You perform this 1 and 2 also, but perform additional. What is additional? Check for 4 days transaction, add and less. Clear, Malik? ठीक है. Read C. What is meaning of C? Can anybody tell me? What is C? C means what? Management is doing inventory counting on 31st. You have planned on 31st. You are going, flight cancelled. Suppose inventory counting in Assam. Okay, in Assam, you are going, you are having a flight. The flight cancelled. Now what you will do? It is therefore the word has been used unforeseen. Okay, they have not used because, okay, I told you this yesterday very clearly that cost benefit should not be the reason. Because inventory is kept in Assam, now going to Assam is costly. I am not going. I am removing this procedure. This should not be the reason. Remember, na? Therefore, I am using unforeseen. Now, what they are saying? Okay, sir. Now, tell me, when management counted inventory on 31st March, you planned there, but you didn't. Matlab nahi ja sake. You were not able to. Why? Flight cancelled. Now, they are saying, do go on other date. But on other date, management is not counting. So you can't do what we have discussed above in black portion. You can't evaluate, observe. They are already counted. Therefore, they say you perform physical count on alternate date. Who will perform physical count? Auditor. You count physical count. Okay. Matlab sample base. You can't do all this for na. So can anybody help me out? What is the difference in B and C, beta? Management on alternate date. Okay, in B also auditor went on 4th April and C also auditor went on 4th April. But what is different? In B, management was also on 4th April. Therefore, you can do the A work. Understood? Not understood. But in C, management is done already on 31st March. You are going on 4th. Therefore, you can't do A work. Therefore, they are not saying additional procedure. Therefore, they are saying, okay, only physical count on alternate. Got the concept? No, not yes or no? Pakka? Arthamaindia? Okay, perfect man, third man. Okay, D. Now what is the D1? D1 is very clear cut. If attendance at inventory counting is, my question, what is meaning of impracticable? No, nature complexity nahi. The impracticable situation, guidance note of ICI. If you go through 501, the guidance note of ICI says, if there is a threat to life, then only it is impractical. Threat to life to auditor, then only it is impractical. Baki, there is no other ground for impractical. I am not having time, that it is long, the fees is not there, fees is not covering. These are not the ground at all. This is not the ground at all. Then what is the ground? Then what is the ground? Life threat. Okay, example, inventory is in Ukraine. Inventory is in Ukraine. Russia. Go, check. Go, we'll do RIP here. Okay, it's for auditor. Okay, we'll give Pratna Puja here for auditor. That our auditor went for inventory counting because he was dedicated. But he was dedicated to go to Russia. Russia, Ukraine. Better, technically, I don't think you understood the joke. Hopefully, you understood. Hopefully. If not, it's okay. It happens. Sometimes jokes are not understood by everyone. The jokes are not meant for everyone. It's okay. The life is itself a joke, which is making a joke of us only. So what we can do, but to the extent, impractical means threat to auditor's life. Unless until the threat to auditor life is not in question, don't write the D part. He need to do ABC, confirm. D is only when there is a threat to life. And that time, okay, auditor should perform alternate procedure. Alternate means, okay, other than this, alternate procedure. If not available, modify the opinion. Now this modify is 705 based on unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. That's it, Malik. Okay, and last point, can inventory be with third party? Yes. Okay, obtain request confirmation. Request confirmation means 505, next standard. So these are all 5 points of inventory. A, B, C, D, E. Any of the concept may come with along with integrated version with any other things. Make sure, I do think I've explained every element of the inventory point, and I do think you understood how the things have worked. Okay, I do think you are clear how dates has been matched. Make sure you remember this one. Only impractical situation. Okay, which is the impractical situation? That life. Next point. Okay, we are covering litigation and claims. Sir, litigation claim, what we are checking here? Completeness. So first, second, third point, 3 points you check it out for completeness. First, okay, auditor will perform audit procedure to identify litigation claim by inquiry of management. Do you remember inquiry of management? I'll inquiry management. Ganesh bhai, how many cases are you against you? How many cases? Ganesh is saying, okay, my legal counsel no. Okay, I am going on legal counsel. Legal counsel, how many cases are there? Okay, they are saying 10 cases are there. Inquiry of management. Second, they say review minutes of meeting. Review minutes of meeting means what? Okay, the legal counsel and TCWG has met and they have discussed some cases. So I'll check minutes of meeting. How in minutes of meeting, see, understand how we need to check. It may have not written here, but technically please understand. Minutes of meeting, you may check the case name. So the case name should be present. Okay, what is the list has been given by the legal counsel of them, the management of them. They may have given a list of case. How many list of cases given by them? 10. Okay, check it out. Any new name comes in picture with minutes of meeting. Or you can also do review legal expense account. Now what is the meaning of legal expense account, Malik? Legal expense account? Okay, check out. Okay, acha, do you think lawyer is working for free? No, so lawyer will be giving some invoices. Show me that invoices. Show me that invoices. Now invoices are there. Check the invoices. In invoices, the lawyer whenever charge the fees, he will give you the reference to the case. Na? Check any new name come into picture. These are the first 3 steps. Everybody listen carefully. First 3 steps. What are the 3 steps? Inquiry of management, minutes of meeting, legal expense account. Once you got the confidence, after 3, you think no new name coming into picture. No new name coming into picture. Standard is over. But if new name come into picture, and then, okay, comes this concept. If auditor assess RMM, what is meaning of assess RMM? If he is assessing RMM means what? Risk of material misstatement means what? What is meaning auditor is assessing RMM? If auditor assess RMM means what? He is getting another name which has not been given by management. That is called assessing RMM. What they are saying, what standard says? Seek direct communication with whom? Legal counsel. Management, legal counsel. Directly will go with the legal counsel and say, oh, legal counsel, see, this new name is coming. Okay, management has not given the list. Okay, but Yadagna, if auditor is unable to communicate, legal counsel says, I cannot meet you. Why? Legal counsel is also bound by some fundamental principles. Legal counsel say, I will not be able to meet you. You discuss with management. I will not be able to discuss with you. Okay, boss. Modify your opinion. What is meaning of modify? Unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. And last point, obtain WR. WR, written representation. That's it. Okay, this is your litigation and claim. So litigation claim will have 2 answers. What are the 2 answers? If I say you, explain me audit procedure for completeness of litigation and claim. How many? Audit procedure for completeness of litigation claim. How many? Inquiry, minutes of meeting, and okay, legal expense account. Answer over. Answer over. But if I ask you any question that, okay, audit procedure for completeness of litigation claim when new name arises. New name arises. It means it is a part of RMM, and you need to do direct communication with legal counsel. And you are not able to communicate, then modify and obtain WR from management. That's it. And segment reporting, okay, so you can just read it out once only. Segment information, you need to check only two things. Understand the methods which are used for segment reporting. Usually AS would be used, AS or IND-AS, whichever method is used. Check that and compare or perform analytical procedure. Last year, this much segment was there. Current year, how much segment is there? Is there any change? If change is there, investigate. If change is not there in segment, okay, you can rely on blindly on the segment. Just compare two things. One, understand the method, whether it is AS 17. Okay, segment reporting is as per AS 17, 18, 19, whatever, segment ka point. Okay, and second, perform analytical procedure. That's it, 501. The 501 standard focus on this element. I do think everybody clear? The 501 focus on how many things? 501 focus on how many things? Three things. What are the three things? Inventory, litigation claim, and segment. Ignore segment. Focus on two very important. What are two very important? Inventory. Okay. But inventory you check existence. Litigation claim you check. Okay, it's completeness. Reading the question carefully will help you whether this answer is there or earlier answer is there. Whether I should apply 540, whether I should apply 501. Please make sure you read very carefully this question. Technically, precisely, I would suggest chapter 5 and 6. Okay, these two chapters to come directly as a question answer is very rare chances. But this can be a parcel of case studies, integrated case study. So this may not have a direct answer because it itself is not covering. I am writing you the answers here. It's not giving a complete answer of standard at all. We are discussing the additional answers, which is not given in your book only. Okay, so in module they have given very clearly. Okay, the standard which were there on intermediate, okay, may be asked from integrated point of view, case study point of view. Therefore, we expect that you have knowledge, and for that knowledge, I am explaining this all things. Otherwise, this standard would have completed 5 minutes, 15 minutes back only. The next standard is your which one? 505 external confirmation. External confirmation is very important from auditor point of view. Okay, now to be very precise. Acha, which standard says perform external confirmation? 500 procedure as a part of procedure. How to perform? 505. So 505 says, okay, the external confirmation procedure kya hai? Read this. External confirmation procedure. Determine the information to be confirmed. Which information is required to be confirmed? Accounts payable, accounts receivable, bank's amount. Okay, inventory with third party. Okay, loan contractual agreement ka reasons. Okay, what are the percentage you have charged for contracts? Okay, external confirmation. Second, selecting appropriate confirming party. Which will be the party which will be confirming, appropriate person who will be confirming you. Third, design confirmation request. Design confirmation request. What is meaning of confirmation request? Okay, sending the confirmation request ka point. Something design should be there. We'll discuss this one. And sending the request. So my question, what is the external confirmation procedure? EC procedure bataiye. EC procedure. What is the external confirmation procedure? 4 points. First is which information required. Second, which party? Design, send. Which information? Which party? Design, send. Which information? Which party? Design, send. ठीक है. Okay, everybody on the screen. Something black and very important, without which next portion cannot be done at all. Okay. Suppose AT is the auditor. Suppose Ganesh is a client. Ganesh is our client, X Limited, and his debtor is Mr. P, a debtor of Ganesh. Okay, Ganesh is saying debtor is of 2 crore. Okay, and I want to confirm whether P you have been pending with 2 crore or not. I will be using external confirmation procedure. Now please listen carefully. I will be called as an auditor. I will be called as an auditor. This is called an confirming party, which is called a third party. Which is called which party, beta? Third party. Okay. I will send him confirmation request and he will send me confirmation. I will send him confirmation request and he will send me, oh shit, okay. I'll be sending him confirmation request. He will be sending me confirmation. Once again, on the screen. Okay, open the first AT is auditor. Okay, Ganesh X Limited is client. And Mr. P is dater, third party or confirming party. Who sends confirmation request? Auditor. And who is sending confirmation? Okay, third party or client? Third party. Please make it sure. Acha, he will be sending orally or written? Written. That's how the things work. Before going it, okay, what is the procedure? Procedure says 4 points should be done by Amit Thathed. What are the 4 points should be done by Amit Thathed? First, what information you require to confirm? Second, which party you require to confirm? Third, design confirmation request. Send confirmation request. Now my question, which information I need to confirm? Data scan information. Now help me out with Ganesh. There is only one party dater or there may be multiple dater? Multiple. But I selected the dater Mr. P. Why? Because of RMM. It's all based on my RMM list. Okay, I decided P. Okay, second, selecting the party. Third scenario, sending a confirmation request. Designing a confirmation request. And then fourth is sending. Now my question is, what is meaning of designing? Designing means, listen carefully. There can be two types of confirmation. One is positive confirmation and one is negative confirmation. Now what is positive confirmation and negative confirmation? Positive confirmation, I am sending a confirmation to a dater. Okay, and I am sending a confirmation to dater and telling him to respond if he agree or don't agree in both the cases. Example, Ganesh told Mr. P, how much pending amount is pending of yours? Okay, kitna pending amount? 2 crore. Okay, I am sending a letter to Mr. P. Mr. P, please confirm whether 2 crore is pending or not. Even if you agree 2 crore is pending, okay, then also respond. Even if you don't agree 2 crore is pending, then also respond. This is called positive confirmation. This is called which confirmation? Positive confirmation. Second scenario, okay, the second case is like this, where I am telling Mr. Ganesh, Mr. P, if you agree 2 crore, that your balance amount is pending is 2 crore, don't respond. Okay, if you don't agree that 2 crore is pending, then only respond. This is called negative confirmation. Which is best one? Positive. The reason is simple, because negative confirmation may happen like this. I have couriered the confirmation request and it may have not received by the party, and I may assume it has been received and he is not responding because he is agreeing. So which is more best one? Positive. So can we use negative? Answer is yes. In which you can use the negative? Okay, that is more important. Okay, so that question is there separately covered in our syllabus also, but to be very precise. Okay, now help me out. There are 2-3 things we need to discuss here, which I'll be closing on that particular point. First, I'm telling Ganesh, I want to confirm with Mr. P. Okay, Mr. P, I need to confirm, okay, that 2 crore is pending or not. Ganesh says, please do not confirm, Amit. Amit, please do not confirm, please. Amit, please. Now, what happened, Ganesh? Yani management is refusing to send confirmation request. Management is refusing to send confirmation request. In this case, what I should do? First of all, I will ask reason management, why you are not telling me not to send. So management will give reason. Reason will be of 2 types. One will be reasonable, one will be unreasonable. A best example of reasonable reason. Reasonable reasons, management may say, Arey, there was a case with Mr. P. Okay, his balance amount was 5 crore. But he is not paying even 1 rupee also. We put a case on him and court has given the order of 2 crore at least. Now if you send confirmation request, he will get bloody angry. He will not even give 2 crore then. Don't create an havoc here. Okay. Is reason reasonable? I will ask for evidence. Okay, acha, do one thing. Give me the evidence whether there was court case or not. Give me the evidence whether there was a court case or not. Okay, then he will give the evidence. That's it. This is how the concept works. This is what happens in which confirmation? This external confirmation, management refusal. But if you don't get a reason which is reasonable, you don't get a reason which is, there can be a fraud risk factor. Fraud risk factor means there may not be any data only. Why is saying no? Reason simple. I am asking him, why are you saying no? Okay, he knows inside. There is no P only there. Where I will give address. Okay, so there is a fraud risk factor. This is the first concept we should aware. So first of all, first question, let me close that point. First question, help me out. What is a confirmation request procedure? External confirmation procedure. What is the external confirmation procedure? 4 points. First is determining the information, selecting the party, designing, sending. Okay, is that point clear? Second, What if management refused to allow the auditor to send confirmation request? First, inquire with the management about the reason. Everybody clear? Second point, it says evaluate the implication. Perform alternative. Understood alternative? Alternative procedure, you ask for the evidences. Okay, acha, give me the court paper. Acha, after getting a court paper, acha, whether the person has given amount at later 1 month. 1 month after check that person has given money or not 1 crore. Sometime that money to be received, na? Check, perform alternate procedures. Okay, and if last point, if management refusal is unreasonable, then communicate with TCWG. Means there is a fraud. There can be chances of fraud. That is called fraud risk factor. Fraud risk factor. I don't think everybody clear? Yes or no? Everybody? The second concept is closed. Third, now management is not refusing. Now we are checking for the results. Okay, Mr. P. Now let's take an example. Mr. P is there. Mr. P is Ram. Mr. P is Ram. Now I'm asking Mr. P. Okay, Mr. P, please confirm. I am sending positive confirmation request. Positive confirmation may will Ram respond or not respond? Respond. In any situation, na? Okay. Now two things will happen. First, he respond 2 crore is pending. Is this match? Is this match? Yes. No problem. But the problem arises when? Okay, mismatch. He is saying only 1 crore is pending or 5 crore is pending, and he is giving me how much? 2 crore. The mismatch is there. Consistency. This is called exception. This is called exception. The standard says this is called exception. This is called exception. Exception. Huh? What word I am using? Exception. So my question, what is the meaning of exception here? Mismatch. Inconsistency. Inconsistency between your original audit evidence and the confirmation evidence. There is a mismatch. That is called exception. Exception should be there or should not be there. If exception is there, then there is a doubt. Okay, if exception is not there, there is no doubt. That's it. This is what a concept comes into picture. That's it. Keep in mind, it's very simple. Okay, so first of all, let's check it out how the things work. Results. We are checking the results. First, reliability of responses to confirmation request. Check whether the responses you received from confirmation request is reliable or not reliable. A basic example. Okay, help me out. Who should respond to the confirmation request? Confirming party. But who should be confirming party? Third party. Now example, suppose you are an auditor of some client. Your client is somebody and I am his debtor. Okay, you send confirmation request to me to verify. Amita, tell me 2 crore is pending or not. Now letter comes to my office. Letter comes in Huli's hand. Okay, Huli is checking and Huli is saying Amit sir is having complete load. Morning 7, evening 10. He is occupied only with lecture. He does not have time. And I have seen Amit sir. Amit sir always does. Okay, open this letter, put a stamp and sign and send. Okay, let's do one thing. Reduce Amit sir's load. Okay, open the letter, stamp and Huli signs. Okay, so did you receive the response? Yes. But is response reliable? No. Okay, that is what is scenario. So in this case, what you should do? Okay, reliability doubt is there, na? What you should do? Again send confirmation request or perform other alternate procedures. Second, there is a concept of non-response. What is meaning of non-response? Okay, you have not received any response. In a positive. In positive. In negative, you will never receive response always, na? Non-response is the case only in positive. It is not applicable to negative. So positive and non-response. So sir, if you don't receive any response, then what you should do? Perform alternate. Perform alternate. So see, understand. In A, if you don't receive anything, perform alternate. In B, if you don't receive anything, perform alternate. Okay. C, when response to positive confirmation is necessary and the same is not received, again it is a part of non-response. Again the same part, non-response ka point. What you should do? Perform alternate. But basically what standard suggests? Standard suggests, okay, when you don't receive any response, okay, before performing alternate, always send again confirmation request. Send two odd times approximately. It may happen, confirmation request may be misplaced. Sometimes you send, okay, it says one, okay, theek hai na. Okay, see, third party is not bound to deliver you, na. So he may have misplaced. Okay, send again. He will check, oh my God, I am receiving a letter. I will write a response. So they say like this. Next point, exception. I don't think so. Exception need to be explained to you. What is an exception? Mismatch. Acha, exception is received in which? Positive or negative? In both. Acha, in negative, when you will respond? When we are mismatch. So that's, so in negative also you will be receiving the confirmation answer, na? So yaad rakhna, exception. And most important, negative confirmation we have discussed. Make sure this 4 point is an answer for negative confirmation. Na? The fourth point, this 4 point is negative confirmation. What are the situations when negative confirmation can be sent? Acha, which is best one, positive or negative? Positive or negative? Positive or negative? Positive. So my question, what are the situations when negative can be sent? So there are 4 situations they have given when negative can be sent. Read it out, very easy. When RMM is low. Second, the population comprises of large number of small homogeneous transaction. Large number of small and homogeneous. Transaction is, population is large, but the amount is small. Amount is small and homogeneous. Okay. The low exception rate is expected. What is meaning of low exception? Low exception means low exception. Chances of mismatch. Exception word is there. Low exception. And last point, auditor is not aware of any circumstances that he should not use the negative confirmation. This can be the question for your examination. When negative confirmation should be used? When negative confirmation should be used? 4 point. When RMM is low. Second, when population is large, amount is small and homogeneous. Okay. Third, low exception. And last point, auditor is having no circumstance where he should not send negative confirmation. That's it. Everybody clear, Malik? 505. Okay, all points are to be taken care of. I explained you everything, every element here and there, how it has been done. Okay, just make sure you remember this one. Remember the concept of exception. Huh? Remember the concept of exception. What is an exception? Okay, acha. When 505 will create a doubt in you? 505 will create a doubt in you when there is an exception. If there is no exception, 505 does not create any doubt. Okay, if it is an exception, 505 create a doubt. Everybody clear? That's your 505. So 505, after 505, the next standard comes is 510. 510, what is in 510, sir? 510 is initial audit engagement. Now my question is, what is an initial audit engagement? When you say there is an initial audit engagement, if previous year audit were unaudited or audited by predecessor auditor. In both the cases, okay, it is called initial audit engagement. Either of the case, yani example, in both the cases, it will be okay, initial audit engagement. Let's take an example. 2022 and 23 and 2023 and 24. Suppose I am giving 3 instances. In 22-23, no audit was done and A.T. has been appointed auditor. Is 510 attracted? In this 510 attracted or not attracted? Attracted. Earlier it was PwC auditor, now A.T. is auditor. Is 510 attracted? Yes. Now here A.T. was auditor, now A.T. is auditor. Here 510 is not applicable. 510 not applicable. Here 510 applicable. Here 510 applicable. Okay, so exam, make it sure you understand very clearly. I am not worried about the standard of 510. I am worried about applicability of 510 and 710. You will do blunder in 510 and 710, I can bet. Because you will come to know in mind whenever the word comes initial audit engagement, you will end up writing 510, but it is not so. Whenever initial audit engagement comes, 510 can also come and 710 can also come. But if recurring audit come, 101% 710 only will be there. Now 510 is what all about? 510 is all about opening balances. 510 is all about. Now what is the discussion? What is the agenda? Listen carefully. Okay, now help me out. Which year I am the auditor? Acha, in which cases 510 is applicable? First and second cases, everybody clear? Everybody yes or no? Everybody? Okay. First and second case, in both the cases, when auditor is doing the audit of 23-24, current year transaction, I will be doing the audit. Current year purchase, I will check it out. Current year sales, I will check it out. Current year salary, I will check it out. Current year everything, I will do that. But what about the opening balances which have been brought down? Example, brought down. Okay, now you will tell check opening balance. How I will check opening? Last year were not audited by me, nor it were unaudited. How can I rely on opening balances? It may happen, management may not do fraud in current year, but management may do fraud to bring that opening balance brought forward. Last year, opening balance, they are saying, debtor is 5 crore. How will I get a guarantee that it is a 5 crore? Follow 510. With 510, you will get that assurance whether it was 5 crore or not. That need to be checked it out. I think everybody clear? Last year, they are saying in a fixed asset is of 50 crore. How you will come to know it is 50 crore? Current year, whatever transaction is there, you will check it out. Current year transaction, you will check it out. But what about last year? How? So 510 says, I will assist you. 510 says, as an auditor, what you do in all the years doesn't matter to me. Current year audit, I am telling you to check for opening balances. First, auditor, first check it out whether last year closing balance has been correctly brought forward or not. Last year closing balance, opening balance. Closing balance, opening balance. Closing balance, opening balance. Closing balance, opening balance. This is correctly brought forward or not. Acha, it means if we are last year auditor, I am the last year auditor, I am the previous year auditor. Listen carefully. I am previous auditor and I am doing current year auditor. Will I not check the opening balance? Whether correctly brought forward or not, will I not check this? I will check this. Later on I come to know that he has done current year correct. Last year while bringing forward 15 crore, he brought 150 crore. I need to check this. I need to check this. Last year closing, current year opening. Last year closing, current year opening. I need to check this. Okay. So if I am a recurring auditor, I will check this in which standard? 710. Okay. And if I am an initial auditor, I will check in 510. Is that point clear, Malik? Yes or no? Second, last year accounting policy and current year accounting policy should be same or different? Should be same or different? Same or different? Same. Even if it is different, should it be disclosed? Yes. Because if you are saying opening balance has been correctly brought forward, then policy should also be same, na? It may happen that last year policy was different, current year policy may be different. Check for this. And the third point, they say, okay, auditor, do one thing. If this is a situation, PwC was previous year auditor, rely on him because he is also a chartered accountant. Rely on him. You are also a chartered accountant. If you say, I will not rely on him, okay, next year nobody will rely on you also. So, bhai, in this case, don't do anything. Rely on PwC report, read the PwC report and okay, rely on him. That's it. But if this is a situation, okay, opening balance is correctly brought forward. Opening balance is correctly brought forward, boss. Opening balance is correctly brought forward. But whether that opening balance was correct or not, how will you come to know? Nobody has audited last year. So check for some additional evidence in current year. Example, suppose fixed asset is 50 crore. Check for fixed asset register. Suppose, okay, debtor is 5 crore. Do external confirmation in current year about that 5 crore. Do something in current year about opening balances. That is what they are saying. But this should be done only if the previous year books were unaudited. If previous year books were audited, then okay. If previous year books were audited, then if previous year books were audited, then rely on previous year auditor. That's it. That's your 510 to be end. Okay. So if you get a confidence on opening balance, go ahead. No problem. If you don't get a confidence on opening balances, modify. But in two things, either you can get no confidence, you can get to know that financial statements are materially misstated because of opening balances. Current year evidences are good. Current year transaction, though there is no worry, but opening balances were materially misstated. Opening balances were materially, okay, modify the opinion according to 705. Or you are not able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence on which opening balances 705. Modify. Please make it sure you understand very clearly. What I am telling is, three cases I am showing you on the screen. In first, second, I am using 510. But make it sure you understand, in first and second, even 710 is attracted. Huh? Sir, how 710 is attracted? 710 is attracted for reporting requirement. I am specifying very clearly. Listen carefully. Okay, if you don't get a confidence on opening balances, okay, modify. If you know that you are unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for opening balances, modify. But if you need to reporting requirement, you ask me reporting requirement. If you are an initial auditor, if you are initial audit engagement, and I am asking you reporting requirement is 710. Reporting requirement is 710. Example, what is the reporting requirement? In your audit report, okay, there are various sections. Today, end of the lecture, will come to know. Okay, you may be knowing, intern you have studied title, addressee, opinion, basis for opinion, going concern, key audit matter, management responsibility, auditor responsibility, other reporting responsibility, location, and after that, okay, signature, place, date. Now here you will insert other matter paragraph. Okay, other matter paragraph will be there. In other matter paragraph, you will write that previous year books were unaudited by, or previous year books were audited by PwC, okay, some other auditor, and you will give the date of that report and date of that audit report and type of opinion given by this. This is reporting requirement. If I am asking you reporting requirement for initial auditor, 710. Okay, opening balances opinion for initial auditor, 510. 710 reporting requirement. Yani example, what initial auditor will report in audit report, what he should mention in audit report, what he should mention additionally. If I am first time auditor, what additionally he should mention in audit report? 710 previous year audited or not audited, whatever, you will mention that. And opening balances confidence should be taken, 510. Okay, are you getting the point? Yes or no? Acha, if you are a current year auditor, okay, and you are first, second, are you clear with the first, second points? The question is, if I need to take a confidence on opening balances, which standard? 510. This is for which engagement? Initial audit engagement. If initial audit engagement is there and I am asking you reporting requirement, 710. In reporting requirement means what? Additionally, what you should mention in report. Acha, tell me what is 700? Unmodified opinion. 705? 705 modified. 701 key audit matter. 706 EOM and OM. 710 is comparative information, but in comparative information, one reporting requirement says if you are initial auditor, initial audit engagement, previous year books were unaudited or previous year books were audited by some other auditor, okay, insert one paragraph which is other matter paragraph where you mentioned previous year audit was unaudited or previous year audited but okay, some other auditor, mention that. Make sure, okay, you don't do blunder at least in this point. And again I'm telling you, this is very technical point to be taken care of. 510 or 710 में difference होता है. अच्छा, my question, do you think as an auditor, previous year closing balance and current year opening balance, will you check or not check? Every auditor will check. So if you are a first time auditor, you will check under which standard? 510. If you are a recurring auditor, you will check in 710. So procedure in 710 and procedure in 510 is almost similar. Procedure only in 710 additional reporting requirement will come into picture, which is very technical point. And I don't know, today I'll not be doing that for sure. Probably a day after tomorrow. Okay, when I start code of ethics, because code of ethics ke baad I will be having some one and a half hour, because code of ethics I'm expecting 5.5 hours, 6 hours. So 1 hour odd. Probably day after tomorrow I'll be taking care of 560, 710, 720. I'm telling you, 560, 710, 720. The linkage, if you understood, this is one of the biggest blunder in your life. Matlab, I tell you have achieved the best of standards. You will raise the bar of standards at very high level, I bet. For 560, 710, 720. These all things are so integrated, and if you understood, I can show you the question. I will tell you the question rather than show you. You go in that paper, you will come to know, oh my God, okay, if I reading in a plain reading, I would end up writing 510. But the concept is not of 510, okay, that is the concept of 710. And how you will come to know in examination how the question is 510, 710. They will not, do you think institute will say Yesterday, madam was saying, institute will say, "Arey, student, please listen carefully. This is 510 question, write 510. Student, please listen, 710 question it is. Don't write other. Will the institute say like this? So how will you come to know? The institute will give questions like this. In 22-23, PwC was the auditor, and 23-24, A.T. has been appointed as auditor. In this case, what are the reporting requirement of A.T.? What is whether A.T. is required to give opinion on opening balances or not? 510. Okay, sir. In this concept, previous year is also A.T., current year is also A.T. Okay, is A.T. required to get a confidence on opening balances? No. Standard 710. That opening balance is called corresponding figure there. It's called which figure? Corresponding figure. Corresponding figure. You are checking previous year figure, current year figure. Previous year figure, current year figure. मालूम है ना in report? Yes or no? Don't worry. Technically, when I go in 710 tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Okay, I will discuss this again. Okay, I will link it again. But make sure you understand very clearly. That's your 510 for you. So 510 mein what are the things to be taken care? 510s. Let's close 510. 510 ka point what it's suggesting. First point. Scope of standard and objective. What is scope of standard and objective? First, to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence about whether opening balance contain and whether appropriate accounting policies are consistently applied. Any two things confidence should be there. Okay. What is the audit procedure? First, auditor shall. First point, read the most recent financial statement and predecessor auditor report, if any. Second, मेरे को बता second का क्या मतलब है? Determine whether prior period closing balance has been correctly brought forward means what? Understood? So what is the second point? Second point क्या बोल रहा है? अच्छा, first procedure क्या? What is the first procedure? Read recent financial statement and predecessor audit report. Second, prior period closing balance have been correctly brought forward. Everybody clear? Third, determine whether opening balance reflect appropriate accounting policies. I don't think pakka clear. Next, fourth, perform audit procedures on means what? If previous year auditor was not there. Acha, previous year auditor is then rely on his report. But if previous year auditor was not there, then perform audit procedure. What is an example of audit procedure? If they are saying fixed asset, check the fixed asset register. If there is a debtors, do external confirmation. Okay, if current period financial statement are misstated, but with respect to what it is misstated about opening balances. Okay, make sure you are checking for two things: consistency of accounting policies, relevant information in predecessor auditor report. Okay, conclusion is punched answer. You can read it conclusion. Okay, not basically required as such. Conclusion. Okay, make it sure you understand very clearly. First, if audit is unable to obtain about opening balances, which opinion you will give? Qualified or disclaimer? When you give qualified? Material, not pervasive. Disclaimer, material, pervasive. Example, suppose opening balances जो भी थे, whatever opening balance were there, all opening balance are not you are not getting confidence only. Disclaimer. One opening balance you are not getting confidence, all opening balances qualified. But it should be material, huh? It should be material. ठीक है. Second, if auditor concludes opening balance contain misstatement not properly presented or disclosed, which opinion? Qualified or adverse? When qualified and adverse will be given? Material, not pervasive, qualified. Material, pervasive, adverse. You think all opening balances are misstated. Current year everything is good. Current year everything is good, but complete material misstatement is there. Opening balances, adverse. Only one opening balance is misstated here. Misstated. One opening balance is misstated. Adverse nahi, qualified. But very important is when we are discussing, should there be consistency of accounting policy or not? Okay. And modification to the opinion in predecessor audit report. Should we consider this? Yes. Standard says whatever predecessor auditor report has given, consider that report also while focusing on the audit. This is something with 510. Make sure 510 you integrate with which standard? 510 you integrate with 710. Whenever I discuss with 710, I will be making a clear understanding with what need to be taken care of with 710. After 510, the next standard comes is 520. But 520 is covered. Okay, where the brief was given. Okay, already third chapter we have done, the last part. After 520, there is coming 530. 530 is which? Audit sampling. Audit sampling is very basic concept. Audit sampling mein, I do think sample, whatever here, they have not given what are the methods, how to select the sample size, statistical sampling, non-statistical sampling. That has already been covered in your inter. The only concept they are discussing, what bases of sample are there and how you conclude on the sample. And that conclusion on sample we will be discussing here. But before discussing this, okay, one concept is there, that is called sampling risk. What is the meaning of sampling risk? Please understand. If I check entire population, my conclusion about population would be different. If I would check entire population, okay, rather than checking sample, this is called sampling risk. Yani when I brought the sample, I told the sample is good, it is good. But if I checked entire population, I would have told it is worst. This is called sampling risk. If by checking a sample, I am telling it is worst, but if I check the entire population, I would have told it is good. It is called sampling risk. Sampling risk का simple सा मतलब can be there. What is the simple meaning of sampling risk? You left the chapter and that question came in examination. Or you studied the chapter, that question does not came in examination. This is called a sampling risk. Okay, acha, tell me, okay, if you study complete population, will there be a sampling risk? No, it will be, after that also there can be a misstatement. You can miss out something. Example, if you remember yesterday, okay, if you remember detection risk, I will discuss that one. But if you remember, okay, I discussed about Ganesh. He was checking all 500 items. After that also he missed. He checked all 500 voucher. Then also he missed something because of in hurry. That is which risk? Sampling or non-sampling? Sampling or non-sampling? Non-sampling. Okay, when non-sampling comes into picture, when entire population is tested. If you tested entire population also, then also you missed out something. That is called which risk? Non-sampling risk. If you check only sample and your conclusion is incorrect, okay, it is which risk? Sampling. Tell me, sampling risk and non-sampling risk is a part of which risk? Detection risk. So to be very precise, integrating one concept, if you are able to integrate, good enough. You are not able to integrate, leave it. Okay, but if you are aware, RMM is having how many risk? RMM is having how many risks? 2 risks. What are the 2 risks? Inherent risk and control risk. And detection risk will also have 2 risks. Okay, one is sampling risk and non-sampling risk. Remember this. This will help in MCQ. Yaad rakhna, detection risk is also of 2 types. What are the 2 types of detection risk? Sampling risk and non-sampling risk. So tell me, if I need to keep detection risk lower, which risk I should reduce? Sampling risk. Non-sampling risk to be 0 is very rare chances. But I can reduce which risk? Sampling risk. Everybody clear, Malik? Okay. So this is exactly what we have discussed yesterday also. This is also what I discussed yesterday also. Just make sure you understand this very clearly. My discussion is not on now. We don't have a method here, random sampling, statistical sampling, non-statistical sampling. But what discussion exactly comes here? Exactly comes here how you predict on the population, how the things have been covered. So let's go on reading and I will explain you what are the things which are covered and how you should take care of it. Again, it will be more applicable when you are applying the logics. So 530 has been covered from certain scenario which is technically very important for you. Sir, what is 530? Let's see. 530 deals with auditor's use of statistical and non-statisticals. Sir, what is the meaning of statistical? Okay, so you are using a method which is actually avoiding biasness. Random selection is statistical method. Okay, what is non-statistical? Non-statistical means, okay, I am becoming biased. Example, suppose, okay, you are doing audit of A.T.Academy. A.T.Academy is paying professional fees to Amit Tated A.T.Academy is paying professional fees to Chiranjeev sir. A.T.Academy is paying professional fees to Prashant Sarda, my friends. Vinod Reddy from Pune. These both are from Pune. They are paying professional fees. Now you are auditor. Where you select, if you want to select a sample of professional fees, you will select whom? Chiranjeev sir, Amit Tated, or Prashant Sarda, or Vinod Reddy. Okay, A.T.Academy paying the fees to this poor person. You will be concerned with where do you think there can be a risk of material misstatement? Amit Tated. Okay, now this is called judgmental sampling, which is called non-statistical. Okay, this is why, because you become biased. Why you selected Amit Tated? Why? Because biasness. Because you thought A.T.Academy is of Amit Tated. So Amit Tated doing the transaction with A.T.Academy can be a related party transaction, and related party transaction can have a RMM. Whereas I told you yesterday clearly, related party transaction does not have a RMM unless it is not a arm length price. If it is an arm length price, when there is no problem on it. Okay, so but this is what happened in non-statistical sampling. So this is something, two things, statistical and non-statistical. What is an audit sampling? The application of audit procedure to less than 100% of item of population is called which sampling? Sampling. Scope of this essay. When auditor decided to use audit sampling, objective to provide reasonable basis for auditor to draw conclusion about population from which sample is selected. I am not required to conclude sample. I am not required to conclude sample. I am required to conclude population on the basis of sample. Okay. The first concept. Now we are having total 3 concepts. Listen carefully. Ekdam aaram se. If you have done intermediate very clearly, so not a big deal. But not, then take care here. Okay. First thing. Sample design, sample size, and sample selection. Not there. But what they are discussing, please understand. While designing audit sample, auditor shall always consider the purpose. Without designing a sample, well, you can't design the sample, okay, without the purpose. Sir, what is the meaning of designing audit sample? Designing audit sample means basically whether you are going with statistical sampling or non-statistical sampling. Whether you are doing a stratification or not. Stratification means dividing the population into parts. Example, discuss with me. Okay, my fees, okay, of current year will be from Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Indore, 4 places. Now tell me, okay, if you take as a complete population of sales, professional fees, okay, you will be taking a sample, okay, and all sample is from Mumbai, then it is of no use only. So you divide this population into Hyderabad, Pune, Indore, Mumbai, and you take sample from each of the population. This is called strata. This is called strata. Strata, S-T-R-E-T-A, strata. इसको हम लोग बोलते हैं, इसको we tell stratification, to divide the population. This is called stratification. My friends, are you there? Perfect. Okay. Stratification. Stratification means population dividing. Second, so designing sample, they say purpose of audit. Second, the auditor shall determine sample size sufficient to reduce sampling risk. Can anybody help me out? What should be the sample size? If RMM is more, simple concept hai yaar. RMM is more, sample size should be more. Okay, sir. If RMM is less, sample size is less. Acha, tolerable rate is more, less sample size. Tolerable rate is less, more sample size. Now this is all things of intermediate, but to the extent, make sure you understand this. Acha, expectation about controls, they are not operating effectively, more sample size. Expectation about control, they are operating effectively, less sample size. Decide on sample size, so that your which risk is reduced? Sampling risk. And most important, the auditor shall select the item of sample in such a way that each sampling unit in the population have chance of selection. What is the third point? Strata. Every item will have a equal chance of selection. Okay, so by create a strata, so every item will have a equal chance of selection. Acha, which method is appropriate? If I discuss with you, random is always an appropriate. What is the meaning of random? Random basically is like you are having a ball and putting numbers. This is called random. There is no chance of biasness. Every item in a sample will be having an equal chance of getting selected. But this is not at all important at your final level. The final level is basically this one, and we will take a time on this. Listen carefully, understand the example and then close it out. First, the auditor shall perform appropriate audit procedure on each selected item. Sample pay you will perform audit procedure. What is meaning of audit procedure? OCACC. Okay, ICIORR, OCACC, occurrence, completeness, accuracy, cutoff, classification, ICIORR, inquiry, confirmation. You will do on each item. Lekin, okay, please understand, if you are not able to perform on that item, okay, apply that procedure on replacement item. Replacement. Now please understand, replacement item, don't think that we are changing the sample. Replacement item is not changing the sample. Let me give you like this. Let me give you an example here. If suppose I am saying paying to creditors, you are paying to your creditors. Okay, in one creditor, Mr. P was a creditor. You paid with a check of 121111. This was a check number. I selected Mr. P as a sample. I selected this check number as a sample. I told Ganesh, give me a check copy. Give me a details of check. Give me a payment made by check. How it is going from bank statement. I asked this one. Everybody? Okay. Ganesh approaching me. Ganesh approaching me and saying, sir, this check which I sent to Mr. P, the creditor, was actually returned because some signature issue was there. Now tell me, what should I do? I should ask him, okay, what was the other way you paid? Give me that. That is called replacement item. Are you getting the point? Replacement item. Replacement item is not any other where change the sample. Acha, you have not paid. Okay, tell me Mr. C then. This is not a replacement item. Replacement item, if you are taking a sample, if something is missing, ask for another evidence why that is missing. If it is missing, then there would be some other point, na? Replacement item. Are you getting the replacement item? I am not telling you to change the sample. I am telling you, ask for replacement item. Example, you pay, what I discussed with, suppose, Huli is there. Okay, you ask with Huli, okay, show me the sales invoices, all sales invoices. All sales invoices, show me all sales invoices. Huli is showing all these sales invoices to you. Huli is showing all sales invoices to you. Okay, in one of the sales invoices, it was example, by taking a sample, you took the sales invoice of 109 number. You asked for sales invoice. 109 number, okay, sales invoice was cancelled. Okay, why it was cancelled? Okay, because that sales invoice was not done only, error was there. Asked then which is actually sales invoice has been done for this item. This is called replacement item. Are you getting the replacement item? So first of all, you should apply the procedure on sample. If you are not able to apply the procedure on sample, ask for replacement item. And if you are not able to apply the procedure on replacement item, it should be treated as deviation. It should be treated as deviation. Even replacement item, okay, if you are not able to provide, don't change the sample. It means it treated as deviation. Example, okay, when Mr. P has not been paid, okay, by this check number, I ask you, now you are telling, okay, there is no replacement item also. It means there is a deviation. You have not paid and in books you have showed paid. Okay, treat the item as deviation. I do think everybody clear? So help me out while in sample, while performing a procedure, you will perform procedure on. First, you will perform audit procedure on. Acha, when I say performing audit procedure on sample means what you are performing? What you are performing? ICIORR, you will be achieving OCACC. You will perform this procedure on sample. Okay, if sample item is not, we can't perform, then replacement item. If in replacement item also we cannot perform, then treat is deviation. This is 3 points we need to remember. Huh? Okay, how we apply the procedure on sample. Important, make it sure. Ye CA final ke logic se bhai sahab. There are CA final logics. Make sure inter mein this would be there, but only basics. Final, this is application. मेरे ख्याल से I explained that example. Are you clear with that example? Okay, hopefully you are clear. Not clear, ठीक है. What will happen? One standard not known. ठीक है. It's okay. One standard we will not know. Okay, next standard will not know. One more standard will not know. Okay, out of 40 standard will not know 38 standards. It's okay. We know 2 standard, na sir, 200. Overall objective, we know skepticism. Okay, we know 700, sir. Audit report, sir. Title, addressee. We don't know baki all that. It's okay, sir. It's okay, na sir. It's only. It's okay, sir. My question, okay, sir. First of all, statistical, non-statistical should be decided. After stratification, cut. Select the sample. Method, random. After selecting the sample, apply procedure. If I am not applying procedure, ask for replacement. If replacement I am not able to apply procedure, deviation. Now my question is how to treat this deviation. Let's understand with this example clearly. I am very clear. Read this deviation. Please understand like this. 1000 is the population. 1000 is a population, and I took the 100 samples. In 100, I got 10 deviation. Okay, now question, in 1000, how much deviation will be there? It is never a cross multiply. Please do not. This is statistical. Okay, if you are aware, in a foundation you did x minus x bar. Are you aware? Regression analysis, standard deviation, square root. That need to be done here. Don't apply your logic. Oh, sir, it is very easy, sir. Okay, this much error. This is not this. This is x minus x bar submission. Okay, it is submission. Then it's standard deviation. Okay, then it is calculated. Then the figure comes of sampling, because sampling risk is always there. The calculation. So assuming. Okay, to calculate this, what I want to discuss with you is to calculate this. I am not here to do calculation of this. But to calculate this, we need to understand what was the reason for this. What is 10? Acha, you don't know only. Amit, this is population. Amit, this is population. Amit, this is sample. Amit, you are understanding, na? Okay, you are understanding. Okay, this is sample. In the sample, this is deviation. Amit, we need to predict here. Are you getting the point? Yeah. Okay. Now this deviation. Before this question mark is done, Amit, okay, we need to understand why this 10 happened. Understood, Amit? Oh, yes. Okay, Amit. Okay, so to understand this, we'll understand the nature and cause of deviation. We'll understand what, Amit? Nature and cause of deviation, Amit. Understood, Amit? Yes, sir. Nature and cause of deviation. Why we will understand nature and cause of deviation? Oh, good question, Amit. Amit, why we ask for nature and cause of deviation is basically there may be anomaly. Anomaly means what? Oh, anomaly means something which may not happen frequently. Example, when we are predicting this 10, it may happen in 10, this misstatement was occurred because of anomaly. Okay, means we have a light and everything is there. Example, I am giving an example. Okay, light, everything is there, and we generate sales invoice by system software. We took the 100 sample. In 100 sample, 10 sample, that manual invoice was there. You came to me, you asked, Amit, why it was manual? I told, because that day light was not there. Now please understand, this is called anomaly. But if anomaly matlab unusual, it is not regular, it is anomaly. If anomaly is there, you need to avoid this. You are required to avoid this, because this is not frequent. So while calculating standard deviation, this anomaly is considered as a deviation point. How much frequently will be there or not? So first of all, whenever you predict, okay, whenever you do, okay, other point, the auditor shall investigate the nature and cause of deviation. First, understand this one. Second, when a deviation or misstatement is considered anomaly, the auditor shall perform. Sir, what he will perform? Whether anomaly is present again or not. If anomaly is present again, then it is not anomaly. Now help me out. If light is going, then what we should have here? Generator, inverter should be there, na? Acha, if you come to Mumbai, I don't know about Hyderabad. Hyderabad light going frequency is how much I don't know. But in Mumbai, okay, never ever in our life light is gone. But you come to Pune, every Thursday light is not there. Every Thursday, load shedding, whatever. Pune is also good city. Pune is a top city. But every Thursday light is not there. Yani 180 km ahead, 180 km away, no way light will go. Mumbai, no way. We don't require generator. In Mumbai, you ask anybody what is UPS. Uninterrupted power supply. Nobody knows. I was also not aware. When I went to Pune, okay, they say UPS, and then I came to, oh my God, uninterrupted. There is power goes. That is the concept in Pune. So, if Mumbai, you can treat light going as anomaly. But in Pune, light going will not be treated as anomaly. So, I do think, understood second point? And third point, for TOD, auditor shall project misstatement. An auditor shall evaluate results of sample. Okay, everybody understood? The projected misstatement, evaluation of sample, this is how the things work. Okay, just one OFU before going on 550, but one OFU, tell me, okay, this question mark, if you are aware about this, what I am discussing. If suppose this comes to 90 and this amounts come to example 2 crore. Okay, now tell me 2 crore is misstatement or projected misstatement? Projected misstatement. This is projected misstatement. Okay, I need to compare this with materiality. Listen carefully, I am going in an advanced level, which may or may not be useful, I don't know, but I am going with advanced level. If projected misstatement is how much? 2 crore. If materiality is 5 crore. Okay, now here it is less than materiality na? Sample is valid base, you can rely on sample, no worry. Okay, yani there is no misstatement, rely on sample. Rely on sample, no worry, no worry. You can rely on sample, yani you can rely on outcome. 2 crore misstatement which can be ignored. Yani the sample, there is no problem with material misstatement. Yani sample mein material misstatement is not there. But the problem starts, what if it is 2 crore and materiality is 1.5 crore? Now please understand, you cannot say modify. Why you cannot say modify? Because this 2 crore is not actual misstatement. This is projected misstatement. You have not searched. Your actual misstatement was hardly 50 lakhs. 10 sample. So here standard 530 say, if your projected misstatement exceed materiality, okay, sample is not a valid criteria. Are you getting the understanding? Yani 530 says don't use sample. If this is happening, yani what should be done here then? Whole population should be tested. Whole population should be tested. Are you getting the concept? This is what comes with application based. But 530 ka concept is this. Whole population should be tested. Everybody clear? No, understood. Understood. Brief understood or not understood? Ye wala brief wala. So my question: when sample is a valid basis? When projected misstatement is less than materiality. When sample is not a valid basis. When projected misstatement exceed materiality, sample is not valid basis. Boss. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear? Everybody. That brings to the last standard 550. We'll close that and we'll take a break. 550 small standard hai. You are already aware about 550 many things related party. Okay. 550 mein, yes Malik. Yes. In which this one 1 crore. 10 may if you have 1 crore. Yes. More than materiality. Yani you are telling actual misstatements. But whenever we use the sample, we never use the word actual misstatement. We always go on projected misstatements. Then why are you going with sample? Whenever you compare with materiality, sample, whenever you are using a sample, okay, whenever you are using a sample, make sure, what is the reason behind using a sample? It is basically to project. Are you focusing on only sample or population? Discuss about population. The conclusion is not based on sample. The conclusion is based on population. The sample should be representative of population. What if the sample outcome is not only, this sample is having only Hyderabad batch amount? It is not representative of population. You need to understand this. Therefore, we did this all thing, this 4 thing. Okay, I am investing in nature, cause, anomaly, and every element. See, understand, you may be saying this 1 crore misstatement, which is exceeding materiality, but it may include anomaly also. Anomaly is required to be avoided. Anomaly is okay. Anomaly is okay, tolerable for auditor. Are you getting the point? Huh? What if it? It may be material, but it may be anomaly, na? Anomaly is error, material hone do, but if it is anomaly, it's okay. Anomaly matlab exceptional. Suppose only one day light was not there, and by luck, all sample of that one day is in your hand. And now you are telling that 1 crore misstatement, 2 crore misstatement. Arey bhai yaar, it is anomaly. How error cannot take place, boss? An anomaly of that one day, I will rectify in future. You may consider misstatement during that time, but now it will not be, na? See, understand what happens in this thing. Example, some signature may not be there. Some approval may not be there. Okay, see, if it is a misstatement, completely misstatement, the things are different. Then it is a fraud. When I am discussing about misstatement, you need to apply this logics. So it's towards a technical point. Okay, it requires some elaborated version. If you want, I will explain you at later stage. But this is something which is a very huge concept. If you want to understand a sampling, another element, okay, you tell me later on. Yeah. But matlab, it is very, very interesting. But it's not part and parcel of here. So even this I have explained you why. It's only make you understand that when the 530 outcome is correct or not. When sample is correct or not. The projection based on sample, when you will use sampling is valid. When sampling is not valid. Okay, acha. What Ganesh asked, understood kya? Ganesh is asking, what if before projection only you are having the amount which is more than materiality, but 530 says, okay, without projection you can't compare with materiality. And based on projection only, I can tell you what should be the answer. 530 never ever goes, because this amount may include anomaly, may include other factor, may include some nature and cause which may not be relevant when you are projecting the misstatement. So first project the misstatement, and based on projection I can tell you whether it is valid or not. 530 never ever go on, okay, this misstatement, actual misstatement. But this actual misstatement is only for sample or population? Sample. First project the misstatement for population, then I can tell population is not correct or not. So we are commenting on, we are not commenting on sample. We are using a sample to comment on. So if this is a scenario, sample is the correct way to comment on population. If this is a scenario, sample is not a correct way to comment on population. Okay, 550 related party, very basic. Related party में two things you should to keep in mind. One is related party relationship, one is related party transaction. Okay, both the things whether management has disclosed or not. Okay, and please be precise. If the person as an auditor is checking related party relationship and transaction, he just need to check two things. He need to check two things means whether all relationship has been disclosed to me and all relationship, whatever transaction is there has been disclosed to me. Okay. If first thing, if the relationship or transaction is not disclosed, what you will do? That is the first discussion. What I am telling? What is not disclosed? Either relationship or transaction. If not disclosed, what you should do? This is my first answer. Response. And second answer will be, all related party relationship has been disclosed. Transaction has been disclosed. But one transaction was not based on arm length. Okay, which was not based on? See, okay, many times related party transaction will be based on arm length. If it is an arm length, no RMM. But if it is not on arm length, it is an RMM. So what you need to check? Whether you need to check what was the business rationale of doing this transaction. If you are not doing on, you are not doing that amount, what is the logic behind why you did on less amount? What is the business rationale? Ask what is the business reasoning of doing at less amount. So two things you need to understand. In examination, the question came, okay, Ganesh X Limited has not disclosed the relationship or not disclosed the transaction. What Amit Tatir will do? And second question may ask, Ganesh has disclosed all the relationship, all the transaction, but in one of the transaction, the transaction was not on arm length basis. What Amit Tatir should do? These are the two things need to be taken care. Okay, focus on two things, your standard is done. So first of all, okay, what is the requirement of first of all, okay, 550 scope of essay, theek hai, scope of essay doesn't matter. Objective auditor to recognize fraud risk factor is there or not, to conclude whether financial statements achieve true and fair and are not misleading, and for this he will obtain an audit evidence. First, requirement of essay, very basic requirement. Okay, what is the requirement of essay? The risk assessment procedures and related activity should be performed. Sir, what is the risk assessment procedure here? Do the inquiry. Acha, do you remember risk assessment procedure for estimates? Risk assessment procedure for estimates? Two things only. One is AFRF and second is inquiry. The same thing here. Estimates ka 540 mein you have related party, you have risk assessment procedure. Two things, same logic. Okay, risk assessment procedure. Sorry, risk assessment procedure. Understand entities, related party, relationship and transactions. Along with, okay, maintain alertness. What is meaning of maintain alertness? Skepticism and sharing related party information. Okay, to whom you should share this information? With your engagement team. Why engagement team? Example. Okay, one of the engagement team, that is madam taking care of my purchase sales. She is checking purchase and sales of my client. She is my article. Okay, I will share. Okay, madam, two names are there. Whenever you came across these two names in purchase sales, do let me know. Okay, madam is one of the team. She is taking care of fixed assets. She is taking care of investments. Madam, okay, these are the two names. Keep in mind, whatever fixed assets, sale transaction or transaction is there with two names, do let me know. This is what we need to do when we are doing related party relationship transactions. And then, okay, we need to identify and assess risk of material misstatement. When RMM will arise, tell me. When both of them are doing anything and they come across one new name which has not been mentioned in that two name. Or any transaction comes which is mentioned the name of two, but the transaction list does not have that transaction in that one. I asked him, Ganesh, give me a related party relationship. He told two relationships are there. I was like, okay. How many transactions? He told with two, the total transaction are 28. Now, whenever they are doing audit, we are maintaining alertness with everything. Whenever they are doing audit, now they came across one of the relationship which has not been disclosed here. And as per our conclusion, okay, there is 3 names. But they have given how many names? 2 names. As per our conclusion, there should be 35 transactions. But he has given how many transactions? 28. RMM. This is RMM. This is RMM. And RMM, okay, focus on responses. Now what is the response? Is your, I told you, remember 6.4 and 6.5, very important. Read 6.4. Identification of previously unidentified or undisclosed related party transactions. Or party transactions. Related party transaction. Identification of previously unidentified, undisclosed related party transactions. Sir, what is the related party transaction? Auditor shall determine whether underlying circumstances. Communicate with the team. Okay, request management to identify all transactions. Perform more substantive procedure. Reconsider risk with respect to other related parties. If non-disclosure of management appears to be intentional, okay, focus on fraud risk factor. What are the 6 points here? First, I will determine whether what are the circumstances why it has been missed out. Second, okay, who gave me new name? Acha, what is 6.4? New name or new transaction? New name or new transaction? Both. New name or new transaction. 6.4 is about we are becoming aware of new name or new transaction which is not given by management earlier. Management was not given new name or new transaction earlier. That new name has appeared to me. Okay, she come to know about investment. She was going in investment register. Oh my God, one more holding company, subsidiary company came into picture. One subsidiary company coming into picture. The investment is 70%. Okay, Ganesh, why? The 70% is there. Okay, that is related party relationship you have not disclosed. So first of all, what we should do? First, she will discuss directly with me. Arey sir, this point has come, new name has come. Well, okay. First I will understand what is the circumstances. Actually it is new name or not. Then first of all, before sharing the name with Ganesh, I will share information with all engagement team member. Madam, this is new name. Check all transaction with this new name. Okay, my team, check all transaction with this new name. Check everything. This is what a new name transaction will be done. This is second point. Third, Ganesh bhai, this is new name. New name. How you miss this new name, huh? Ganesh bhai? What you are doing? Playing Gotia? Okay, why this point is missing? Ganesh bhai, check your internal control system. He was taking care of your related party transaction list. Check why he is missed out is checking. Third point. Fourth, okay, give me all detail now. Now I given you the name. I want all detail about this, and also make sure no other name is missing. No other name is missing, Ganesh bhai. Okay, doing this. This is your third point. Fourth point. Okay, this is your third point. Fourth point. Fifth point, reconsider with respect to other related party. It may happen. There may be more name also. And last point, if non-disclosure of management appears to be intentional, can there be a fraud? Can there be a fraud? There may be a management has not took the approval of related party transaction, therefore they are not disclosing. So in this case, I should consider fraud risk factor. And what I should consider? He is rectifying, he is inputting new name now. But what should I consider? If it appears he has non-disclosure given as appear to be intentional. Huh? Significant risk है ये. 240 तो ठीक है, 240 intentional रहा. Okay, who did this related party transaction? He has done the related party transaction. Okay, he is doing total 22 transaction, 222 items. Now RMM will increase in how many items? All 22. No, understood. So this is what exactly we should understand when we are doing the audit. Okay, and suppose this is the case. So when you will write this 6-point answer? If question says there is a new related party relationship or new transaction, okay, but how many name he has given? 2 name. And how many transaction he has given? 28. She found out in one transaction the normal contractual parties are with 100 rupees, but with that particular person we have did the transaction only for 50 rupees. And it is not arm length price. Disclosure is there, but it is not at arm length price. So why in that case what you need to do is your 6.5. Read 6.5. Identified significant related party transaction outside the normal course of business. First, okay, what I should do? Inspect the contracts. Understood, Malik? Okay, what is the contracts and evaluate business rationale of the transaction. I told you, if I am not given if I would have taken money from my Sala, my divorce would be there. Business rationale. Business rationale. Check why business required to do this transaction. Okay, second, whether the terms of transaction are consistent with management explanation. Management will be giving some explanation. So whether the transaction terms are matching with or not. And whether such transaction have been properly accounted. Accounted means what? As per AFRF. And last, okay, obtain evidence. That's it. This is with respect to your related party point. Check, last point is all panchayati. Check for disclosure and discuss with TCWG. That's it. 2 questions stands to be very important. What are the 2 questions? If new related party relationship or transaction identified, then what you should do? Or if related party transaction you identified is outside the normal course of business, what you should do? Remember this 2 answer very correctly. Which numbers? 6.4, 6.5. Everybody clear, Malik? Take a break. Break के बाद we'll start. Okay, Malik. So basically what we have discussed before the break was 500 key series. 500 we have done, 501, 505, 510, 520 was already discussed, 530 we have discussed, 540 was already discussed, 550 we have discussed. 560 I will keep it away, just I told you, 560, 710, 720 day after tomorrow I will be discussing. Okay, so tomorrow, probably tomorrow I will not be discussing that one, day after tomorrow when I am discussing code of ethics. 560, 710, 720. Okay, these three standards will be taken care later on. 560 के बाद there is a 570 which is related to going concern and 580 which is related to WR. Again, these are basic structure which I covered, but going concern I am discussing somewhat in detail, so that one part in chapter 7 is compromised here. Compromise means that will be taken care here also. So just technically listen carefully, it's very straightforward standard. But in CA final, you are main concerned with reporting on going concern. To be very precise, in audit report, I don't know how many of you are aware, but in audit report, first is title, second is addressee, third is opinion, fourth is basis of opinion, fifth is going concern paragraph, which need to be reported in accordance with 7 SA 570. So in 570, in going concern, what need to be done by auditor? So subsequent events, I am leaving it out. Okay, I am directly coming on going concern paragraph, going concern part. Okay, subsequent events is which standard? 560, which I will be taking care together along with 710, 720. Okay, so 560 will be taken care later on. Now we are coming on 570, going concern. Now, sir, what is the meaning of going concern? Going concern is basically a concept where we are preparing our financial statement on accrual basis, where we assume that our financial statements are prepared on going concern basis, where our company is not in any intention to liquidate the firm. So, going concern may we are focusing page number 6.2. Page number 6.2, 6.1, chapter 6 now. Chapter 6. 5 and 6 is standard of 500 ka series. 5 and 6 is 500 ka series. Yes? है ना? मतलब okay, so right now we are on 570 going concern. Two standards are there, very small standards. Okay, sir, let's complete it out. 570 important from your examination point, but not only in this chapter, in chapter 7 also. I'll show you how it is linked in chapter 7. So 570, first of all, they say, okay, help me out, who is responsible for doing the assessment of going concern? Management or auditor? Who is responsible for going concern assessment? Management, not auditor. Auditor will check whether management has done the going concern assessment appropriately or not, and for that purpose he will obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Now tell me, if I ask with management, okay, whether you have done the financial statement prepared on going concern assessment, no problem. Yes, he's saying yes. But the problem is, okay, sir, if he's saying yes, it's okay. Okay, done. This is not where I want to rely. I just need to be present or skeptical with the indication which will may indicate that is a impact on going concern. Example, there can be a financial indication, there can be an operating indication, there can be other indication. Example, okay, net worth has been completely eroded, cash flow issue started, okay, creditor is not giving a credit. Why creditors are not giving a credit to you? What is the reason? The reason, basically a reason, there may be a going concern issue. So technically I should be alert on these indications. If I am alert on these indications, I should understand there is an RMM, then risk of material misstatement. Then I should understand what I should be aware about, material uncertainty. What I should be aware about? Material uncertainty about going concern. So let's understand this example technically. Okay, suppose Amit Adar is preparing a financial statement. He is preparing financial statement on his going concern basis, A.T.Academy. But now you come to know that institute is removing EIS from the syllabus, which Amit Adar was teaching, and he was having a monopoly. Okay, I was basically a structure. So now, is there material uncertainty exist? Answer is yes. Now how you will report that? That is our major discussion. First of all, you will come to me and you will say, sir, there is a indications which are present which is having an impact on your going concern. I will, okay. Okay, you will ask me, sir, if you have not done the going concern assessment, please do that assessment. I will, okay, I will do that assessment. After that, what is your plan of action, sir? Once EIS is removed, then how you will survive, how your organization will survive, how your academy will survive. That is your second question you will be asking me. I will be giving you a plan of action. Okay, now plan of action I will tell you, sir, I will be starting law, I will be starting any other subject. Now to understand this plan of action. Amit Tater is saying you need to understand. You can't rely only on inquiry of Amit Tater. You will ask Amit Tater, give me the flow chart, give me cash flow document, give me interim financial statement, give me the budgets on which you are saying that this is what you will be doing. What will be the next cash flow then? What will be the next interim financial statement? Give me that. This is what evidence you will be asking. So first of all, what are you required to do? What are you required to do, or what is exactly your work? Please understand that. So first of all, understand going concern assessment is not to be required to be done by auditor. It is to be done by management. Then auditor need to be alert for the indication which may create a doubt on material uncertainty, which will be having an impact on going concern. If you get this indication, then go ahead. If you don't get this indication, standard is over. But if you get this indication, you come to me, you approach to me, you say, Amit sir, this is the scenario, what you will do. Then I will prepare my roadmap. I will give my reason, my management plan of action, cash flow, interim financial statement, a budget to you. I'll give it WR also for that. That's it. This is something which you will end with the standard. But I am not concerned with this answer. I am concerned with reporting, how it will be present in audit report. That is our discussion, and that I will be discussing in 2 minutes. But before that, I'll be closing what answer goes on. So first of all, scope of essay. The scope deals with auditor's responsibility in audit of financial statement to going concern and implication on audit report. So I am worried about this answer. I'm not worried about going concern. Responsibility of management. What is the responsibility of management? To make specific assessment of entity's ability to continue as going concern and to make appropriate disclosure. What is the meaning of appropriate disclosure? If there is a material uncertainty, so you are required to disclose in financial statement, na? As example, EIS would be removed. You need to disclose this in financial statement, boss. Notes may disclose karna padega. Material uncertainty is existing. Then what is the responsibility of auditor? Responsibility of auditor is what? The responsibility of auditor is next 3 points. First, to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. That by going concern assessment is done or not. Second, to assess whether material uncertainty exists or not. And if you identify material uncertainty exists, then you will respond, na? But make sure auditor cannot be expected to guarantee entity's ability to continue as going concern. Whatever it can be done, I cannot give a guarantee, na? I cannot give a guarantee, but I can give an assurance that I believe that I obtained sufficient appropriate audit evidence, that going concern issue will not be there. Now the question 2.4, come to the 2.4. What is 2.4? When condition or events are identified. Which are these condition events, Malik? Which are these condition events which create a doubt? Which create a doubt on going concern. How many condition events I told you? 3. Financial, operating and other. FOO. Financial, operating, other. Sir, example of financial. Net worth is gone. Creditors are not giving credit. Bank is not giving loan. Bank is not giving loan. This is financial condition. Operating. My KMP has died. Operating condition. Employees are not available. The supply is not available of raw material. Operating condition. Other, government regulation came. This is other condition. I want to operate, but government is not saying no. Government is saying don't operate. Example, EIS. I want to teach, but government is saying no. Government means IC. I want to teach ISKA, but IC is saying no ISKA. So technically, what they did, they have removed the subject, but they have inserted in multiple forms. Now there is one chapter in FR. One chapter you are having ISKA, one chapter you will be having in this particular audit chapter. One concept has been introduced in AFM also. One concept is there, risk wala chapter, basically. So, technically speaking, they have kept EIS, they have kept ISKA, but in the different form altogether. In all small ISKA. But technically, to be focusing on 50 marks together, but in 2-5 marks, we can at least leave the chapters. To leave the subject is a big challenge, but to leave the chapter is much easier, na? So that's where the concept comes. But to be very precise, this is what you need to understand. So if you get this indication when you are doing the audit, if you find financial indication, if you find operating indication, if you find other indication, what you should do? What you should do first? Request management to make assessment of going concern. Are you clear? What is second point? What you should do? Evaluate management's plan of future actions. Okay, you will ask me now what you will doing, what you will be doing. You will ask me or not? Analyzing what? Cash flow forecast. Okay, considering additional facts or information available. Okay, some information which may be available in 31st March. Acha, can contingent liability also impact a going concern? Can contingent liability also impact a going concern? Answer is yes. If case is against me and if it is successful, okay, khatam. Every cash bank amount is gone. Bye bye, tata, khatam. Okay. Now in this case, now tell me what will happen. So 31st March ke baad, 10th April, you check for case law. Check what happened. This is something additional facts. Check for additional facts, okay, or information available, and request WR. Are Amit Adir, you will be starting audit na? Okay, write in writing. Are Amit Adir, you will be starting law na? Give in writing. Amit Adir, you will be starting this na? Okay, give in writing. This is what we need to understand. But I am not worried about this answer. Okay, I am worried about 2.5 and 2.6. That is main concern. And I am discussing this only. So listen carefully, ekdam clearly what I am discussing right now. Okay, I am discussing with you 4 implications. 4 implication, and make sure you are very clear with this implication. Okay. What are the 4 implication? These are the implication which will help in audit report. Again, you will find this implication in chapter 7 also. Sir, first implication, going concern assumption. Going concern assumption. Going concern assumption appropriate. In this case, auditor, you will be giving a unmodified opinion. Which opinion, beta? Unmodified 700. But now the question comes, going concern assumption is questionable. Inappropriate, questionable. Okay, material uncertainty exists. This is a second situation. Third situation is also almost similar, sir. Third situation is almost similar. Sir, third situation is almost similar. Almost similar means the same point. And fourth situation is going concern is inappropriate. I am giving example. Please listen carefully. First, EIS is not removed from the syllabus. Are you getting the point? Second, EIS is not yet removed but would be removed in next 1 year. Third, EIS is not yet removed, will be removed in next 1 year. Same situation. Second and third is same situation. And fourth, EIS is removed already. Surprise, EIS removed. Okay, first, EIS is not being removed from the syllabus. Which opinion? Unmodified. Everybody clear? Okay, EIS is removed completely. Modify 705 adverse. Adverse. Going concern is gone. It is not material uncertainty exists. It is not inappropriate. See, understand second and third situation, which is same. How it is different from fourth situation? In second and third, EIS is not been removed, but will be removed in near future. Yani currently we are having a business, will be removed in near future, 1 year, 2 year down the line. Fourth, it has been removed. We don't have a business of EIS at all. We have no business of EIS at all. Everybody clear? Are yes or no? Understood? Okay, what is the difference between second and third then? In second, okay, management have given in notes. And third, notes may management is not giving. What is not giving in management in notes and what is giving in notes? That material uncertainty exists. Any example, note number 17. I am discussing note number 17. Which note? Balance sheet, P&L, notes to accounts. In note number 17, it is written, okay, management had written like this, that, okay, one of the subject which is EIS, which is a major subject, is being removed from the syllabus, okay, which will be removed by ICI in coming future. But to prepare the future, management is having a plan to start various other subjects also. This is not given. This is given in which part? Second or third? Second. In third, management is not disclosing because they are not ready to prepare the future. So how should you react as an auditor? What is the implication on audit report? Let me close third one. In third, okay, you can go with qualified or adverse. Okay, then you need to modify the opinion. 705 baat khatam. You need to modify the opinion. 705. You need to modify the opinion. 705. But which opinion you will give? It depends. Qualified or adverse. There is no compulsion on adverse. You can give qualified also. You can give adverse. Last one you should give compulsorily. Compulsorily adverse. But in third, qualified adverse. If you think it is a pervasive effect, give adverse. If you think it is not pervasive effect, you can give qualified. But when you can give this one third wala situation? When material uncertainty exists, but management is not disclosing. But what if management is disclosing? Okay, so the opinion will be unmodified only as per 700, but insert in para number 5 of audit report. Para number 5 of audit report is going concern paragraph. Going concern paragraph, refer, and in that paragraph you will write refer note number 17. Are you understood? Did you understood this one? Okay, yani here in second scenario and third scenario, okay, the concept is same, but the outcome is different based on disclosure in notes. So in second situation, you will give which opinion? Unmodified. But you will mention in audit report as a para number 5. In para number 5, heading will be, audit report heading will be going concern paragraph. In going concern paragraph, you will tell, refer note 17, where management is telling that EIs will be being removed and they are preparing for the future. What is the difference between second and third then? Disclosure. If management disclose, you refer that disclosure. In third, if management does not disclose, qualified or adverse. But if going concern assumption is inappropriate, adverse. These are the implications of audit report. Yes, madam. Yeah, it may be pervasive, but management may be having a plan of action, but management may not be suggesting or sharing this plan of action with the shareholder, stakeholder. Therefore, they are not giving the notes. Na? Think logically, why third situation occurs? Why do you think third situation will occur? If technically speaking, if management is aware that material uncertainty is existing, so I will be going better in second only. Na? Then what is the reason I am not giving a third one? Okay, disruption in business, multiple elements will be there. Management plan of action may not be suitable or viable. Example, I am a theory expert. I am a theory expert. From my point of view, I can teach any theory. You tell me, you give me theory. Give me any theory. Okay, give me 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes I can teach you a method. Not like crash course. I am telling you main batch if I want to, I can make sure, I will make sure that you are ratifying. See, I require a time to explain and to penetrate. But in this also, revision also, this is way I focus on every teaching point. I always go with the chart. I made a structure and every teaching point structure. Give me theory. But now I am telling you, okay, the worst subject of mine is, okay, tax and FM. These are the two subjects which made me feel like anything. It created my life like an hell. Okay, and suppose I am starting with direct tax. Now the shareholder who entrusted their task with me will not have a faith on me. And therefore it created in third situation. Now you will be saying, sir, why you are starting with direct tax? Why not? Assume institute has removed all the syllabus. Assume audit is also removed. Now there is FR, there is AFM, there is direct tax and indirect tax. Only 4 papers. I don't have any other option if I want to stay in this business. Okay, are you getting the point? Okay, and to be very precise, I am not only in this business model. There is in teaching, there is a very big industry. This is one of the industry which I am very connected, reason simple, because I become a brand because of this industry. Therefore, I am into this. Otherwise, okay, one more area. Okay, you can go on the website DGFine. DGFine is basically where data analytics courses of mine are provided. Okay, how the other softwares can work, malware, okay, all other point which is used by a CA. After you become a CA, okay, you want other courses of data analytics, how you will be used in industry, okay, how to use that particular concept in Excel. Okay, me and one more brother is there. He's a technical person, I am a functional person. I explain from functional point of view and he shows how it works in software. So that courses are there. So that crowd is not only CA crowd, na? That crowd is a vast crowd. That is the crowd of CISA, DISA and every elementary, all IT related. So if I am having that agenda, I will be very clear with shareholder. But if I'm not having that agenda, I may not be disclosing. And see, okay, do you think like this? If auditor is giving this opinion, okay, this opinion, think practically. Okay, if auditor is giving 705, will I not call for an AGM? This will be discussed where? This will be discussed in AGM, na? Do you think I will not call for AGM? I will call for AGM. I will be preparing my mindset here. Okay, if I am permitting auditor to give this opinion, na, I need to prepare mentally, and I can give you a gist. Go on, once you go on Google, download Companies Act PDF. Even I will share in the group. Okay, go through. You have a control over Companies Act PDF. That's it. Main point. You go through this PDF. You will come to know. Go with section 134, board report. In board report, one of the disclosure is that if auditor has given a qualified or adverse opinion, why that opinion was given, board should give the reason in the board report. So, practically speaking, okay, we may be an auditor, we may be discussing from qualified and adverse point of view. Do you think this report come as a surprise to management? Any auditor giving qualified and he's not sharing the report, he's keeping the report in drawer, and AGM comes, surprise, qualified, you have gone. Is this like this? No. This report is prepared. This report is draft report is shared with TCWG. The draft report is shared with management. Management discuss. They prepare a board report. How should we be prepared? And then they permit auditor. You can give this opinion. This is how overall structure works. So if auditor is giving this, see, by giving this opinion, you will save yourself from legal liabilities. But management is knowing the business very well, than you. So to gain that shareholder confidence, who is responsible? Management. So management will aware about this situation. Management is aware about this situation. They will prepare their reasoning. But management does not want to put in notes. Probably there may be multiple reasons. One of the reason is they don't want to. They may not be having a still clear-cut idea what should be done. That may be the reason. An auditor being to safeguard itself, he may go with this point. So implication in audit report is multiple elements, but how it works, this need to be taken care very carefully. But to the extent, whenever in examination, again coming back to the examination, whenever in examination, either of the situation will come. Make sure you are very clear with the situation. I do think everybody clear with the situation? Yes or no? Okay. Am I capable of teaching? Or my capability? Now I am doubting my capability. Am I capable? Na? Am I able to communicate? Yes or no? Okay. No, if what I will do, I will just record yes sir once. Okay, I will put here play every time. Yes sir. Because that is where I will be very curious. So to the extent, did you understood this all 4 points? Okay, all 4 will never come in examination, but one of the situation will come. How you will deal it, you need to write that answer. And this answer will go in 2 framework. One is 570 framework and one is 700 framework. Come to chapter 7. Come to chapter 7 first. Next page only. Come to chapter 7. Okay, 7.2. Page 7.2. Point number 5. You are seeing point number 5? Going concern. This is the paragraph which we need to insert this element. If you go through a module, main book, you will find the same content is given in that chapter also and here also. I have deleted the content from here. Understood? Why I have deleted? To remove the redundancy. I will not be keeping same thing again. Na? So already I am explaining in 570, already keeping the content in 570. I am keeping at one place. That's it. So this is para number 5 of audit report where going concern assessment you need to explain. So when this para will come, beta? In which situation? 4 situation. Out of 4 situation, which situation this para will come? Second only. Acha, what I am doing in 7th chapter, it is an audit report. It is then. Acha, come to 7.1 beta. 7.1. Come to 7.1 page. 7.1. Okay. 3.2 paragraph. Read 3.2 paragraph heading. Basic elements of audit report. It is basic element means audit report. Okay. First is. Second is. Third. Audit opinion. Fourth. Come to next page. Fourth. Basis for opinion. 5th paragraph. 6th paragraph. 7th paragraph. Responsibility. Management responsibility. What's the responsibility? Management. 8th paragraph. Auditor's responsibility. Mila kya? Okay. 9th paragraph. Next page. Location of description of auditor's responsibility paragraph. 10th paragraph, other responsibility. 11th, signature. 12th, place and date. How many content of audit report is there? 13. 13 content is clear. Title, addressee, opinion, basis of opinion. Once again, title, addressee, opinion, basis. Title, addressee, opinion, basis of opinion. Going concern, key audit. Going concern, key audit. 2 responsibility, management responsibility, auditor responsibility. Okay, next, where will be the auditor responsibility? Location. Next is other responsibility. Next 4 is responsibility. Management, auditor, location, other. Management, auditor, location, other. Signature, place, date. What is the content of audit report? Title, addressee, opinion, basis. After that, 2 point. Going concern, key audit man. 4 responsibility. Management, auditor, location, other. Signature, place, date. My question, when paragraph 5 will come into picture? Only in second situation. If first situation arises, how many points will be there in audit report? 12, not 13. How 12? Title, addressee, opinion, basis, key audit matters. Are you getting the point? And paragraph 5 will come only in which situation? Second situation which we discussed. Understood? Second situation means what? When going concern assumption is questionable and material uncertainty is there and it has been disclosed. Everybody. Online pantralo, clear kya? Is that point clear, everyone? Everybody. Understood, na? Same logic, perfect. Understand this one? Third situation, which opinion I am giving? Huh? Everyone, be clear here. Third, which opinion I am giving? Qualified or adverse? When you are giving qualified or adverse, it can be there. When I am writing this already in para number 3, why again para number 5 I am giving this? When I am saying, okay, acha, help me out in para number, be clearer, I am now on switch over. Okay, what I am writing in 5th para? Acha, help me out, 5th paragraph is coming in which situation? Only on second situation. In second situation, what I am mentioning here, malum hai kya? Refer note number 17. Okay, help me in third situation. There is no note 17 only. Therefore, the problem is there, na? In third situation, why I am giving qualified adverse? Read again what I have drawn. Third situation, why I am giving qualified adverse? Because material uncertainty exists, but notes mein diya nahi hai. The management is not giving in notes. If management is not giving notes, going concern mein which reference I will give? And technically, if I am saying financial statement are qualified adverse because of going concern, why I require 5th paragraph? 4th paragraph is basis, reason, ground is given. Okay, yes, opinion, mainly opinion. What your opinion you are giving? Qualified and adverse. When I am saying qualified adverse means I am saying financial statements are not true and fair because of going concern. And we are telling going concern paragraph, refer note number. Which note number? And last one, if going concern assumption is inappropriate, there is no logic only, na? Why I will tell to refer any paragraph? So in this 5th paragraph in audit report, what is the going concern concept? Only for reference to, I say, it is something like I am telling you, okay, before 2018, this standard has been upgraded, this standard has been modified. Before 2018, this paragraph was not there. This was not there, this was not there. So this concept was included. This what second situation was, help me out, in second situation before 2018 would not be there. It would be there. Then how we should handle this one? By putting that in EOM paragraph. Emphasize of matter paragraph. Nowadays we are putting this in not in EOM. We are putting as a part of going concern. So help me out. Going concern paragraph comes into which situation? 1, 2, 3, 4. Only in second. Understood? Pakka? Diksha? Understood? Nahi? Could doubt hai to bataiye. Any doubt? Understood, Ganesh? Clear na? Everyone? Again I am telling you, going concern, so important. I spent this with linkage also. Okay, audit report, how it comes and how it is reported as per 570. in audit report, okay, it says report, this going concern paragraph will come as per 570. And 570 says, when you will mention in this paragraph, second situation, when material uncertainty exists and it is disclosed in notes, give that reference note to, in which paragraph? Going concern paragraph. In all other things, you are not required to report. Coming back to the original chapter, I do think this concept is clear now. Everybody? Okay. Few things you need to take care, read it out. Okay, 2.5, whenever you want to read, you can read. This is what I explained to you. Okay, what should be done when the going concern assumption is appropriate or inappropriate. First point, it is saying going concern assumption is inappropriate. Inappropriate, inappropriate. वो gap नहीं होना चाहिए. Okay, it should be which opinion? Adverse. Using going concern assumption is appropriate, but material uncertainty exists. What should be done? Check, second or third. Check for notes, check for no notes. Notes is there, para number 5, opinion unmodified. If notes is not there, adverse or qualified. I explained this one. Okay. Adequate disclosure of material uncertainty made, go with para number 5. Okay. Management unwilling to make or extend the assessment, auditor shall consider the implication on auditor report. So, if you focus on textbook module, they have not written anything. This is what their answer is there. Okay, this is what exactly you should understand now. Therefore, I made you understand this thing. I hope you have written this thing. If you are not written, don't worry. I told you, right now, see, understand. If you have missed something in writing, I told you, once 5 days are over, or 6 days are over, you will be having a Google link. Okay, from where lectures can be watched also. So, you will be having a Google link where one folder will be on lectures, where you can watch the lectures, because you also face to face also have live lectures, also have a backup point. So serial key will be issued by Uli. He will send you a mail tomorrow. Today you will be receiving an email, probably today or tomorrow. Okay, so you will be receiving an email, and that is uploaded on CSS Amit Thatted app. Okay, so he will give a link of app also. Download that app. Okay, in app you can play this lecture. What lecture we are watching it out anytime. 1.5 times 1.5 views are there. An example, suppose this one lecture is of a stretch of 2.4 or 45 minutes. 2 hours 45 minutes one lecture. So approximately it can be watched for 4 hours, 4.5 hours. So this is something which is one point. But don't watch again and again. Don't waste your time. Only where conceptual point is. If sir, I want to ratify. So you have open lecture on YouTube in month of March. Nare? Focus on 21st March. 21st March. 21st March, 3-4 days connect with it. The only thing I am telling is that maybe in combination of Hindi and English, but it will not be in so much of Hindi. But I do think once you enter into this logic of mine, you will 100% attend one lecture. If any point of time you face problem, you mention in that comment, sir, English. Understood? Understood? It happened because that I will be taking in isolation. That lectures will be at night, 9 o'clock till 12 o'clock. Okay, so I will be taking from home. So there will be nobody sitting here. Now, right now you are sitting, so I am okay. So this happens. So it may happen anytime in English, but you will understand. So to ratify, don't use this lecture. Then when you will use this backup? Only when your conceptual issues comes into picture. When you are recalling, okay, you recall, hey, Markasam, that time I has taken a short nap. Sir was telling going concern, but my going concern was a doubt. Okay, so I took the short nap, and then you are not able to recall. Then you come to that lecture, and every lecture will have a name with standard. Don't worry. When the lecture, example, today's lecture will be day 3. Day 3, part 1. Part 1 will be having a standard number 500, 501, 552. This standard number will be there. So you will come to know which lecture. Sheet will be there. One folder will have all sheet which has been drawn in my main batch. I am just showing an example. Okay, I am just showing an example. Okay, which I always do. Example. Okay, if I focus on this chapter 3rd we have done. Suppose chapter 3rd. This is what I have used the sheets when I go with the main batch, which I have time. I write everything on the sheets. These are the questions in planning. These questions are there in sheets. This is everything when I go with a detail. Then I read with the main content, how I linked with the main content. The sheets I will be sharing there. All chapter sheets will be there. Okay, except small chapters. It's only mainly for standard. Small chapter again I read in a thorough only with the textbook. But this sheet will be there. This sheet will help you. Okay, what I am telling that if you have not written anything. Example, suppose, okay, you have not written this one. Okay, what you need to do? Google Drive, sheet of chapter, which chapter? Chapter 6. 6, download the sheet. There will be this example written. I hope the things are clear with your everybody. So you will be having a folder of lecture, folder of screen sheets, folder of test series which will be uploaded in March end or April first week, and a folder of revision lecture, okay, which I will be taking there also, and one folder will be of question bank which will be uploaded at question bank. Again, revision and question bank will again available on YouTube also. So these two will be, and question bank you will not be having a, I am not having a database of question bank, it is in my main book, but you can refer which module, all module question bank I am doing it out. And other question bank I will be sharing on Telegram channel, you just be subscribed to Telegram channel, that's it. Everybody, I hope things are clear. Okay. Any other thing you require, do let me know. I am there. Okay, I told you I am available. It's only that sometime I am down with my voice. So abhi example, right now these lectures are there. So month end marathons will be there a complete day. Morning inter marathon, afternoon foundational lecture will be taking, evening night marathon will be there. So complete day will be marathon. So I will not be having to respond immediately. So 10-12 days I will be occupied in this marathons only. So after a month in April, you message anything, I'll respond to you. Don't worry. Even you message, if I am active, I am good with my voice, I'll respond. So don't worry about the response. Response is very delivery, but you just clear it out. That's the only agenda now. And I don't want 40. 40, I do think you understood 40 can be okay, by standard. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, your 40 is done, Ray. Now you go ahead with that. I am interested in 60. For 40, it doesn't require me to come here and spend time of 5 days leaving my family and everybody aside. Okay, so 40 is not at all my target. And to score 40, I do think marathon is okay. So this is more of revision which I score. And I told you this on day one also. Only doing this batch is not an only outcome, because we are not spending 100, 120, 130 hours. We are spending 40, 45 hours. In 40, 45 hours, I am giving everything and data will be accumulated. Just, okay. So you have a backup option also. If anytime anything is above, you can use later on also. But make sure you clear, boss. Make sure that is the only agenda. And clear, when I am telling you clear means, so if I am telling you by going concern, first, second, third, implications. Make sure you understand. This will be question, Ray. I am telling you, rectify is one task, but application is one major task in examination. Imagine audit risk coming in your examination and calculation, you are aware about the calculation. Mark kasam, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 marks of yours. Okay, suppose this question comes into mind, you just need to crack it out whether it is second or third. Make sure that is where your skills are required. Crack that. You are done with the answer, boss. 4 marks, done. Not any extraordinary things are required. That's the only thing is you required that application logic. So 570, I do think 570 is clear at your end. And other important points, okay, this is first important point. I do think everybody is clear. The TCWG, the auditor shall communicate with TCWG. Everybody clear? Sometime there can be a delay in approval of financial statements. What is an approval of financial statement? Acha, who prepared financial statement? Management. Who approve? Board. Okay, and then it is issued to the shareholder. So if there is a delay in approval of financial statement, the auditor believes that such delay can be related to events or conditions related to, the auditor shall perform some additional procedure. Now what is the additional procedure? Let auditor think situation wise. Standard does not give additional procedure. Example of additional procedure which I discussed with you 2 minutes, half an hour before back. Okay, if you remember on 31st March, you will check for contingent liability. Contingent liability, whether liability is accrued, whether it is occurred or not, whether it is still contingent liability or not. Check that. Okay, use going concern basis, accounting is appropriate, but material uncertainty exists. Adequate disclosure. This as we have discussed all together. That's it. This is with your 570. Okay, everybody clear with 570? Pakka? The 570 mainly 2 things. First, if these indications are there, what is the name of this indication? Financial, operating and others. If this indication are present, what you will do? You will do these points. Everybody clear? Okay, and what are the implication on audit report? Is this basically a chart? So 570 is closed, 570 comes to 580. 580 is basically WR. Now the question comes is, what is WR? WR is written representation given by management. Question is, what is a WR? WR is basically an outcome of inquiry. I am inquiring with management. Management, okay, sir, tell me how many related parties are there? You told 2. Okay, how many transactions are there? You told 28. You mean writing? There are only 2 and there are only 28 transactions. No other transaction exists. No other related party exists. You mean that writing? This is called WR. Acha, who is responsible for financial statement? Management. You mean writing that you are responsible. Okay, who is responsible for internal control? Okay, you mean writing. So WR is taken for 2 things. One is for management responsibilities. One is for management responsibility, and second is for corroborative audit evidence. For corroborative audit evidence. Acha, okay, can I do like this? Okay, the inventory is in Assam. To go in Assam, it is very costly. To flight another element, cost is more to go in Assam. So, can I take WR from management that inventory is, and can I rely on this? Why? Because WR is not sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. WR is corroborative audit evidence. Make sure. Acha, I got a reliable WR. What is the meaning of reliable? Okay, his management is Bhagwan, God. He is God. No other person in this world is like him. Ganesh. Ganesh. Name itself Ganesh. No other person in this complete world is like him. He is giving in signing. Okay, reliable WR. Okay, now because the WR is reliable, should I do sampling rather than 100% examination in RMM? Okay, how many areas were RMM? 40. In 40, I should do sampling or 100%? 100%. But Ganesh is giving WR for 40. Ganesh. Okay, now can I do sampling or should I do 100% audit on this? Any reliable WR will also not reduce nature, timing, extent of audit procedure. What nature, timing, extent of audit procedure is other than WR is a corroborative, last corroborative, additional, okay, to match that one. So my issue is this one. Okay, I do think everybody clear with the WR. The first thing, WR is not a sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Second, it is a corroborative. Third, reliable WR will not allow auditor to reduce or change NT of audit procedure. Everybody clear? Understood? Okay, now thing is, okay, WR is given by whom? Management. First, he is denying to give WR. He is saying I will not give WR. In that case, what you should do? Discuss with management. Re-evaluate integrity of the management and later on check it out implication on audit report. Sir, why management may not give WR? Acha, who is management? CEO, Chief Executive Officer. Acha, Chief Executive Officer is management or TCWG? MD, Managing Director. Management or TCWG? Management. CEO is management. Okay, MD is management. TCWG is Board of Director, who is responsible to give to shareholder. Those who are charged with governance. Governance means transferring to shareholder. MD is not responsible to shareholder. MD is responsible to board. CEO is not responsible to shareholder. C is responsible to board. Board is responsible to shareholder. Shareholder will ask report from whom? Board. They don't ask from MD. Acha, who appoints MD? It is not shareholder. It is appointed by board. Make sure you understand this. So, WR I am taking from whom? MD. WR I am taking from CEO. Now, sir, who is MD in your company? Who is MD in your company? Okay, so let's assume, okay, Ganesh is saying, I am MD, sir. Okay, so, मैं बोला, sir, give me WR. Ganesh saying, sir, not possible. Well, what is the problem? Okay, Ganesh saying, I told him WR for what period? I told, give me that from 1st April 2023 to 31st March 24, all frauds were identified and told to me. You mean writing this? You mean writing this? Okay. Now he says, no sir, no auditor, no. Well, what happened, Ganesh? What happened? What is the problem, Ganesh? Ganesh says, no sir, not possible. Well, what happened? Sir, okay, I was not an MD earlier. Earlier there was Mr. P. From 1st April to 31st December. I joined from 1st January, New Year. Okay, I can give WR only from 1st January to 31st March, not for earlier period. मैं बोलूँगा ओ गणेश लिसन, I don't want WR from Ganesh. I want WR from Managing Director. And MD is a position which was there from 1st April to 31st March. I am asking MD from the position or person? Position. Now suppose in November 23 examination, suppose some goof up occur. Suppose goof up was there, some goof up. Example, goof up means some wrong happened in November 23 examination. Now you are raising your voice. You will raise your voice against president. The presidents will say, I joined in February. How will I be responsible for November 23? I didn't took the examination. You will say, I am not asking from a person. The president, that time also position of president was there, na? You are responsible. Baat khatam. Okay, I am asking WR from person or position. So you need to responsible to give WR. Then also if Ganesh is not giving WR, means Ganesh may be knowing that something is fishy. Okay, I should check the impact on audit report. Even if WR is not sufficient appropriate audit evidence, but WR is a ground to modify the opinion also. Okay, what if WR is not reliable? What is meaning of WR is not reliable? Okay, or WR is inconsistent. The WR he is giving and audit evidence which I have, it's not matching only. So in this case, again, evaluate the impact on audit report, but don't directly evaluate impact on audit report. First discuss with management, then re-evaluate its integrity, and after that impact on audit report. Again, I am telling you what exactly happens here. If Ganesh is taking care of 40 items of financial statement, now in 40 items, I should be skeptical. Not only in one item. Exactly happens this in audit. Now check in 40 items, you may find some material misstatement. Guarantee, if Ganesh is there. This is what happens with 580. This is exactly a 580. 580 logic, I do think overall logic you understood. Everybody? So my question, should we take a WR or not? Then why? WR is not sufficient appropriate, then why should we take WR? Because it is corroborative. It is corroborative. Make sure you remember this. It is a corroborative. Can I close this one now? Okay, update first. Objective of WR. Scope of WR. Scope of standard is to deal with WR. Objective to obtain WR. And WR should support other evidence. And if it is not supporting, responding appropriately. So what is the objective of this standard? First, auditor will obtain WR. He will compare WR with, and if that is matching, it's okay. If that is not matching, he will respond. I don't think objective is clear. Okay. WR is audit evidence or not? They do not provide sufficient appropriate on their own. Then why we take WR? Because it is corroborative. Okay, I do think everybody clear, Mike? Next point. Date and period of WR. As near as practical to, but not after the date of audit report. Okay, it should not be, WR should not be date after the date of audit report. Why? It may happen like this. Suppose I am asking WR from him. Today he is not available. Okay, Ganesh is saying, sir, I am busy. I am not available. I will give you WR. In month of April, I will be free in April. I will be free in April. Okay, give in WR. But April he forgot. Okay, I came again. So he will say, sir, I forgot. I will give in May, sir, May. And I gave audit report on 28th April. And he is giving on 2nd May. 2nd May he is giving WR. What's wrong in this? No, assume karo he is not changed. He is not changed. He is not changed. He was committed. Loyal person. Ganesh, name. Ganesha. Shivji. Loyal person. So what wrong? Then also it is wrong. Why? Oh my God. What is the use? What is the use? Use. But what is wrong in it? Huh? See, understand. This is very common practice. Whenever we take WR, management always say, I'll give you later on, but I give you guarantee that it's correct. This is common practice. He will not give WR every month. Example, it may happen in month of November, I'm asking WR. He may say, okay, I'll give. Okay, example, this may happen in limited review also. Tomorrow we'll discuss. Review of June. Okay, he's saying, I'll give WR, but I'll give in later on. I may rely on it. But not in audit. Okay, whenever I'm taking WR should be before date of audit report. Now what exactly? Why exactly? He may not present in company, that is a different element. But I am saying, assuming you are God, okay, then also you are giving correct WR, then also it is wrong. What I am discussing this. Okay, why before signing audit report I should be a documentation? Assembly is after audit report. Assembly of documentation 60 days from the date of audit report. 60 days are pending now. Within 60 days I can gather assembly. Your audit report would itself be wrong. Why itself be wrong? Okay, come to page number 7.2. 7.2. Read para number 4. What is the para number 4 of audit report? Basis. Basis may think about fourth point. Read fourth point. Fourth point. We believe that we have obtained sufficient appropriate audit evidence. This statement itself is wrong then. Because this is alone, it is not sufficient appropriate. But without this, sufficient appropriate audit evidence will not be done. Standard says like this. The biggest problem, if I do like this, even if the person is giving WR, see ambiguity, we leave ambiguity aside. What if he is a God, he is giving WR correctly, but on 2nd May, my audit report is wrong, because in my audit report, I told, I believe that I have obtained sufficient appropriate audit evidence on 20th April. But you are having an audit evidence. Now, this is incorrect then. The audit report is incorrect, because audit report says you have obtained, which is actually you are not. That is the main reason. Yes, Malik. To any company means? Yes. WR is for every proprietor also. Partnership firm. You are doing audit of partnership firm, where you are not focusing on Companies Act. See, come out of Companies Act. You are thinking from Companies Act only point of view. Okay, but you need to understand, okay, other than companies also, there are entities where audit will be there. In every entity, you will be following standards on auditing, not only in companies. Even you are doing partnership audit may not have a legal requirement of audit, statutory. But if anybody is called as a partnership auditor, which standard you will follow? The standard is not required to be followed only in Companies Act. We have never ever studied that we are doing only in Companies Act. It's a standard. Standard audit which need to be taken care by which auditor? Statutory auditor or external auditor or independent auditor. Okay. So nevertheless, I do think everybody clear? The WR shall be for all financial statement. Okay. Financial statement means for which one? Balance sheet, P&L, notes, cash flow and change in equity. Important points to be considered, which we have discussed already. First, if there is a doubt as to reliability of WR, if WR is, you have a doubt, then what we should do? You need to focus on impact on audit report. But after discussing with management, same logic. If WR is inconsistent, perform. And if auditor concludes that WR are not reliable, then 705. This is how you need to focus on all three elements. And if requested WR is not provided, then what is the meaning of requested WR is not provided? Discuss with management. Same I discuss with you. Okay, if you remember the example which I discussed. Okay, if management is not giving, reevaluate the integrity of management and put 705. What is the example of this last one? If you remember, I discussed this example. Okay, he came in management only from 1st January. This can be reason. So discuss with him, tell him, okay, I don't want WR from you, I want WR from position. Then after also he is not giving. It means he is aware about some material misstatement. Okay, so therefore I need to reevaluate his integrity. And then, okay, I need to check about 705. Everybody clear, Malik? Yes or no? That's it. Okay, this is with respect to your 6th chapter. Chapter 6, I do think every minute point I have covered when I'm discussing with you with chapter 6. Everything I have covered. I have not focused only from revision point of view. I have focused from additional elaborated content. Make sure, okay, almost we have spent on 2.5 hours on this two chapters where small standards are there. Hardly it is 4-5 page. Okay, Malik, the agenda is very simple. The agenda is application of the standards. Whatever discussion I did from last 2.5 hours, 3 hours, almost 3 hours I discussed with you. The agenda is application. The agenda is application. Examination it may happen. Last 2.5 hours out of this 40 hours may not come only. Direct question. It may happen. But I told you which question may come? Integrated, application wise. Make sure be prepared for that. Which standard is so important out of this all? I told you the 570 is so important, which need to be taken care from implication of audit report point of view. 550 I marked you LDR. 550 related party. Two things you need to be focused on LDR. What are the two questions? If new relationship exists and if the transaction is not at arm length. If you remember that, okay, 6.4, 6.4 and 6.5. This is very important for 550. 6.4 and 6.5. 550 के लिए page number 5.5, 6.4 and 6.5. Understood, Malik? Mila? Everybody? Okay. And baki other than that, one more important point which we have discussed, but I do think which we will discuss in 7.10, which was very important point we will discuss today morning. 5.10. 5.10 very important, huh? But from which point of view? 7.10 point of view, not from 5.10 point of view. 7.10 point of view, 5.10 you need to be very clearly differentiated. That's it. Okay, because responsibility of initial audit engagement, reporting responsibility goes in 7.10 and opinion responsibility goes in 5.10. Okay. Now coming on initial chapters, or to be very precise, the last part of the standard of your syllabus. Okay, there are two chapters. One is chapter 2 and chapter 7. Chapter 7, what we discussed, you are aware. Okay, it's very quickie point, except 705, which we will be discussing in detail. And if you remember in chapter 7, 710 and 720, I will be discussing along with 560. So to be very precise, technically speaking, the last chapter for standards is chapter 2. Standards on auditing I am discussing. Huh? After this, we will enter, tomorrow we will enter in, if you remember, SPF. What is SPF? Special Purpose Framework, which is standard 800, 805, 810. And then we'll enter into review, related services and assurance engagement. So tomorrow's agenda will be about review, assurance, related, special purpose framework and part of chapter 7. If at all pending. We'll try that we'll complete today only. But if at all pending, it may happen that some part of chapter 7 may shift it tomorrow. Okay. Except 710 and 720. Okay. So from chapter 7 point of view, right now I'll be focusing on 700, 701, 705, 706. So, but coming on, first of all, we'll complete chapter 2 first. Chapter 2 is about, okay, audit responsibility. Whatever name of chapter doesn't matter, you need to remember the standard. The first standard, which is very clear, is about 240. Okay. If I start with 240, okay, basically a fraud. It's again ratifying next 6 page. No other options with me or you. Question, you need to be very skeptical and you need to be very skeptical while writing an answer. Okay, because I don't know how many of you are learned this chapter in intermediate. In intermediate, this chapter was itself a chapter 240, and there if you studied fraud risk factors, we'll discuss it out fraud risk factors here, which is again IPO, incentive, pressure, opportunity. Why people commit fraud? There may be some incentive to commit a fraud. There may be pressure to commit a fraud. There may be opportunity. Acha, tell me if you remember yesterday's Cadbury chocolate example. Cadbury, there is an opportunity because inventory is small. Okay, I am telling Huli, do the fraud, else I'll remove from your office. Pressure. I told Huli, do this fraud, I'll give you 10% incentive. Incentive, pressure, opportunity. Sometime, okay, Huli is doing fraud because he knows Amit will not say anything. Okay, now this is not incentive, pressure, opportunity, but this is an attitude of management. Okay, rationalization, attitude. So usually whenever fraud risk factor come into picture, always focus on incentive, pressure, opportunity, attitude. These are the things which you need to take care. And for this all question answer will be separate question and answer. 8-10 question answers. Okay, sir. I bet, okay, matlab I'll just discuss from page number. If I discuss on page number 2.3, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5 till 2.5, 3 pages. I bet one question will be there, 100%. But these all things is almost ratify. Almost ratify. I can't help only because this all fraud risk factor. Conceptually, I will explain you, but conceptually will not help to remember the answer. This all 3 pages need to be ratified and thoroughly ratified. Baat khatam. In chapter 2, we'll discuss about 240. Okay, first standard, which we'll be definitely discussing before the lunch break. 240. After lunch break, okay, we'll be going ahead with 250 laws and regulation. Along with 250, there will be 260, and along with 260, there is 299. Sir, 265. 265 we discussed today morning, if you remember. Today morning starting lecture we discussed 265 brief, chapter 4. 265 was there. Remembered? DIC, letter of weakness. Chapter 4, framework before COSO. Before COSO, we have discussed that one only, letter of weakness. Remembered? 265. They have not mentioned standard 265, but that is 265. Remember na? Okay. So these are the 4 standard, and one more standard will be there, 402. What is 402? 402 service organization. But to be very precise, 402 I will discuss tomorrow along with SAE 3402. Because if we understand these two together, then only we can conclude the answer. 402 and 3402. Are you getting the point? So we will discuss this two, 402. So out of in this chapter, chapter 2, how many standards we need to cover? 4. 240, 250, 260, 299. That's it. Where I do think you are aware, 299 is damn easy, not a problem at all, except some things which we will be discussing from CA final point of view. 260, 250 is better, not an issue. 240 is cumbersome. Cumbersome when I am saying is many pointers, many pointers, many pointers. Pointers and pointers. You understand the concept, but not conceptual clarity will help you to remember the answers. So let's start with 240 first. 240, okay, so our agenda for chapter 2 is 240, 250, 260, 299. Okay, 402 we'll discuss tomorrow. And after this particular agenda is done, we'll come into which chapter? 7th, which will be the last chapter for the standards on auditing for GPF. Okay, then we'll enter into SPF and review and all other chapters. Tomorrow's lecture, whatever, the 7 hours, 8 hours, whatever, it goes up to whichever point, or 1 hour here and there, probably day after tomorrow, whatever. I'm telling you, 101%, only tomorrow's lecture will help you to score 16 to 20 marks. Because chapter 8, 9, 10, 11, I bet 101% you will be getting 3 to 4 questions minimum, bare minimum, I'm telling. Bare minimum. That's the agenda. Institute has been incorporating this standards. So, and this 16 marks I am discussing from 55 to 60 marks. Are you getting the point? So this is a total point that tomorrow itself lecture will have. And today, till today, from last 3 days, whatever we have done is basically approximately your 30 marks odd. 30-40 marks range approximately. This is how you will be covering your 60 marks till tomorrow. Okay, by tomorrow end almost we done this. Then we'll go approximately 20 marks, and the last we'll focus on the last point. Where definitely I already told you about bank and NBFC. Okay, I'll be telling you I'll be giving you a list of important. Baki 4 other chapters I'll be taking care of it. Okay, digital audit will be there, ESG audit will be there, internal audit will be there, PSU audit will be there, PSU or public sector undertaking, and CFS, holding and subsidiary audits. Okay, so holding, subsidiary, group audits, due diligence, forensic audit, something like that. Okay, so, but make it sure in other chapters you don't have a concept like standards. In other chapters you have a question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. It's a grouping point. Create a question, that's a question, that's an answer. Where concept will be there, I'll be assisting. Else, it's a question answer to be remembered. Okay, so coming on 240. Before going on 240, okay, just I'm creating some image in your mind. What are the image to be focused on? Sir, what are the 2 image need to be taken care? First of all, whenever I'm discussing about fraud, okay, first of all, financial statement, okay, should be free from Material misstatement. And material misstatement can occur due to two things. One is fraud and one is error. You tell me, okay, which is difficult to detect? Which is difficult, which is easy to detect? Why? Which is intentional? Fraud. Which is unintentional? Error. This is something which auditor need to understand. Acha, is auditor responsible to detect the fraud? No. Auditor's responsibility is to provide an opinion on financial statements which should be free from. But during the audit, he come across some instances. How will he come to know there is a fraud or not? That is what we are discussing in 240. So 240 says fraud can be of two types. One will be FFR and one will be MOA. What is FFR? Fraudulent financial reporting. And MOA is misappropriation of assets. One is fraudulent financial reporting and one is misappropriation of assets. Auditor, okay, you need to focus on these two frauds. Okay, how these two frauds, what are techniques to commit these two frauds? You will be understanding first point. Next two page, first page and second page, 2.1 and 2.2 will be how many types of frauds are there, how these frauds are committed, what are the techniques to commit this fraud. What is the technique to commit fraudulent financial reporting? What is the technique to commit misappropriation of assets? Plus, make it sure these techniques can be done only if there is a MOC. What is the full form of MOC? Management override of controls. Unless until, okay, fraudulent financial reporting will happen only if there is a MOC. If there is no MOC, this will not happen at all. What is MOC? Management override of controls. Please understand, when I am saying organization is having a control, these controls definitely plays a third role for employees. Okay, control plays a third role for employees, undoubtedly. Control plays a third role for employees. No doubt in that. Okay, but majorly speaking, when I am discussing about control playing a third role, one very important you need to understand, the controls are prepared by management. So management is in supreme position. If policy procedures are there, who is responsible to follow policy procedure? Who prepared policy procedure? Amit Tathad. Amit Tathad is in supreme position to override that one. Okay, see, I will ensure nobody is sitting. I have prepared policy procedure. I told Huli nobody should be inside without receipt. But do you think I will be in position to tell somebody do not come without receipt also? Answer is yes. My brother-in-law, he sat for the lecture. You ask Huli. My initial batch, 2013 batch. Okay, my brother-in-law was there. He was sitting in Iskaga batch. Okay, Huli tried to ask a receipt from him. I told Huli, we don't ask money from him. We give money to him. Big difference. Okay, he is not only student. He is madam's wife, madam's brother. Okay, SA 550. Don't comply also. There is no concept of arm length transaction. There is a length, only length. Okay, so now tell me, okay, did Huli restrict my brother-in-law? Yes, but management was in the position which override the control itself. Okay, that's abuse if you remember the word. That is management override of control. So FFR happens because management override of controls are there. But MOA, misappropriation of assets, does not happen because of only MOC. There can be many elements. Example, Cadbury, can there be a chance of misappropriation of assets? Assets can be taken out. Why? Because assets is so small in item. So first two pages we'll be discussing these two things. We'll close, we need to ratify. Baat khatam. We need to ratify. Okay, FFR and MOA. FFR, two answer will be there. MOA, one answer will be there. Okay, in FFR we'll discuss two answers and MOA one answer. Total three answers. Okay, first page you end. First, second page. After that we'll be entering into third, fourth and fifth page where we'll discuss FFR and MOA ke fraud risk factors. What is the meaning of fraud risk factors? Okay, see, auditor will never ever search for fraud. Auditor is not responsible to detect the fraud. Please make it clear in your mind. You are not here to detect the fraud. But you need to be skeptical where any factor comes into picture which indicate there is a chance of fraud. So you need to be alert with the factors. And factors, okay, focus on two type of fraud. Both the fraud may have a different factors. Example, okay, in FFR, you will focus on three factors. One is IPO. If you remember IPO, incentive pressure, opportunity, and there can be also an attitude. Same way, MOA, you have 4 factors: incentive, pressure, opportunity, attitude. But they have not discussed only incentive, pressure, opportunity, attitude. They have discussed pressure in multiple manner. Example, one industry is changing dramatically. Because industry is changing, there is a pressure on me to have my financial statements modified. Fraudulent financial statement. There may be some external reporting. Suppose I am going to list my entity. Right now my entity is unlisted. Suppose tomorrow I am going to list my entity. Tell me, will there be a chance I'll modify my financial statement so that the listing become easy? After listing, the trading becomes very quick. Will I modify my financial statement or not? There is a chance of fraud. This is something which is discussed in page number 3, 4 and 5. And the last page for fraud will be how you will deal with this. First of all, please make it understand, you are understanding very clearly. You are not here to detect the fraud. But if this indication presents, if this indicator comes into picture, this is called a fraud risk factor. What it is called? Fraud risk factor. It is an indicator. It is an what is the meaning of indicator? Okay, if there is a cloud outside, is there a chance of rain? If there is a cloud outside, cloud. Are you aware about clouds? No, black. It is something like this. It is something like this. I will draw some cloud for you. This is something. There is a cloud. There is something like lightning. It comes like this. Are you aware about this? No. Then one elephant is there. Okay. Then one nadi will be there. One what we say nadi. The elephant is drinking water from that river. You are seeing from backside, therefore you are not aware. You go on that side, you will come to this river is very big. Okay, so this is cloud. If this is what a cloud present, does this indicate that there will be a rain? But it is confirmed that it will rain? No, cloud may go ahead to the other place, and again, okay, what come? Suns. So please understand what you should understand. These indicators or factors are indicator which will help me to understand there may be a chance of fraud. There is no 100% fraud. There is a chance of fraud. If these indicators are present, I will perform my risk assessment procedure. I will perform which procedure? Risk assessment. And after my risk assessment procedure is performed, and if I get RMM due to fraud, I will respond. And to be very precise, I am telling you, response in fraud is very simple. Only one basic knowledge you should have. Who will respond to the fraud? It should be article or CA. He should be more skeptical. He should be doing more review. Response is end the chapter. That's it. And the standard means. That's how standard 240 comes into picture. I hope you understood the structure of 240. Now I'm starting with 240. So 240 says first paragraph. What is the first paragraph? General auditing principle and audit responsibility. Which standards will be covered here? That has been discussed here. Okay. Second, 240. The auditor's responsibility relating to fraud in an audit of financial statement. First, they have discussed meaning of fraud and its characteristics. Okay, help me out. What is the difference between fraud and error? That has been discussed here. Misstatements. Misstatement in financial statements. Okay, can arise due to fraud or error. The distinguishing factor between fraud and error is whether the underlying action result in misstatement is intentional or unintentional. My first question. Now here you be alert. First question start. How fraudulent financial reporting may caused by entities. Achha, how many types of frauds are there? 2 types. What are the 2 types of fraud? FFR, MOA. What is full form of FFR? Fraudulent financial reporting. And MOA, misappropriation of assets. Okay, so this is fraudulent financial reporting. First question. Fraudulent financial reporting is accomplished by how? First question. And what are the techniques which we are discussing? Fraud can be committed by management override of techniques. Okay, by using which techniques? So 2 questions for FFR. 2 questions for FFR. One is how FFR is accomplished. And second, what are the techniques for FFR? And next, one more question will be, okay, what are the techniques, okay, for MOA? What are the techniques for MOA? This is way 3 question is very important from examination point of view. So first I am discussing, okay, just rectify, that's it. First point, how FFR is accomplished? So there are 3 points by which FFR is accomplished. First, FFR is accomplished by manipulation of accounts. By doing manipulation, falsification, alteration of accounting records. I may alter accounting records. I may manipulate accounting records. First point. Second, misrepresentation or intentional omission from financial statements. And third point, intentional misapplication of accounting principles. Tell me, first point, accounting records manipulation. Everybody clear? Okay. Second, what is misrepresentation of financial statements or intentional omission of financial statements? Related party disclosure not given. Okay. And third point, intentional misapplication of accounting policies. LIFO should be there. You are applying FIFO. Misapplication of accounting policies intentionally. So what are the 3? How FFR is accomplished? How FFR is accomplished? Acha, what is the full form of FFR? FFR. Fraudulent financial reporting. How fraudulent financial reporting is accomplished? By 3 techniques. Manipulation, okay, omission and misapplication. Manipulation, omission, misapplication. Manipulation, omission, misapplication. MOM. Manipulation, omission, misapplication. These are the first point. Okay, this is how it is accomplished. How many techniques are there? How many techniques? But make it sure, I told you clearly, whenever FFR is there MOC also? What is MOC? Management override of controls. Without management override of controls, FFR would not take place. So to perform these techniques, we have 5 techniques in all. 6 techniques in all. 6 techniques in all. First, recording fictitious JV. Fictitious journal entry. What is the meaning of fictitious journal entry? Fake journal entry. Okay, the transaction has not taken place only and we have put journal entry. Second, inappropriate adjusting assumptions. Second point, inappropriate adjusting assumption. Mila kya? What is the meaning of inappropriate adjusting assumptions? We have discussed this one. Inappropriate adjusting assumptions. Provision for doubtful debt should be, okay, should be 5%, but you are putting 10%. Okay, 10%. Inappropriate adjusting assumptions. Everybody clear? I do think missing in book at this point. There or not there? Right, Vendega? So just print it out. Inappropriate adjusting assumption. Okay, first point is fictitious JV. Second point is inappropriate assumption. Third point, omitting, advancing or delaying recognition in financial statements. Okay, example, I paid the salary. I am omitting the salary. Okay, I am not showing that salary is there. I am advancing the salary. The month of June, I am posting in March. Okay, I am delaying the month of March salary. I am delaying in June. Omitting, advancing, delaying. Okay, how does omitting, advancing, delaying affect financial statements? Cut off. Remember cut off? Period. That will be impacting. Concealing or not disclosing the fact that could affect the amounts. I am not disclosing any facts which incur amount. Engaging in complex transaction. Sir, what is a complex transaction? Where international tax regulations may happen. Okay, I may do the transaction with some tax haven countries. What is tax haven countries? Where tax is not paid. I may do the transaction there. Panama Papers, you may have listened. That may I do. I may engage in complex transactions. And even I may alter the records. Okay, for unusual transaction or significant transaction. So what are the 6 techniques to perform FFR? Well, again I am discussing exam same point. How FFR is accomplished? 3. Okay, what are the techniques for FFR? 6. Okay, any example? These are the 3 ways how I will be accomplish this. But to accomplish this, these are the 6 techniques. Make sure in examination you don't get confused. If in examination question is fraudulent financial reporting and they are asking how fraudulent financial reporting is accomplished, 3 points. And they ask what are the techniques to commit fraudulent financial reporting, 6 points. What are the 6 points? Keyword fictitious, okay, assumption, fictitious assumption, omitting, advancing or something, concealing, Okay, is complex and alteration of records. What is meaning of alteration of records? Some records which may not be usual, you are altering. Example, what Huli is doing. Huli is showing me idli ka receipt. Okay, it is 100 rupees. Huli is putting and taking how much money from me? 1000. This is called alteration of records. This is fraudulent in financial reporting. Okay, this is how the concept happens. Atma, clear? Okay, one more concept is that MOA. MOA ka full form? Misappropriation assets. How misappropriation assets take place? 4 ways. There are 4 techniques. What are the 4 techniques to commit misappropriation assets? First, stealing. Okay, embezzlement of receipts. Okay, you give me money, I didn't put for A.T.Academy. I use for myself. You paid the fees. Okay, Ganesh came here. Ganesh paid the fees. I took. Okay, I put in system. I didn't put in system only. I went outside. I ate idli of that. Khatam. No in system. No. This amount is not in system only. This is called embezzlement of receipts. Company money using for personal. Anything. Personal purpose. Matlab not putting in company only. Embezzlement of receipts. Second point. Okay, is embezzlement of receipt ke baad stealing. Okay, is intellectual property. I do think everybody clear. Taking this laptop home. Okay, as Cadbury, stealing physical assets. Okay, third, causing entity for pay goods and services not received. Okay, you have not received any goods and services and you are paying to an entity. Example, okay, I am paying to Ganesh 10 lakh rupees and I am saying Ganesh has given me a services for preparing my final audit book. And I paid him 10 lakhs rupees. Now, why I did this way? The major simple logic is basically, okay, to save the tax. But how I will be beneficial here? I will tell Ganesh, I am cutting TDS 1 lakh rupees, 10%. You enjoy that TDS amount. Give me 9 lakh cash. So causing an entity to pay for goods and services not received by entity is again misappropriation of assets. Now 9 lakh I am using at personally, na? But 10 lakh amount was of A.T.Academy. Okay, so this is how I am using entity and services. How this point is different from recording fictitious entry? Recording fictitious entry, you studied F.5.R, na? F.5.R mein first point. Recording fictitious entries, fictitious JV. Movement of cash is not there. Okay, so then how it is misappropriation assets? Okay, so I am paying for goods and services not received because I am using the asset. Asset means what? Cash. Cash is of company. I am using for personal things by doing this transaction. Are you getting the point? And last point, using entity assets for personal use. Okay, basically this can be done very frequently by many companies. Okay, car is of company, but I am using for personal purpose. Okay, laptop is of company, using for personal purpose to watch Netflix and other things. Jabki you need to do the Excel, but you are excelling in some other area. The boss has given you the laptop at home to watch, to perform, not watch, to perform Excel sheet. But you are doing any other things. Okay, but nevertheless, misappropriation of assets. How many types of misappropriation assets are there? 4. What are the 4 types of misappropriation assets? Embezzlement of receipts, stealing physical assets, paying for goods and services not received, and entities assets for personal use. 3 question, make sure you are ratified. Ratify. No other option. First question, F.5.R, fraudulent financial reporting is how it is accomplished. Second, what is the technique for F.5.R and what is the technique for MOA? MOA is accomplished, technique same, one answer. MOA may you don't have any other answer only. Actually, it is the techniques itself to accomplish its objective. Okay, after that, who is primarily responsible for detecting and preventing fraud? Management. I don't think so I should discuss this at all. Okay, auditor is not responsible. Now then question is, what is the responsibility of auditor? Now listen carefully, when this 2.5 to be written in examination, question is this important. When this answer should be written in examination. When, listen carefully. My question comes, Amit Tated is doing the audit of Ganesh X Limited. While doing the audit, okay, Amit Tated came across some evidence which was indicating a fraud. Amit Tatir performed the fraud risk assessment activity, procedures and other element. While discussion, okay, with a management was saying, Amit Tatir, you are responsible for detecting fraud. Why didn't you detect this fraud earlier? Amit Tatir was discussing, no management, okay, that's not his responsibility to detect fraud. Now actually the confusion is, what exactly a responsibility of auditor in relation to fraud? Explain. This is responsibility of auditor in relation to fraud. Make sure you understand, in relation to fraud, what is my responsibility? First, answer is damn easy, 2 minutes task. First, I am responsible for financial statement. That's it. Financial statement should be free from material misstatement due to fraud and error. Therefore, I will be taking care about fraud and error. Else, I am not here for detecting fraud. I am not investigator here. I am not investigator here. You have not appointed me as an investigator. I am here to do opinion on financial statement. While doing this, to detect fraud will be difficult. To detect error will be easy. In fraud also, there are two types of fraud. One is employee fraud and one is management fraud. Which is difficult to detect? This is a responsibility you will answer. And the ability of auditor, kaan khule, listen, the ability of auditor to detect the fraud depends on multiple factors. Sir, what are the multiple factors? Example, how much fraud, who was involved in fraud? If senior person is involved in fraud, difficult to detect. If newcomer is involved in fraud, easy to detect. If collusion is, many people are colluded, easy to detect. If two people are colluded, difficult to detect. See, understand, if A, B, C, D, E, 5 people are colluded, somebody will be discussing something. But if only 2 people are colluded, discussion comes with vision. See, understand, if I done the fraud alone, I am aware, nobody will come to know. But if I and Ram is aware, Ram may speak somebody. If imagine me, Ram, Ganesh, okay, Sakshi, Disha, everybody, Manjiri is aware. Now help me out. Somebody and somebody. So help me out. If number of collusion is more, detecting fraud becomes easy. If number of collusion is less, detecting fraud becomes difficult. The factors are given. The factors, they have given the factors. This is your answer here. So when you should write this answer? Please make it sure. But when you should write this answer? Responsibility relating to fraud. Responsibility relating to. If I ask you, if fraud is identified, what procedure you will perform? What procedure you will perform? This is not the answer. The answer is next 3 pages later. If Amit Tatir identified the fraud, what Amit Tatir will do? What Amit Tatir will do? Next page. That is not response. Don't write this answer. This answer should be written if the question comes is responsibility of auditor in relation to fraud. Responsibility of auditor if fraud is detected. Detected. If there is a fraud which identified or detected, then what auditor will do? 3 pages later on. Okay, example, page number, okay, 2.6. 2.6 में 2.6, page number 2.6 only, 2.6, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, these are all answer what I will do if fraud is detected. So if I discuss with you responsibility of auditor in relation to fraud, page number 2.2, okay, what is the responsibility of auditor once fraud is detected in the entity? 2.6 page number by 2.6789 points number. Okay, once I go there, I'll again make you clear, like link there. But to the extent, I do think everybody clear till here. So if I read this, easy answer. First point, the risk of not detecting material misstatement resulting from fraud is higher than not detecting from error. Everybody clear? Second, the auditor's ability to detect fraud depends on factors. Acha, keep this separate answer itself also. I don't know whether it will come or not, but this can be a separate concept altogether. Huh? Whether auditor is able to detect fraud or not depends on how many factors. Okay, skillfulness of perpetrator, frequency and extent of manipulation. Help me out. If there is more frequency of fraud, detection is easy. If less frequency is there, detection is difficult. Degree of collusion, relative size of individual amount. If amount are big, Easy. Small amount, difficult. And the seniority of the individual who is doing fraud. So how many factors are there whether auditor will detect fraud or not? Okay, it's 5 factors. First is skill, frequency, degree of collusion, size and seniority. I don't know whether this will come or not, but I'm just making you alert. Okay, so what is the question here? Factors whether auditor will be able to detect fraud or not. Okay. And furthermore, the risk of auditor not detecting material misstatement resulting from management fraud is greater than employee fraud. Everybody clear? And after that comes your favorite portion. Okay, clouds. Badal. Fraud risk factor. And fraud risk factors. Okay, fraud risk factors are events or conditions that indicate incentive pressure to commit fraud or provide opportunity to commit fraud. Acha, fraud factor is confirmed fraud or is an indication of fraud? Pakka, it is not a confirmed fraud. Now we come with a separate question altogether. Now we are starting with separate series. Make sure next 3 pages you are completely isolated. All isolated question. Don't mix. Don't mix. Listen separately, answer separately. My first question. Don't mix with fraud risk factor also. Every question is separate. Every question is separate. Listen, apply, remember. First point. The first question says, there may be financial stability or profitability is threatened by economic, industry or entity operating conditions. Okay, yani organization stability or profitability is threatened by economic condition, industry condition or entity operating conditions. Okay, what I am saying is stability and profitability is threatened by, acha, my entity is stable, but now it is threatened by some industry condition. It is threatened by some, okay, economic condition, some entity operating environment condition. Okay, now because of which definitely I will be doing the fraud. I will be committing a fraud on financial fraud and financial reporting. In financial reporting, definitely I will be committing a fraud. Arey yaar, I was stable. Think logically. Okay, EIS is removed. Because of which condition? Industry condition. My question, will I commit a fraud on fraud and financial reporting? Yes. Going concern assumption, I will not disclose only. So this is exactly what are the condition which will threaten you. What are the condition which will threaten your stability and profitability? That is question. Okay, please listen carefully. मैं हिंदी में जाएगा इसमें थोड़ा सा फास्ट में. Please understand what question we are reading right now. Separate question, separate answer. Separate question, separate answer. The first question is, what are the industry factor which is affecting stability and profitability because of which management is forced to commit a fraud? These are not, okay, fraud indications. These are not fraud indication. These are indication which is showing me it is having an impact on stability of company because of which company is pressurized to commit fraud. Are you getting the point? Coming back once again. These are the condition, these are the indications by which it is forcing entity to commit fraud. But these factors are which factors? Industry factors. Which factors? Industry factors. So my question, okay, reading these factors, Aram se, we'll read it out. It's a 2-minute task, but understand the question first. My question is, are these factors which are there for fraud? No. Auditor alert. If you think, Arey, Amit Tatir ka EIS is removed, oh my God, there may be chances of fraud in financial reporting. This is something which you should understand. Oh, the industry demand is slow down. Oh my God, there is a chance fraud in financial reporting will be there. Oh, Chinese have entered in this business. Okay, competition is severe. There is a chance Amit will have fraudulent financial reporting. This is what you need to understand. Okay, yani these are pressure which is creating on entity to commit fraud. Which fraud? Fraudulent financial reporting. But which pressure it is? This pressure is created due to industry. Understood this question? No? Acha. Are these factors, are these fraud? These are factors which is pressurizing company to commit fraud. But these factors are नहीं, these factors are industry factors. ठीक है. Similarly, there may be third party pressure on management. There may be third party pressure on management which leads management to commit fraud. That is your second question. Example, listing. Example, shareholder. That is a commitment or a third party pressure on me. Okay, I want a bank loan. Pressure on me to show best one. That is your second question. Second question understood? Are you getting the point what we are discussing? My friends, next 3 pages I am telling you this is LDR. Why it is LDR? Earlier it was not LDR in last syllabus. Why? Because it was in inter and final. Now this standard is not there in inter. Not even a single page. This complete standard in CA final. I am telling you, mark my word. It seems somewhat cumbersome. You may think, okay sir, it is very thinking as a point, but I am telling you, it is only adjusting yourself with this situation. I bet this is damn easy and others will not be able to crack this. Meri guarantee. I guarantee that. Others will not able to crack this. But if you want to able to crack that, you need to have that patience to understand the question first. So my first question, what we are discussing fraud risk factors. Now my first question, first factor is which factors? Industry factors or economic factors which is pressurizing entity to commit fraud. Fraudulent financial reporting. To commit fraudulent financial reporting, not misappropriation assets. Fraudulent financial reporting. Second is third party pressure because of which, okay, committing. Third situation is personal financial status of management. Personal financial situation of management because of which management is pressurized to commit a fraud. Personal financial situation of management. Personal financial factors or situations of management because of which this is pressurized. So first 3 questions is on pressure. First 3 questions on pressure. What are the 3 questions on pressure? After that, we'll discuss on opportunity. But first 3 questions on pressure. Did you understood the logic? Hopefully. The first point. What is the first point? First, I'm just going with to which will help you to ratify this one. Competition, changes, customer demand, bankruptcy, cash flow, unusual profitability, new requirement. Answer is easy. Okay, which factors I am discussing right now? Industry or economic factors which affecting or pressurizing entity to commit fraud. Don't say fraud only, fraudulent financial reporting. So how many factors are there? 7 factors are answered. First point, competition, rapid change, customer demand, bankruptcy, cash flow, okay, unusual profitability and regulatory requirement. Help me out. EIS is removed. Which point? Regulatory requirement. Regulatory requirement, na? Okay, are you getting the point? Regulatory requirement. Understood? Okay, Chinese are coming in picture. Competition. Okay, technology updates are happening. Okay, rapid changes. Customer is not preferring us now. Customer demand is. I do think you are understood. Now what happened? Okay, sir, you will say how this is affecting fraudulent financial fraudulent financial reporting. Please understand, these are indication. This is not fraud. This is not fraud. This is only an indication which is indicating me there can be a chance of fraud. Fraudulent financial reporting. There is a chance. Okay. So if this factor is present, should I consider there is a fraud? I should be alert on more element then. I should be skeptical in more element then if such factors exist in the industry. Okay, then my client may commit the fraud. Sir, why client will commit the fraud? Because of this. To show him best. Acha, why we are preparing financial? Acha, tell me, a company will show the financial statement where he is doing super duper losses and proudly say we are in loss, we will be in loss, complete life will be in loss, we are gutter. Not so, na. The company wants its financial statement to be best. Even Zomato is facing loss, but it is showing in other way down. It is focusing on valuation. So why financial statement can be give any picture? You as a auditor, you need to be clear. It is not having a fraudulent financial reporting factors. Bharat Mata ki jai. Understood, Malik? Next point. Okay, executive pressure. Which requirement? Third party requirement. So third party requirement is basically, okay, focus on who are the third party. Investment analyst. Okay, additional debt is required. Listing requirement, or okay, reporting of poor financial results. 4 point. What are the 4 point? Investment. Second is banker. Third is listing, and fourth is shareholder. Understood kya? The 4 point is what? 4 points. First is investment. Second is banker, na additional debt. Next is listed, and next is shareholder, where financial, it will help me out if I am going with poor financial reports. Okay, results, my shareholder will sell the shares, and what will happen? My valuation will go down. Big problem for me. Okay, third, personal financial situation of management. Sir, what is meaning of personal financial situation of management? Okay, management is bound by entity because of personal finances. Management is bound by entity because of personal, yani from entity he took a personal loan. Now example, suppose Huli has took the loan from me. He is bound. Whatever I will say, he will do that. Na? Because at the end of the day, if he did not do, loan la, wapas, immediately repeat. Pressure. It is creating a pressure. Personal finances are creating a pressure. I hope you are understanding question. Okay. Significant financial interest in entity. What is meaning of significant financial interest? You are having a ESOP. If you have a ESOP, you need to ensure to increase the value, man. Second, significant portion of compensation being contingent. What is meaning of contingent? Depends on profit. Third, personal guarantee of debt of entity. Okay, personal guarantee has been given. Okay, and excessive pressure of management on or operating person. Excessive pressure is there. You can't do anything. These are the 4 points. Okay, and please understand, everybody is aware about everybody's life finances. Huh? So by everybody's life finances, I am aware about Huli. What Huli is the additional requirement. Anytime Huli does have, anytime any employee does chugli means sing fute. Okay, sometimes, sir, I will leave. Okay, we know the weakness, na. Okay, similarly, he also know the weakness, na. So, this is how the pressurized system comes into picture. This is what happens when personal finances are compromised with the entity. Personal finances should not be compromised with entity. Okay, this is possible in small entity, it's okay. But in large entity, this should not happen. It is a big challenge for everyone. So, Bharat Mata ki jai, this is something 3 questions of pressure. The 3 questions are of pressure. Are you understanding? Yes or no? Online Pandalok, did you understanding clear? Lakshmi ji, clear? Lakshmi ji, clear? I hope clear, things clear, man. Okay, the next part is opportunity. Close the opportunity. Now you are aware. Opportunity. Which opportunity this is? Fraud and financial reporting. Sir, first point, significant related party transaction not in ordinary course of business. You will not show only. Okay, it's my brother-in-law transaction. I will not show because it is an opportunity. I can misguide you. I will not show. A strong financial pressure or ability to dominate certain industry sector. Asset, liability, revenue, expense based on significant estimates. It's an opportunity, na? Estimates. Next point is complex transaction. So make sure you remember ratify. Ratify. What is the ratifying point? First is RPT. Second is strong financial presence. Third, estimates, post complex transaction. Fifth, international borders. How international borders is an opportunity? Tax. Tax haven countries. It is an opportunity. I can commit fraud by showing the transaction in tax haven countries. Using business intermediaries. How business intermediaries is an opportunity? To reduce the profits. Okay, example, if I am earning 100 rupees from you, I will tell, okay, 100 rupees has been given to, 20 rupees has been given to Chiranjeev sir, okay, 20 rupees has been given to Vamna, and 60 rupees is there. It may happen that I may be earning 90 rupees, but I may be creating intermediaries. Are you getting the point? The intermediaries always help to reduce the profit margins. Opportunity and significant bank account, subsidiaries, and branch is operating in which countries? Ch.7. Oh my God. Okay, if you remember, Modi ji told he will bring all amounts from that countries. Which account? Swiss account. Malum hai na? Okay, jokes apart, nevertheless. Okay, I am not doing any political discussion, don't worry. Okay, अपना कोई political agenda नहीं है भाई. Okay, anyway, I do think these opportunities are clear to you. These opportunities are which opportunities? Opportunity for fraudulent financial reporting. This opportunity is not for MOA. Make it clear. If I am asking opportunity for MOA, the things are different. Okay, this is opportunity. And now, okay, 2-3 points again more comes into picture with respect to your monitoring of management. Again, just remember, read. This is not. Acha. First of all, I will tell you these are LDR. First, this is so important. Second, this is so important. Third, this is so important. Fourth, this is so important. Yani page 2.3 complete answer is important. All 4 questions should be important. I hope you are aware, understood all 4 questions. Next, the monitoring of management is not effective as a result of following process. Help me out. Why management does not monitor? Why management does not monitor? Why I am not monitoring wholly checking the receipt or not? Attitude. It is an attitude. Don't you think it can create an opportunity for wholly also? But it is an attitude. Domination of management by a single person or small group. Okay, don't monitor. It's my control. Okay, I am taking care of it. And oversight by TCWG over financial reporting process. Okay, now it may happen that this oversight by TCWG is not done. Not done by TCWG. Okay, this is not done. Not done. Take it other way. Not done. If TCWG is not doing oversight, if TCWG is not doing oversight, do you think management monitoring is not done? So do you think management will be serious? The question is why, when the things come, why monitoring of management is not effective? Monitoring of management is not effective. Monitoring of management is not effective. So 2 things need to be remembered. Now this may be reason. First was domination of management by single person. Now this is a problem because of the complex or unstable organizational structure. If organizational structure is complex or unstable, this can be a question to be focused on for MCQ. What is the scenario where organizational structure is complex or unstable? Organizational structure means what? What is meaning of organizational structure? Okay, board of director, CEO, MD, okay, vice president, department, whole-time director for this departments and the employees there. This is organizational structure. My question is, this organizational structure can be complex. This organizational structure can be complex or unstable because of 3 things. Okay, what are the 3 things? First, difficult in determining the organization individual that it is having. Yani we are not aware only who is top. If I am not aware who is the top management, everybody is having a line hierarchy. Who is controlling whom? If everybody is in line hierarchy, who is controlling whom? So you need to understand, in this case, okay, organizational structure is complex. Can there be a chance of fraud then? Because line hierarchy is there. Second, over complex organizational structure. What is meaning of over complex? Board of director, vice president, MD, vice president. Right? Okay, MD above vice president, MD below vice president. Yes, we have 2 vice president. One is below MD wala vice president, one is above MD wala. You are making complicated here. Keep it simple. Either it is keep it above or keep it below. No, MD should be confident that vice president is below him. Okay. And vice president should be confident that MD is below him. Complexity. High turnover of which management? Senior management or legal counsel. So this is very defined. Now, when senior management is again changing again and again, this indicates the organizational structure is not stable. So this is again a very good question for your examination from MCQ point of view. Okay, when auditor will come to know the organizational structure is complex or unstable? 3 situations. First, okay, the auditor does not come to know who is having a controlling interest. Second, the structure is complex. And third, high turnover of senior management. Okay, internal component. One question, read and leave. Internal component control components are deficient as a result of following. When you will come to know internal control components are deficient when internal control are deficient, when inadequate monitoring, high turnover rates or employment in internal audit and accounting information system that are not effective. Sir, what is the question, meaning of this question? When you will come to know internal control components are deficient. What is meaning of this question? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, what is meaning of this question? Internal control component deficient. Internal control component. 5 components. Control environment, risk assessment, control activity, information combination, monitoring. When you will come to know these 5 components are deficient, either one of the component is deficient, when you will come to know 3 points. If there is no monitoring, okay, other component will not work. Acha, internal control component, leave. One question, leave. Internal control component. What is meaning of internal control component? It is component of internal control. Remembered? How many components of internal control? 5. Everybody clear? What is the 5th one? Fifth one. My question, if I am not monitoring wholly, okay, do you think the 3rd will be good? 3rd is what? Control activity. If I am not monitoring only, why control activity will be very good? If control activity is not good, then risk assessment is good. Correct, yeah? So technically, what the question is saying, when components of internal control is deficient, 3 things. First, the monitoring is not taking place. Second, okay, when you come to know the turnover of the people are very high in internal audit and accounting, yani the people are changing again and again, the components will not be effective. And the third, systems, okay, there is no systems, okay, which are not there. So the system is not there, so then it is not effective. What is meaning of systems are not there means? When I say systems are not there, it does not mean software, huh? Does not mean software. What is meaning of systems are not there? When I say systems are not there means? Combination systems are not there means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps are not there. Wholly is following own steps. Suppose wholly leave the organization, somebody else comes in, he will follow his own steps. Okay, now tell me, if this is there, so is the organization structured or unstructured? And the chances of fraud? This is the 3 reasons when you come to know COIC is deficient. This question is, therefore I told you, leave it out. Why? Because this was what we discussed in the chapter earlier also. But this is what, when you come to know COIC is deficient. Deficiency. And last point is attitude rationalization. That's it. Okay, after that this ends and MOA starts. But this is attitude and rationalization. What is meaning of attitude or rationalization? What is meaning of attitude or rationalization? Management attitude is to show high figure always. It's a management attitude. It's a casual attitude. My attitude. I want everything to be best. Acha, management does want integrity very clearly. Attitude. But these are the attitude. If you come to know, okay, there is a chance of fraud in fraudulent financial reporting. So what are the attitude of management which can we focus on? Inappropriate values. Non-financial management, excessive participation. Yani the person who is not having any financial interest is actually participating. Okay. Known history of violations. Excessive interest by management in maintaining or increasing entities stock price. What is meaning of this? Share price ko hamesha high, keeping high. How share price is kept high? By good financial statement, by giving a good performance. Actually it is not happening. It is an attitude. Whatever happen, okay, my share price should not go below 500, 550. Do whatever amount, show anything, show fraud figures. But my attitude is my stock price should be this much only. It should be skyrocket. Attitude. Except the practice of management of committing to analyst creditors. They can say, we are like this only. Okay, management failing to remedy. Today morning we discussed SDIC. Significant deficiency. Management is not rectifying. Why? Management say, don't rectify. Why you are not rectifying? Because there will be some benefit to management. Else, why you will not rectify? My question is, why you will not rectify? The person will not be rectifying only because he will be getting some benefits. It is an attitude. An interest of management in employing inappropriate things. Low moral among senior management. Owner manager makes no distinction between personal and business transaction. This is personal and business transaction. Dispute between shareholders. Okay. Unreasonable demands by auditor. ठीक है. Domineering management behavior in dealing with auditor. The last two is basically where auditor is not happy with management. Okay, unreasonable demand means auditor is asking anything, and because auditor is asking anything, okay, management say do anything na. And last point is domineering management behavior means okay, I am dominating you. These are something which is respect to fraud and financial reporting. Take a lunch के बाद we'll start with MOA, misappropriation of assets. Okay, Malik. Good afternoon, buddy. Good afternoon, man. Good afternoon, buddy. Good afternoon, Malik. Lord Malik. Hopefully, you will survive this session. You will survive. Just take care, man. Important session, boss. Hmm? Okay, Malik. So welcome back. Welcome back with respect to your original session, what we were discussing earlier before the break. We were discussing on fraud risk factors, which we have discussed basically with respect to your FFR, fraudulent financial reporting. Now we are discussing the same thing for MOA, misappropriation assets. Now in misappropriation assets, okay, we are discussing a fraud risk factor related to MOA. So here the answer is much easier compared to what we have discussed in FFR. Because fraudulent risk factor, fraudulent financial reporting may fraud risk factors were having multiple elements. How we have discussed for pressure, we discuss okay, economic pressure, industry pressure, third party pressure, or personal finances pressure, okay, which is not the case in the particular point of MOA, misappropriation of assets. So in misappropriation of assets, the things are very clear, okay, except one question will be very important for you, okay, other than that the things are easy. First of all, okay, what are the incentives? As if I discuss about incentive or pressure, the first point they say the person who is taking care or the employee who is having an access to cash is basically will be having an opportunity to do the fraud. The person who is having access to cash, and that is what they are basically focusing on. Personal financial obligation may create pressure on management or employee with access to cash or other assets susceptible to theft to misappropriate those assets. Okay, what is the opportunity? I do think you are very clear. Large amount of cash in hand can be an opportunity. If you have a large amount of cash in hand, you have an opportunity to do the misappropriation assets. Second, inventory item that are small in size, of high value or high in demand. Okay, I do think second point is very clear with Cadbury. Cadbury is inventory which is small in size, so it is an opportunity for you. Okay, which is an high in demand. Easily convertible assets. What are the easily convertible assets? Okay, bills of exchange, negotiable instruments which are easily convertible. These assets can also be created as okay opportunity for the particular person. So, acha, what we are discussing? We are discussing fraud risk factor. If these factors are present, is there is a fraud or chances of fraud? Chances of fraud. There is not a fraud. There is a chance of fraud. That is exactly what we are discussing here. Just make it clear you are understanding in the same line, Malik. After that, okay, we are discussing one more question. Okay, but before going on that question, let's close the below wala question 2.5 mein attitude or rationalization. That is because of management attitude. Okay, there can be MOA. Because management is having that attitude, the MOA can take place. Misappropriation assets can take place. Sir, what is that attitude? Disregard, okay, for the need of monitoring or reducing risk to related to misappropriation assets. What is meaning of disregard for need for monitoring or reducing risk? Okay, yani management is not interested in monitoring nor reducing the risk of MOA. Management is not taking any steps because management is not interested at all. Management says don't leave it now. What is the point? Second, disregard for internal control over misappropriation assets by overriding existing control. Yani management is seeing there is an overriding of controls, but management is not taking any steps. Again, behavior indicating displeasure or dissatisfaction. You come to know, you interact with the management and you come to know, okay, there is a behavior which is indicating displeasure or dissatisfaction. Management is not satisfied with his work. Management is not satisfied with any management commitments. Okay, changes in behavior or lifestyle that may indicate assets have been misappropriated. What does it mean? Any example, you are looking out the PUNE. Okay, the PUNE of the company. How much salary can be PUNE of a company draw? 20,000 max to max. Very big company also. Very big company, I'm telling. Very big company, I'm telling. Okay, but that PUNE is coming in Jaguar. Okay, that PUNE is wearing a Rolls, is wearing that watch which is costing a 20 lakhs rupees, 40 lakhs rupees. Now, this is indication of misappropriation of assets. This is changes in lifestyle. You know, okay, the person cannot have that lifestyle. If he is using that lifestyle, it means there is some fraud element altogether. And tolerance of petty theft. What is meaning of tolerance of petty theft? Example, small theft. Example, I gave Tuli 10 rupees. He brought some that mukwas or something. Okay, and it was 8 rupees. Okay, 2 rupees was with Uli. I didn't ask only. Okay, Uli took 2 rupees. Okay, I did. Uli is only there. Okay, that context, that is basically is tolerance about this is an attitude which is creating for more MOA, misappropriation assets. These are the 5 attitudes which can create, okay, or rationalization of management which can create misappropriation of assets. Okay, now this question stands to be important. Okay, make sure you may have that earlier, how the earlier question can came in examination. This question can also be there in examination. Sir, what is the next question? Inadequate internal control over assets may increase susceptibility of misappropriation of those assets. What does this question means? Read it and tell me. Inadequate internal control over assets. Inadequate internal control over asset may increase susceptibility of misappropriation assets. Yani my question, misappropriation assets is happening. Okay, why misappropriation assets? Okay, the susceptibility of misappropriation assets is increased. Acha, what is the meaning of susceptibility? Possibility. Why possibility of misappropriation assets is increased? Because there is a inadequate internal control over assets. If we have an adequate internal control over assets, do you think the possibility of misappropriation assets will increase? No. Because we don't have adequate control, we have inadequate control over assets. That is the main reason why the possibility of or susceptibility of misappropriation assets may increase. Are you getting the point? So now question is, what is meaning of inadequate internal control? Give me an example, and that example they have given. When I say inadequate internal control means keyword rectify. Inadequate internal control means inadequate SOD, inadequate oversight, two oversight. One is oversight of senior management expenditures, one is oversight of management, okay, on employees. Yani senior management is doing all expenses and nobody is checking it out. Yani who is not doing an oversight in second point? In second point, who is not doing oversight? Oversight means looking oversight. Okay, what you are doing, give me, show me. This is inadequate in second point. What is second point? Inadequate oversight of senior management expenditure means what? Okay, nobody is monitoring. So what example? Who should monitor the expenditure of senior management? TCWG. The second May, TCWG is not oversighting. Third May, management is not oversighting. Are you getting the point? Okay. Next point, we are appointing any employee. We are not checking whether the employee is ethical, integrity or not. Inadequate job applicant screening, inadequate record keeping, inadequate authorization, inadequate safeguards over cash. Okay, this is inadequate. So, mere ख्याल से first 7 points of inadequate is very easy. Inadequate SOD, inadequate oversight, inadequate job, okay, inadequate record, inadequate authorization, and inadequate safeguards. Okay, altogether I do think the answer is over. Remember till much? Okay, the answer is there. But when you will write this answer, what is the question? What does the question suggest? The question suggests why the misappropriation asset, possibility of misappropriation asset is increased. Possibility of misappropriation of asset is increased due to inadequate internal control system. Explain what are the inadequate internal control system. Okay, inadequate internal control system means what? Okay, all these are inadequate. Okay, after that, lack of complete reconciliation, we don't do reconcile. Okay, even lack of timely documentation of transactions. Okay, mandatory vacation for employee. What is meaning of mandatory vacation for employee? If you are aware, we have discussed mandatory vacation for employee. Why there should be a mandatory vacation for employee? How does it prevent fraud or detect fraud? Basically, if employee is committing fraud and he go on mandatory leave, somebody will be working on his behalf. Okay, so we can come to know who has committed the fraud, whether fraud is committed or not. Therefore, mandatory vacation is important. And inadequate management understanding technology. If you do not understand technology, there may be person who is understanding technology can commit a fraud. These are something which need to be taken care of. So Malik, misappropriation assets. What are the things we have discussed here? Misappropriation assets. That's it. Misappropriation assets. We have discussed first pressure incentive. Next we have discussed opportunity. Next we have discussed attitude rationalization. And we discussed one more example. When is the chance that MOA is susceptibility of MOA is increased? Which should be thoroughly remembered. This answer. Baki remember, okay, but all other you remember from MCQ point of view or concept point of view. This is what exactly 3-4 page we need to take care. Again I am telling you, earlier in old syllabus of final, this standard was there, this concept was there, but we would not emphasize, or not, rather than I would tell to student not emphasize more. Just remember responsibility of auditor and procedure of auditor. Ignore this all fraud risk factors, because this was part of parcel of intermediate syllabus. Because now they have removed this from intermediate syllabus, now this stands to be important from CA final point. Else I would have suggested clearly to, I would have suggested you also leave this chapter. Leave this chapter, leave this particular portion of fraud risk factor. Okay, so make sure these are LDR which I have discussed with you. Now my question, if I am aware about this fraud risk factor, what should I do? Acha, tell me, while doing the audit, complete year, if I am not coming aware of any of the factors, okay, so do you think I can close 240? Yes. 240 is it over. When you go ahead with 240, when these factors are present, my question, is this factor RMM? Is this factor RMM? No. These factors are not RMM. These factors are factors, indication. After this indication, you perform risk assessment procedure. What is the risk assessment procedure? Inquiring with management about these factors. Whenever we discuss about risk assessment procedure, keep in mind, mainly we do inquiry. After inquiring, I am asking management, okay, management, okay, how these things are done. After inquiry, I am getting responses. And based on that responses, okay, I may know or I may come across RMM, risk of material mistake. And then I need to respond. For this item, I should put a CA. Here there will be no structured answer. Reason is simple, because this is something which is generalized, which can happen in all 300 items. Acha, fraud will take place in which item? Fraud will take place in which item? Any of the 300 items. So there is not a structured approach. Example, coming on next 2 page, you will not find any structured approach. This is a generalized approach. We will read this one. Generalized approach. What it says, whenever you come across the fraud, first of all, please make it clear, you understand clearly. First answer is, if indications are there, what should be done? Then the question comes is, if RMM is there, what should be done? RMM and indication, both are different. Tell me, EIS removed. Now this is RMM or indication? Indication. This is not RMM. Then you inquire with me. After inquiry, you got susceptible. Oh, I do think Amit Tatade may commit a fraud. Then there can be a chances of RMM. By indication, you can't conclude there is an RMM, Malik. Please understand this one. Okay. So, Bhai Sahab, why? Read this point. 2.5, last line. Read this point. Why evaluation of fraud risk factor is by auditor is necessary? Why? The auditor shall evaluate whether one or more fraud risk factors are present. While fraud risk factor may not necessarily indicate the existence of fraud, they have often been present in circumstances where frauds have occurred and therefore may indicate RMM due to fraud. Therefore, we need to evaluate. Okay, I am telling, I need to evaluate fraud risk factor. If fraud risk factor are, please listen carefully what I am telling you. Okay, if you are not understanding, you are missing main question of mine. If I am saying fraud risk factor is present, if fraud risk factor is present, is this RMM? No. Evaluate this. After evaluation of fraud risk factor, is there fraud? No. There can be a chance of RMM. What I am saying is, take one of the factor. Take one of the factor which we discussed in last half an hour. Take one factor. Okay, if I am saying, okay, inventory is small, does it mean there is a fraud? No. But I will evaluate this thing. Evaluate means what? I will perform procedure. After example, what procedure I will perform? I will inquire and I will be skeptical. If after performing this procedure, okay, what it will indicate? Will it indicate fraud? No. It will indicate RMM. That's my question. That's my point. Mean to explain you. My question is, why should we evaluate fraud risk factor? To identify RMM due to fraud. If fraud risk factor is there, is there a RMM? I do think you are not taking my wording correctly. Once again, I am telling you, accept my wording, understand my wording, Malik. Understand my wording very clearly. I am very clearly discussing this narration with you all. My first question comes. Listen carefully. Fraud risk factor. Did we understood this all factors? IPOA. What is IPOA? Incentive, pressure, opportunity, attitude. Okay, my question is, this fraud risk factors are indicators or not indicators? Okay. If this indicator is there, my question, okay, what you should do? You should evaluate this. Are you getting my word? Okay, so after this evaluate means what? You perform some procedure to evaluate fraud risk factor. My question, after this procedure is performed, do you get in hand a fraud? No. You get in hand RMM due to fraud. After that, I will tell you to respond to this. To respond this, okay, is RMM. And after you do response, then you can get a hand on fraud. Understood or not understood? If I am asking you, see, understand, one is fraud risk factor and one is evaluating fraud risk factor. Both are different. Okay, if fraud risk factor is present, what you should do? Evaluate. Okay, by evaluating, what you will do? RMM. After that, you should response, and based on response, you will come to know whether there is a fraud or not. This is the structure. The first is fraud risk factor. So we have understood this fraud risk factor. Now tell me whether fraud risk factor is present or not. Give me one answer. Fraud risk factor present or not? Okay, let me. I am only giving. Fraud risk factor is present or not? If it is present, I will say evaluate. After evaluating, what you will get? RMM. After you do response, you will get fraud. Okay, question comes. Fraud risk factor is present or not? No, present ho gaya. That is not standard over. Standard over. That's it. If fraud risk factor is not present, standard over. No need to go ahead. Yani when standard go ahead? When standard is activated. When standard is activated, when fraud risk factor is present. And after it is present, you evaluate. I hope this is clear. Okay. Online punter clear. Lakshmi ji clear. Okay. Hope it is clear. If not clear, it's okay. Only one question is not clear. Okay. So technically speaking, okay, what you should do? Maintain professional skepticism. Okay. Along with this, you should discuss with engagement team. Okay, you should perform risk assessment procedure related activities towards obtaining information for use in identifying RMM. This is nothing but a concept of fraud risk factor ko evaluate. If any time I ask you how you evaluate fraud risk factor, okay, how you evaluate fraud risk factor, okay, ear open. First, skepticism. Second, discuss with engagement team. And third, perform risk assessment procedure. Now you will ask me, what is the risk assessment procedure? Sir, in main book, will there be any risk assessment procedure? Answer is no. There is no risk assessment. The risk assessment procedure basically doing inquiry. But while you are doing inquiry, maintain skepticism. So if I ask you how to evaluate fraud risk factor, what is your answer? 2.6, 2.7, 2.8. How to evaluate fraud risk factor? 2.6, 2.7, 2.8. No masala is there, but that is not ekdam extraordinary relevant. Okay, things is very clear. Now my question, after doing this, okay, what you will get? RMM due to fraud. Now respond. Now my question is, okay, now the fraud can be at two levels. RMM at two levels. What are the two levels? Financial statement level, assertion level. Okay, now you go with 2.9, 2.10, read 2.9 and 2.10. Okay, 2.9. Response to assess risk of material misstatement due to fraud at financial statement level. What is the question? Assign supervised personnel taking account the knowledge, skill, ability. Evaluate whether selection and application of accounting policies by entity is correct or not. And second, incorporate element of, if you remember, today morning also I discussed unpredictability. Incorporate this element here because it is a fraud. But which level? Financial statement level. But if fraud is at assertion level, you check that item thoroughly then. Okay, if it is fraud at assertion level means what? Okay, example I am saying fraud is in salary. Check salary detail, na? Do it 100%, yaar. Okay, see, financial statement level and assertion level, what is the difference? Pervasive means fraud can happen in any of the assertion. It can be in cash, it can be in purchase also, it can be in sales also. So they say you focus on these 3 points. But if fraud is at which level? Assertion. Assertion matlab I know where is fraud is happening. Example, related party disclosure is not done. You are aware now fraud is happening na? 550 you are following. Today morning we discussed 550 you are following. But along with this you also listen. The auditor may change nature, timing, extent of to obtain audit when that is more reliable and relevant to obtain additional corroborative. Understood? What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Sorry, you are already having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 evidence. Okay, but you understood there is a fraud. What you should do? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Increase the reliability. Take more evidence, take more corroborative evidence for that item. More, so that you can get a confidence. That is the response. Everybody clear, Malik? Understood or not understood? My question. First of all, fraud risk factor we closed. Acha, let me go with how standard 240 is coming to an end. Please close it thoroughly. First, we discuss FFR and MOA. FFR we discussed 2 things. How FFR is accomplished and what are the techniques. Then we discuss MOA ka techniques or accomplishment. Whatever, same one answer is there. After that, I came discuss with responsibility of auditor or in relation to fraud. After that, we discuss fraud risk factor, where FFR we discuss some question and MOA we discuss question. After that, I discuss with you whether fraud risk factor is there. Should we evaluate that fraud risk factor? The answer is yes. How should we evaluate? Skepticism, engagement team discussion and risk assessment procedure. After you evaluate, you get the RMM. If you get the RMM, how should you do? If assertion level fraud is there, the RMM ka response is different. And if it is financial statement level, RMM ka response is different. Two questions, separate question we discuss. Now, one more question comes into picture when we are discussing MOC. What is MOC? Management override of controls. If management override of controls is present, you find it that management is in, understand, management is very supreme position where he can override every controls. If this is present, okay, and this is present in FFR, huh? What is FFR? Fraudulent financial reporting. Boss, auditor, you check 3 things. First, okay, test the journal entries. Journal entry, check journal entries. All journal entries which has been passed by that particular person. Second, check for estimate biasness. There was a biasness concept. Okay, there may be biasness because management override of control is there. If management override of control is there, Pakka clear online control log. Okay, check biasness. And third, if management override of control is there, check for any transaction which may be outside the normal course of business. So if I ask you, if auditor identify RMM, if auditor identify RMM due to fraud at financial statement level, which number answer? Acha, you don't know number also. If I ask you, okay, auditor identify RMM, okay, at financial statement level, which answer you will write? Which paragraph answer? 2.9. Everybody clear? If auditor identify RMM at assertion level, 2.10. 2.10. Everybody clear? Yes or no? RMM at financial statement level, RMM at assertion level. Now my question is, okay, if auditor identify the risk of MOC, if auditor identify the risk of MOC, how auditor will respond or what is the procedure auditor will perform? 2.11. I do think all three clear. It will be hardly at, I'm telling you 4-5 lines answer and 4-5 marks. The only problem is you may end up writing other answer. That's nothing more than that. So make sure. Okay, 2.11 read. Audit procedure responsive to risk related to management overhead of control. Audit procedure responsive means respond. Response. Again, it's a response, Malik? 3 points. What are the 3 points? You should check journal entries. You check for bias and clear, Malik? Okay. Now, after doing a response, after going ahead with a response, you get a audit evidence with your hand. You evaluate evidence, think whether you need to modify the opinion or you need to unmodify the opinion. Whatever your scenario is, you can go accordingly. It's your choice. Okay. So once you get a audit evidence, okay, when the auditor confirm that, okay, that or is unable to conclude whether financial statements are materially misstated related to fraud, the auditor shall evaluate implication on it. Evaluate. First, implication. The auditor may decide, I will not be able to continue the engagement. Why auditor should not continue the engagement? Acha, in which case auditor should not continue the engagement? FS level. Because even if we do thoroughly, then also there may be a chance, there may be a fraud, okay, which may not come into his hand. So if he want to resign from an engagement, tomorrow I will not come, this should not be the answer. Okay, so what he should do? Determine professional and legal responsibilities which are applicable here. Consider whether it is appropriate to withdraw. And if auditor withdraws, okay, discuss with appropriate level of management that from tomorrow I am not coming, and determine whether professional legal requirements are there. Please understand, don't get confused. Many of them they say, sorry, it is confusing here. Okay, first point it says determine professional and legal responsibilities. First determine that. Second, consider whether it is appropriate to withdraw. And if you think to withdraw, if you don't think to withdraw, then continue. But if you think to withdraw, okay, then discuss with appropriate level of management and TCWG that I am withdrawing. And determine whether there is a professional or legal requirement to report. What is the difference between these two? First and what is the difference between this A and this second wala point? Reporting means what, Ram? Legal requirement means what? Some. Okay, Acha, then what is the first point then? That is on second discussion. That will be in B point, whether we should continue our discussion. I am discussing what is then this determine professional and legal responsibility. No. First is determine professional. See what I am before that. This, see how many steps are there on everybody on the screen. How many steps are there? A, B, C. 3 steps are there, and in third there are 2 steps. Total these steps is basically when I don't want to continue the engagement. So first I will determine professional legal responsibility. Means what? Basically I will check whether I am resigning in which period. If I am resigning end of the quarter, but within 45 days, I need to give one review report of that quarter. If I am resigning after 45 days, I need to give review report of next quarter also. I'm a listed company. If this is not a listed company, no problem. But if it is listed company, you know na, the problem is their limitation. That is your first point, determine. Second, if it is able, consider whether it is appropriate to withdraw. Can I withdraw now? Yes, because there is no problem. So if auditor withdraws, discuss with appropriate level of that I am not coming tomorrow. And if it does not, he withdraws, professional legal requirement to report means to whom it report. Example, ROC may require to report. There may be reporting requirement with CAG. CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General. CAG, we always say CAG, I always say CAG. CAG, C-A-N-G. Comptroller and Auditor General. In case of government company, I need to report. That is your second point, this one. Acha, okay, if I got the fraud, should I discuss with everyone there was a fraud by company? If you discuss like this, you are guilty of professional misconduct in second schedule of first part and first clause. Disclosing client information. Be skeptical whenever the things are done. You are not, even if you're coming across the fraud, unless until it is required by law explicitly or implicitly, you will not disclose that confidential information with outside world. Okay. Example, if company fraud is there, under section 143(12), I need to report to central government. If it is less than 1 crore, more than 1 crore, if you are aware, that is I need to report. But that is I bound by law. But if there is no law for example, tax fraud, there is no law. Tax fraud, if I come to know that my client has committed a tax fraud, I will not be reporting, but I will not be supporting him also. It means I will not be signing his report. But I will not be going to income tax authority. Oh, why? Okay, catch him. Mark some 200 crore fraud. Give me 30 crore. Okay, if tax authority catch him, okay, they know 200 crore fraud, then they give me 30 crore. He goes to ICI and tell ICI, this is what your chartered accountants are. We would have never shared the disclosure. We have never disclosed the information. How will I gain his confidence to share everything with me? He can share everything with me only if he have a confidence that Amit will not disclose to anyone. No client will have a faith on us. So, sir, it means if fraud is done, we are not required to report. Okay, it depends which clause. If the company fraud is there, you need to report under 143(12), you will report. Okay, if there is a bank fraud, you will not be reporting to RBI. And bank fraud hai to RBI ko bataunga main. You need to understand this. These are all part and parcel where our engagement understanding should come into picture. It is an implicit and explicit requirement of engagement. Make it sure you understand this. Okay, so basically I do think everybody clear till here. And after that, okay, sir, we have studied WR before the break. WR, what is WR? To whom we take WR? Management. Understand it? 580. But 240 says more WR. 240 says you will take WR, okay, for what? Management, give me WR that internal controls were well designed by you. Management, give me WR that you have disclosed me the management's assessment of risk. You have disclosed me the assessment of risk. And management, you give me WR that you have disclosed the fraud or suspected fraud which you have a knowledge. The knowledge which you have about fraud and suspected fraud. Management, give me WR that you have disclosed to the auditor that all allegations of fraud by regulator analyst are known to you and you have submitted me. These are the 4 WR should be taken by, okay, whom? Auditor, okay, from management. But this WR standard is 240. This WR not as per 580. Okay, now my question, under 240, if he does not give WR, then? If I ask WR, this WRs under 240, okay, management give me in writing that you have told me every fraud you are aware. He is not giving me WR, then what should be done? Go to 580, okay, not giving WR. Understood? 580 is when any standard is telling take a WR, and if WR is not, you are not getting WR, you are getting not reliable WR, then what should be done? 580. Understood? 580 ka last answer we have discussed. Doubt regarding WR, reliability of WR. Doubt regarding reliability of WR. And if fraud is there, okay, communicate with management, TCWG, communicate to regulatory if required. If required. I told you when you should communicate with regulatory authority, only if it is required by law. Okay, example of required by law is 143(12). Okay, and documentation. This documentation you can just read it out, close it out. Documentation not a concern at all. On fraud point, what procedure you have performed, what elements you have come across, that need to be documented. Okay, so you can ignore the documentation also. But that's 240 with respect to SA 240. So SA 240 goes in which phase manner? 240, if you understood, 240 goes like this, Malik. First you understood FFR. Okay, so how many questions? 2 questions. Then you studied MOA, only 1 question. Then you studied fraud, responsibility of auditor. Then you studied, okay, fraud factors. Factor for FFR. Then you studied factor for MOA. Various factors we studied here, if you remember, multiple questions. After that, okay, most important, evaluation of factors. How to evaluate factor? If you remember, skeptical रहना चाहिए, team members should be shared, and most important, risk assessment procedure should be done. After that, you studied response. In response, you studied how many points? 3. What are the 3 response? One is FS level, assertion level, and MOC. Do you remember the 3 responses? And after that, we have discussed circumstances. Circumstance when you cannot continue. And last concept, okay, is basically WR or from management. These are the questions which was covered in 240 part. 240 ka, these are the questions. I told you this is how the question need to be focused on. Here it was accomplished and techniques. We have discussed these questions as such. So 240 need to be taken care of. Again, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it's a gut feeling. The 240 will be there. And I'm jokingly saying leave one. That is a jokingly part. But don't leave at least those chapters or portion which definitely will have an impact in examination. Okay, what additional efforts you will require? Go home, study. Sit at night, somewhat study. It's only about doing some hard work. Okay, and just make it clear, you are not the only person in this world who is doing the hard work. Or let it be clear, you are not the only person in India who is doing hard work, sitting since morning and till night. There are many students who are giving this same examination. We need to compete, man. Okay, don't. Okay, isko मैं whenever I tell in Hindi, I always say like this. But अपने ऊपर तरस मत खाओ. What is? I don't know the meaning of taras. Don't pity yourself. Don't pity yourself that you are doing so much of work. Oh my God, you are doing this point. There is nothing to pity there. Okay, it's only the result will be given to you only. The benefit only will be accruing with you only. Okay, because once you get that option to get pity of everything on you, complete life will go like this only. Okay, complete life will go, let it be. I am doing so much of work. Let it be. Okay, don't ever. Okay, so much content. It's not only you are studying, na. All number 50,000, 60,000 students will be studying the same syllabus, boss. Okay, so make sure you need to come in 4 or 5,000 out of 50,000. To come in that particular number, you require that additional efforts need to be taken care of. Yes. So basically, 240 is base standard to be taken care of. After 240 comes your another LDR. Again, I'm telling you, chapter 2 is third LDR chapter. Chapter 2, third LDR chapter. Chapter 2, I'm telling you, maximum marks you will be getting. If I go with standards on auditing, I'm not discussing about SRE, SAE and other things. Again, if I discuss from chapter 1 to 7, if I'm saying looking from 1 to 7, I'm telling you chapter 2 will be such kind of chapter where almost all standard question will be there in your exam. And this is not my gut feeling, this is analysis. Every time I'm not going on intuition, oh why, oh Bholenath, Om Namah Shivaya, tell me what will come. This is analysis. Analysis. What Ganesh? WR. Before that, circumstances when you cannot continue. Circumstances when you cannot continue. This you will find in where? Screen sheets. I'll be sharing with you. That you will be finding it out. Google Drive. But not today. 3-4 days ke baad, you will get a link and altogether you will get that particular link of Google Drive. So you go ahead with that. Okay, sir. Huh? Okay. But what I'm telling is, please make it sure, yaar, boss, chapter 2 ka point. Twice saab. Okay, sir. Tell me 240 ke baad aata hai 250. What is 250? There are 2 types of laws and regulation which impact management. One is direct and one is indirect. Law does not mean GST. The first will be the law which is affecting directly financial statement. The law which is affecting directly financial statement. The law which is not having a direct effect on financial statement. So first of all, understand the scope. First scope, what should be done for the laws which is having a direct effect. Second, what should be done for the laws which is not having a direct effect. Which is not having a direct effect? which is having indirect effect on financial statement. And I do think we have discussed this point. Child labor. Child labor may not be having a direct effect, but indirect effect. Penalties, liabilities can be there, na? The second point. And third point, if you identified non-compliance, how should you respond? How should you respond? You come to know, oh my God, this is non-compliance. How should you respond? That is again shown by the standard. So 250, if I focus on 250, what is 250 focusing on? What is an objective? Read 3.2. Read 3.2, page 2.8. Read 3.2. To obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for direct effect. To perform specified audit procedure for not direct effect. This is for not direct effect. And last point, respond appropriately to non-compliance or suspected non-compliance. Anyway, how many things we need to cover in this standard? 3. What are the 3 things? First, obtain SAE for direct. Perform SAP. What is SAP? Specified audit procedure. This is not for both. This is for not having direct effect. So how standard 250 is going ahead? Listen carefully. How standard 250 is going ahead? Listen carefully. Ekdam aaram se. 15 minutes, huh? That's it. Standard is over. Very small standard, very easy standard. But make sure LDR. I already told you chapter 2. LDR, boss. LDR. I'm telling you. Mark my words. From chapter 2, you will be getting 3 questions minimum. Bare minimum. Itself from chapter 2. Okay. So first of all, I'm discussing. Okay. First of all, my question: are you clear with direct effect, indirect effect? Okay. So first of all, read this. Patafat. Read this 3.1. Read 3.1. The provision of some law and regulation have direct effect on financial statement in that they determine the reported amounts disclosure in entities financial statement. Yani in entities financial statement, the amounts are reported. Whose amounts are reported are called as direct effect. Whose amounts are reported are called direct effect. Example, direct tax, direct effect. GST, direct effect. GST is also direct effect. The amounts which are reported, which in financial statement is called direct effect. Clear kar raha hu. Once again I am clearing, my friends. I am not discussing about direct tax law, indirect tax law. I am discussing direct effect. What is the direct effect? Laws which amounts are reported in financial statement. The amounts which are reported in financial statement is called direct effect. Then what are the other laws? Other laws and regulation are to be complied with by management or set of the provisions under which entity is allowed to conduct a business but do not have direct effect on entity's financial statement. Not having direct effect on entity's financial statement. My friends understood kya? Waka. So my question, okay, sir, I don't know about in Hyderabad, but in Mumbai, okay, to start a business anywhere, if I need to start a class, I need to take a gumasta. Gumasta is a word. Shopa, we say in Shop Establishment Act. In Mumbai, there is a Shop Establishment Act. We require gumasta. Gumasta means license. Okay, I require a license. Okay, my question. Do you think as an auditor you should check whether Amit Adir has obtained license or not? Okay, direct effect or indirect effect? Indirect effect, not direct effect. But Amit Adir need to comply so that Amit Adir can conduct the business. Okay, suppose if I am complying with, if I am doing a transaction with internationally, foreign exchange, am I required to comply with FEMA? Okay, now question, direct effect or indirect effect? Direct or indirect? Direct effect or indirect effect? Okay, it is not direct effect, it is indirect effect. If my financial statements are in other amounts, if my financial statements are prepared in other amounts, then it may have a direct effect. Else my amount is going on whatever amount is discussed, na? But exchange rate, commission and other elements should be covered. If I do non-compliance with FEMA, can there be penalties to me? That is indirect effect. What is direct effect? Listen carefully. Any law and regulation, if that law regulation amount is disclosed in financial statement, then it is direct effect. The amounts are reported in financial statement. It is called direct effect. Now tell me, FEMA ka amount is reported in financial statement, kya? Nahi. But if there is non-compliance, okay, it will have impact on my business. That is not having direct effect. I do think first base ready or not? Yes or no, Malik? My question. Okay, so how many types of laws are there? Two. What are the two types of law? Direct effect, indirect effect. Okay, when I say indirect effect, it is not having a direct effect. Acha. Now what standard 250 suggests? 250 suggests the law which is having a direct effect, you obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence because the amount is present. Now tell me, if amount is present, give me invoice, give me GST invoice, give me the counter GST invoice. Okay, you have reduced the GST amount of your supplier. These two things should be done. Everybody clear? Okay. Now my question comes. After doing this, you obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence or you inquire, inspect. You may come across two things. One, there is a compliance, and one is there is no non-compliance. My question, if you find there is a compliance, standard over. Over the standard, khatam. Compliance hai, that's it. You obtain, you perform specified audit procedure, that's it. You obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, that's it. But our concern starts when there is a non-compliance. So when there is a non-compliance, auditor check for what is the nature of non-compliance, what is the reason, okay, what is the nature of non-compliance, and identify the reason and focus on reporting. You may require to report management TCWG, you may require to report shareholder, you may require to report regulatory authority if you are bound by reporting the regulatory authorities. You may be required to report. That's it. Standard ends. Technically, this is standard. One more additional question has been inserted, but this is not of standard. Okay, it is covered in standard, but this is not a standard. The additional question is, okay, the question how management will reduce, okay, or prevent non-compliance, or how management will detect non-compliance. How management, I am discussing from management. Acha, who is responsible for compliance of laws and regulation? Okay, so what management should do so that, okay, non-compliance should be prevented, or if not prevented, then detected. So what should be? Controls. That's it. You are checking a list of controls has been given to you. This is the additional question which is not part of standard 250, but that is part and parcel. So this is what standard 250. I hope you understood. Not understood, read it out. We'll close it out, but answer is very easy, Malik. And I'm telling you again, institute point LDR. Why, sir? Not in intermediate. Chapter 5, 6 completely in inter. Chapter 4, which we started was inter 300, 600, okay, 610, 620 were of intermediate syllabus. But I told you they were important. 540 was not in inter. Okay, 540 will only fine. Okay, chapter 4, 315, 330 intermediate. Controls completely intermediate. Chapter 2 is such chapter which is only of final. Only of final, Malik. Only of final. Understand this, huh? And you may not be knowing. You may be saying, sir, I may have studied this one. You may have studied this one because you are in old syllabus. In new syllabus, this has been removed. So, new syllabus 250 is not there in syllabus at all. So, my question, okay, first question, responsibility of management for non-compliance with laws and regulation. So, read following are the example of the types of policy and procedure by entity may implement to assist in prevention and detection of compliance, non-compliance with laws and regulations. What is the question here? Okay, what are the controls required to prevent or detect non-compliance? By whom? Management. Monitoring legal requirement. Instituting and operating appropriate system of internal control. Okay, developing and publishing code of conduct. Ensuring employees are properly trained and understand code of conduct. Okay, monitoring compliance with code of conduct. So there are three code of conduct concept. One is developing code of conduct, training of code of conduct, monitoring of code of conduct. Engaging legal advisor to assist in monitoring legal requirement. Legal advisor are required so that whether we are complying or not, we can check it out. And maintaining a register for laws and regulations. It's a punched answer, easy answer, huh, Malik? But what is the question? First question, what is the question here? What should be the policy and procedures with management so that there will be, okay, prevention or detection of non-compliance? So what are the types of policy procedure required? First, monitoring legal requirement. Second, internal control. First 2 point, legal requirement monitoring करना, internal control देखना. Code of conduct develop करो, train and monitor. After that, code of conduct goes on, legal advisor. And last point is maintain a register of all compliance with laws and regulations. Okay, this is your first point. Now coming on responsibility of auditor. Responsibility of auditor. Help me out. What is the responsibility of auditor? I have discussed. Don't look at text. Don't look at text. I discussed this one with you. What is responsibility of auditor? 2 types of law. What are 2 types of law? Direct and indirect. For direct, what auditor should do? Sufficient appropriate evidence. For not direct, SAP. How many SAP points are there? 2. Inquiry, inspection. Okay, after that, should you do you think only by doing inquiry, inspection and sufficient appropriate evidence auditor should rely, or he should be skeptical every time? Skeptical, and he should obtain WR. Okay, that's over. Aram se read karo. Read it carefully, because it's very easy. You may be creating a confusion on yourself, but I am telling you it is nothing to do with confusion. First point, read Aram se. Okay, look at this. This answer is over. This particular main part of the answer, here and here. First point, read. For compliance with provision of those laws and regulations generally recognized to have a direct effect on determination of material amounts and disclosure in financial statement, the auditor responsibility is to obtain appropriate evidence about compliance with laws and regulations. Done. So for which he should obtain SAE? Direct. For other laws and regulation, that do not have direct effect, determination of amounts, but compliance with which may be fundamental to operating aspects of business, the auditor's responsibility is limited to undertaking specified audit procedure. Limited. I am not here for sufficient appropriate audit evidence. I am only will do SAP, which has been told by 250. For child labor, I will not be doing any extraordinary thing. For child labor, I will be only doing 2 things which has been told by me. 250. Limited to help identify non-compliance with those laws and regulations that may have a material effect. Okay, and what are the 2 points? Read the next page. The auditor shall perform the following audit procedure to help identify instances of non-compliance with other laws, means not having direct effect, that may have a material effect on financial statement. What do you need to do? Inquiry and inspecting correspondence. I don't think clear. And during the audit, the auditor shall remain alert to the possibility of non-compliance. And the auditor shall request management and where appropriate with TCWG to provide WR. So help me out. How many procedures are there for auditor? How many procedures are there for laws and regulation compliance? Ghanta. 1, 2, 3, 4. First is direct effect, obtain SAE. For not direct effect, perform SAP. 2 points, 1 and 2. I. Okay, after that, okay, is alert. After that, alert and WR. That's it, answer over. Either I say responsibility of auditor or I say audit procedure. The answer is this only. Why? Okay, how I need to obtain sufficient appropriate? Acha, for direct, why they are telling to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence? Let's check whether amount is mentioned in financial statement here. The amount is mentioned in financial statement. So if you are mentioning amount in financial statement, give me the paper, na? If you are telling this much is the amount, give me a document, give me a working point. I hope this is clear. Okay. Now the next task comes is, what if there is a non-compliance? What if there is a non-compliance? So what should be the auditor procedure? Audit procedure when non-compliance is identified or suspected. First, okay, he should have a understanding the nature and circumstances. What is the nature of non-compliance and circumstances? Why there is a non-compliance? And further information to evaluate possible effect on financial statement. So first, what he should understand? Nature and circumstance. And second, he should obtain further information to evaluate possible effects on. What is meaning of this? Okay, he should obtain information to evaluate possible effects on financial statement means. When I require to do these 2 things, A and B, when I am required to do these two things, A and B, if non-compliance or suspected non-compliance is identified. Acha, what is it? If I ask you, explain the procedure for auditor, okay, for compliance with laws and regulations. How many procedures you will write? Everybody clear? If I ask you, explain the procedure for the laws which are having direct effect. I confused, but direct effect then? Nahi, only one nahi. 1, 3 and 4. Nahi, understood? Understood. For direct effect you will obtain sufficient appropriate, you will alert and obtain WR. If I say what procedure you will perform for not having direct effect? 3 points. Kaun sa? Second, third and fourth. I hope you are clear. Okay, division. The question may come anything, na? And this question itself, okay, how you will ask institute, please don't give me separate question. Okay, so if this question can come in 3 formats. First, complete all 4. Second permit, 1, 2, 3, 4, one combination. 1, 3, 4, second combination. 2, 3, 4, third combination. Before that, one question has been clearly done. This is why I do think clearly how management can stop non-compliance, prevent non-compliance. This is 6.7 points. Easy answer. This is the second answer. The third answer, what if non-compliance is identified? Do 2 things every day. First, focus on nature and circumstances. What is the nature of non-compliance and circumstances? And second, obtain information so that you can identify the possible effect on financial. What is meaning of this one? Further information. No. Inquiry inspect. I am not asking procedure, but obtain further information. How to obtain further information is not required here. Obtain further information. I may do inquiry, I may go inspection, whatever it may be. What I want to achieve by doing this? What I want to achieve by doing this? Penalties. Perfect. There can be penalties. There can be going concern issues. There can be some disclosure issues that need to be taken care in this point, Malik. So for penalties, who will assist us with penalties? Management. Now 2 things will happen. Management may give this information to us, or management may not give. Okay, that's if sufficient information. Read the next line. If sufficient information about suspected non-compliance cannot be obtained, the auditor shall evaluate the effect of lack of sufficient appropriate evidence on audit opinion. That is medical. I do think technically you are clear. Unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, and you will put post in which standard? 705. 705 modified. Qualified or adverse can be anything, but modification. Qualified or adverse. Nahi, qualified or adverse nahi. Qualified or disclaimer. Why qualified or disclaimer? Unable to obtain, na? I am not able to obtain, na? Because I am not getting further information, na? If further information, if I am getting further information, help me out. If non-compliance with laws and regulations are there, will I mention qualified adverse? No. Okay, sir. If qualified adverse cannot be there, because if there is a non-compliance and it is mentioned in financial statement, if penalty is given and it is mentioned in financial statement that penalty is because of non-compliance, how financial statements are not correct? How financial statements are not correct? Tell me. If there is no possibility of qualified and adverse, there can be only 2 things. One, there is a non-compliance and management is not giving information, nor I am getting how much penalties can be there. So if disclosure is not done, then I am not aware what is the thing happened. Then I will be giving qualified or disclaimer, because I am not getting any information. But if there is a non-compliance, listen carefully. If there is a non-compliance, management is writing in the notes, na? We have employed child labor. Okay, now in future we will not do. We need to pay penalty of 50 crore. Now you will tell financial statements are adverse. Financial statements are true and fair. It's showing correctly, na? You may think about going concern, but going concern is not yet doubtful. Okay, 50 crore, it's okay. We are a 2000 crore company. What is the problem with 50 crore or 50? You want 50 crore? 60 crore? Take 10 crore more. Firecracker companies in India, yaar. What do you think? Just go with the survey of firecracker company standard. Read their audit report. Bhai, I don't know हमें मतलब don't मतलब ऐसा भोले मत बनो, भोले मतलब don't be मतलब don't become so innocent. भाई in India every firecracker company is employing a child labor. Every firecracker company, boss, then only it is so cost effective and profitable venture. And they get a penalty, hefty penalty. Go on the standard company ka. Okay, so you will come to know. Okay, these are the point. So they are saying I am okay with paying penalty, na, but I am increasing more profit with that penalty, na. Okay, the better option is penalty. How much penalty? Take this. Let it be. Okay, but I am getting a child labor with very low cost. Very low cost. Child labor, what they earn, yaar, kuch bhi nahi. But that's how the concept works. And last point. Okay, I do think you understood this concept. Okay, so when you should do this, when you will write this answer, beta. If non-compliance identified. So understand. Okay, how many questions till now? 250 has done. 250. First question is, okay, how management can prevent non-compliance? How management can prevent non-compliance? How management can prevent non-compliance? This is your first answer. What is the audit procedure for compliance with laws and regulation? 1, 2, 3, 4. I discussed this point. If non-compliance is identified, what auditor will do? This one answer. And last point. Okay, if non-compliance is identified, what are the reporting requirements? So how many reporting requirements are there? There are 3 reporting requirements. Reporting non-compliance to TCWG, reporting non-compliance to audit report, and reporting non-compliance to regulatory authority. Okay, so these are the 3 things we need to check it out. Okay, so reporting non-compliance to TCWG, tell them this was a non-compliance and I have identified. Reporting non-compliance to audit report, basically mention in your audit report. It can go with qualified or adverse also depending on scenario, but there is rare circumstances. They will disclose. So, just highlight that point. There is a non-compliance and this must be a penalty. There can be a regulatory or enforcement authority. There may be requirement. RBI may say any fraud you identified in, any non-compliance you identified in bank, report to us. Paytm, non-compliance was there. Okay, they have identified. And who reported? Auditors. Auditor reported. RBI ko kaisa manu padta? Okay, auditors have been reported. And because auditor reported, RBI came into picture. RBI told us non-compliance reported. Close down. Yes. Many elements. ATM to out of the imagination now. N number of times non-compliance. N number of times. For what? Yesterday. Probably I have not watched any update yet. But non-compliance is at a peak for Paytm. Non-compliance at a peak. And they have been warned by RBI numerous times. It is not only one time. Since they have gone listed, they are into non-compliance and they are very dynamic. Let it be, we'll handle. Let it be, we'll handle. Let it be, we'll handle. Okay, handled. Now the board changed, the CEO resigned. Now new board authority may come. Now what things will happen? How the restructuring will happen? There can be even CIR process, corporate insolvency resolution process. May possibly if some loan or some supplier amount has not been paid. There can be a chance. There can be a chance. Paytm may approach in this one. Whatever it may be done, but you need to understand this was an attitude. Non-compliance was an attitude of management. He was aggressive and he was not worrying only. He was thinking he's staying in India. What is the problem? In India, no worry about non-compliance. Everything in Hyderabad also, I don't know, in Hyderabad, Pune, I have seen this many times. Okay, Pune also and Hyderabad also. Mumbai, and see, understand, I'm not debating because I'm from Mumbai. Now I have shifted to Pune only. I'm not staying in Mumbai. Okay, Mumbai, my papa, brother, and they are staying. I shifted to Pune from last 2 years. Okay, only because of health reason and other things, environment, pollution, etc. Mumbai is highly polluted now. It is second Delhi. Second Delhi. Okay, you come to Mumbai, this all the problem, maximum problem is because of that other element. Otherwise, there is no way. Mumbai is no way. But the dream is Mumbai. The things are different. But if you ask about the compliances, okay, you go and ride a bike or something in Mumbai, you will come to know, okay, on a highway, people automatically, proactively take care not to break the signal. But when I see in Hyderabad, I see in Pune, okay, looking there na, okay, don't worry, I'll go here. I am having an option. Okay, and if any, I still remember one, it was so big, drastically joke. It is something around 2015, 2016. I am discussing of 7-8 years back, around the 9. When I was taking a batch in Lakdi Ka Pul, near Lakdi Ka Pul, okay, I was staying in Dwarka Hotel. If you are aware, Dwarka, Rukmini Riveria. I used to stay in that hotel. Almost 6 years I stayed in that hotel only, whenever I was staying here. And when I was doing up down also, that hotel car was there, which was every day leaving me, taking me and other things, during up down also. Rukmini Riveria is my one of the favorite. So, Rukmini Riveria is basically Dwarka. Dwarka is tiffin and Rukmini Riveria is hotel, affiliated with Dwarka. So, I was just standing beside that, there is a signal, okay, that which goes to Himayat Nagar. So, I was standing and I was in, I do think it is a 2015, 2016. I was in Honda City, something like that time. I was waiting on signal. There was a triple seat, guys. Triple seat. Three person was going on Activa. Triple seat, very commonly. Okay, police Havaldar came. Havaldar means police. In Mumbai we say Havaldar. He came in between. He told, take side. They were not taking side only. Okay, that police took the key, turned back, and police was saying, now come. Okay, that guy brought another key, put in there, and done. Oh my God, this is the one of the darkest one. The person was aware that Havaldar guy, no, क्या वो उसको 100 rupees की जगह 20 rupees का की and you agree or do not agree, okay, you may not be agreeing because you are yourself driving sometime, but you agree or do not agree, I have seen this. Okay, non-compliance in Hyderabad is peak, non-compliance in Pune is peak. Peak means peak. Signal red, then only we go. Green will stand now. Green is very good, yaar. Red, oh my God, it is attracting me. Pune also is like this. Pune also, same. Mumbai is something different. Okay, and anybody taking a photo, take. Okay, in Pune, I still remember. Pune, one Kaka is there. Kaka, I tell Kaka, staff, Pune office staff. One staff is there. He is having a bike. Okay, bike again. It was office one. But office se maine shifted to him only. That bike is having a penalty of 40,000. And if I sell that bike na, it will come only 22,000. Max to max. So much of non-compliance. Helmet, going, every time. List of non-compliances. Okay, and I told Kaka, it was logic. Kaka, why don't you wear the helmet here? Every time, Marathi, we speak in Marathi in Pune. They speak in Marathi. Nice zamat, not comfortable helmet, so it is okay. And he's old one, na. The Kaka is of age of 50, 48, 50 plus something. So, what will say now? What should we? Now I am telling, even it is not worth paying that penalty also. If Havaldar is coming, okay, is taking bike, leke ja. You sell better option. So, non-compliance, when we are discussing, if non-compliance is of going concern impact, if non-compliance is going concern means now bike will be taken away. Okay, you need to understand, you need to highlight the shareholder in audit report that now it is adverse because it is going concern. But now it will link with 570 also then. So 250 link with 570 because it is having a condition. Okay, and if you remember 3 condition indication we today morning we discussed: financial, operating and others. This bring others indication, non-compliance. Other, this can be an indication for going concern. And if you remember, this can be a part of 4 remember 4 reporting, implication on audit report, 4 reportings. Okay, in this 4th, going concern become inappropriate. That can be a part here also. If penalties are heavy. Okay, so perfectly correct. I do think 250 is very clear now. So 250, how many questions to be done? Yeah, my friends, I'm taking care of 250 very clearly. Why? 250 is first question, beta. First question is management policy procedure to reduce NC. What is NC? Non-compliance. Second, audit procedure for non-compliance. Okay, sorry, non-compliance. Compliance with laws and regulation. Okay, audit procedure if non-compliance identified. And last point, okay, is reporting of non-compliance. How do you think all 4 questions are clear now? Only second question can come into multiple permutation combination, which I have discussed with you already. Okay, the second question point you need to remember that 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 3, 4 or 2, 3, 4. That's it. If you remember that what I'm saying. The next is I am talking to Uparwala now. Who is Uparwala? Who is Uparwala? Above me. TCWG. Uparwala. Upar. TCWG. Those who are charged with governance. So my first question is basically who is TCWG? So remember board of directors. But sometimes whenever the TCWG is not defined, okay, I agree with the management who will be working for TCWG. And TCWG matter should be discussed with whom? That is what the exact discussion should be done, okay, by an auditor. Now when we are discussing about this all elements the point, okay, first of all 260 focus on what are the matters to be communicated. First question, what are the matters to be communicated? LDR question. What are the matters to be communicated? You can't communicate everything to TCWG. Today morning I came for audit, communicated to TCWG. Today I ate breakfast, communicated to TCWG. Today I have lunch, communicated to TCWG. Today I have a short nap, communicated to TCWG. Today I will having ice cream, communicated to TCWG. You can't discuss everything with TCWG. You can discuss everything with management. You can't discuss everything with TCWG. So what are the matters to be communicated to TCWG is mentioned in 260. Acha, help me out. In TCWG communication should be one way or two way. Okay, one way means I will communicate only to TCWG and TCWG will take you, okay, communicate it, go ahead. Chal, get out. It should be like this or two way. Healthy discussion. It should be an healthy discussion. When TCWG is getting interested, then I will be coming to know, oh, why he is interested in auditor. He is taking care of us, boss. TCWG should be also doing a two-way communication. Interest should be there of TCWG boss. These are the elements which need to be taken care of. And that's where the next portion comes with TCWG. So first of all, okay, make it sure, TCWG. TCWG main question is this one. Matters to be communicated, 4.2. Rectify everything whatever possible in 4.2. And not only 4.2, it will be going on next page. 4.2, that's it. Bas. This is the only one question. That's it. Your 260 is done. Non-compliance. Hey, ambulance or police? Ambulance. This is ambulance. Achha. Ambulance. Police का कैसे होता है? Ting. No, that is fire brigade. Yes. Okay. So TCWG, first of all, first discussion comes as basic discussion. Okay, sir, should we communicate with TCWG? Answer is yes. The question comes is, okay, TCWG के साथ, what is the significance of this communication? Why? What do you think? Sir, first of all, if I communicate with TCWG, two-way communication is there. Okay, we will maintain our independence. We will maintain our independence. Okay, independence and objectivity. We will not be biased. Why? See, understand, can there be a biasness when we discuss with management? Why biasness comes when we discuss with management? Okay, which threats came across me with management? Acha, with whom everyday discussion comes into picture? Management or TCWG? Management. Okay, so don't you think you become familiar? Okay, acha, day before yesterday you and today you, both are different, na? Day before yesterday you were something for me a new one. Okay, now today I am much comfortable with you all. Okay, there's a familiarity one. Okay, 2 days back, okay, if anybody doing, okay, I would tell, oh madam, no, take care. Oh madam, no, why are you sleeping? No. Today. Today, family threats. Okay, today, having a short nap, it's okay. So, help me out. Are you getting the point? Familiarity. In 3 days, we get so much familiar. Imagine the management and auditor will be working for years. How much familiar will be there? to ensure that we don't compromise our independence, to ensure we don't compromise our objectivity and independence, we need to have a healthy discussion with whom? TCWG. Are you getting the point, Malik? TCWG. I need to have a healthy discussion with your parents. TCWG. Healthy discussion. Okay, comfort zone with management. I am being an auditor. Alert. Okay, so healthy discussion. Okay, imagine karo, if parents, her parents come today and say, how she was studying? She was, sir. Then I will be, oh, no, I need to be very clear. That is basically where TCWG plays a role. TCWG ensure the auditor is independent. Auditor is not going with objective, compromising his objectivity. This is your first point. So what I am discussing is the first question, basic question. What is the significance of the communication? Why we should communicate? Why we should communicate? The first, okay, it will ensure the relationship is developed while maintaining the auditor's independence and objectivity. Second, can TCWG give me a relevant information for audit also? Can TCWG give me a relevant information for audit? Answer is yes. Okay, the auditor is obtaining from TCWG information relevant to audit. And most important, okay, so help me out. If TCWG discuss with me, my RMM is increased or decreased? Decreased. Why RMM is decreased if there is a discussion with TCWG? Okay, because if the responsibility is performed by them, it means the controls are effective. Acha, help me out. Who is responsible for preparing financial statement? Management. But ultimately, who should oversight? If TCWG is saying we have fulfilled our responsibility, my RMM, overall RMM, acha, T understand. Okay, I come to TCWG, are you doing your work properly? TCWG say yes, I am overseeing, I always see what is done or not. Now tell me, the RMM for financial statement level or RMM for assertion level will be high or low? Okay, think, acha, other way around. I am coming to TCWG say we don't check only. Okay, management know what is happening in their life. We don't know what is happening in their life. Okay, now tell me, okay, RMM, high. Okay, if TCWG say, no, we are checking it out. RMM, decrease. That's the most important. The third significance of this discussion is that we can conclude, we can reduce our RMM. We can understand, by understanding the responsibility of TCWG, that RMM is reduced. So, what is this question? Question is what? What is the significance of this communication? Why we are communicating? What is the significance of this communication? The significance of communication is three. First, independence can be maintained. Second, okay, the information we can get. And most, okay, is reducing RMM. Three things are there to be taken care of. Understood or not? Everybody? Yes or no? Perfect. Okay. After that, objective is auditor. Objective is, you read it out. I am directly coming on my main question. Matters to be communicated. First matter, highlight first matter, LDR, very important. First matter, what is first matter? What is first matter, Malik? First matter, what is first matter? Auditors in relation to financial statement audit. Yani what I will communicate in first matter? In first matter, what I will communicate? TCWG, chalo, let us understand. Ganesh TCWG, okay, last two, your TCWG of Ganesh. The last two person, okay, your TCWG. Sir, what's your name, sir? Gopi. G-O-P-I. Gopi is TCWG now. And sir is TCWG along with sir? Raju. Gopi and Raju. Okay, TCWG. Okay, hi, how are you? Are you doing happy? TCWG enjoying the life, sir? Okay. So, sir, okay, please understand, I am an auditor of your company, sir. Shareholder appointed me, sir. Sir, please understand my responsibility. I will be only giving an opinion on financial statement. I am not the person who will be preparing financial statement. I am not the person who will be putting internal control. Financial statement is your responsibility, sir. Okay, internal control is your responsibility. First point, what I need to communicate. My question, when will communicate this? When will communicate this? If I am appointed on 19 June, when I will communicate this? Engagement letter is different. Engagement letter is with management. Engagement letter will be given to CEO or MD or something like that. But this is communicated when, okay, once I am appointed, after that I am communicating. This is after appointment. But when? Okay, year end or starting? Starting. This is starting communication. Starting communication, boss. Second, read second point. What I will communicate? Land, scope and timing audit. Okay, Gopi sir, Raju sir. Okay, tomorrow I am coming, sir. tomorrow and day after tomorrow I'll be meeting your team A, B, C, D and everyone. You tell this management also, this also. I'm coming. I will be checking all 40 areas, everything I will not discuss. I will give overview of planning or detailed planning. Okay, I will be coming. Why I should discuss this with TCWG? So that they are prepared. Okay, that audit will be done. The evidence need to be given. Second point. But make sure you are not compromising. You are not compromising the quality of audit. Okay, so communication regarding plan, scope and timing audit may assist the TCWG to understand better the consequences of the auditor work and assist auditor to understand better entity and its environment. To be very precise, okay, it would be an intermediate syllabus. Okay, always when in inter, I always teach like this. Okay, when I start with risk assessment procedure, I always say the risk assessment procedure start always with inquiry with TCWG. And it goes, Raju bhai, Gopi bhai, I am coming tomorrow. Okay, any area specifically you think which is not correct? Now Gopi bhai, Raju bhai is saying, Amit, okay, we are very integral person, integrity wale person. Our management is also told. But our management does some mistake in estimates. Okay. Now you understood how my list, 40 point of list comes into picture. Now my first point comes into picture is estimates. That's how I get that 40 points. 260 and 40. That's how the things are done. But this is what done during this point. The first point, what I am communicating with TCWG? First, responsibility. Second, what I am communicating? Scope and timing. Scope and timing. Third, what I am communicating? Significant findings. Now here, take aram se. Significant findings. Okay. Now question, when I will communicate significant findings? Think logically. It is at starting or during the audit? This is during the audit. So in significant findings, okay, you find it out. You will find 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. There are 5 matters to be communicated. Aram se. Okay, so Gopi bhai, Raju bhai. Okay, first I will be discussing with significant qualitative aspects. Significant? Sir, what is significant qualitative aspects? Listen carefully. OFU, example I am giving. Significant qualitative aspects means what? Understand, okay, AFRF suggests LIFO also and FIFO also. Which I will use? LIFO or FIFO? AFRF suggests both. We'll use both. Both you will use. Which you will use? Can you use any of them? Can you use any of them? Okay, you are using LIFO. Okay. So my question, if you are using LIFO, are you wrong or correct? Correct. If you even use FIFO, are you correct? So there is no problem with this. Raju bhai, Gopi bhai, sir, okay, management is using LIFO. But to be very precise, sir, in industry, all other organizations which are working in our same industry are using FIFO. Better we use FIFO. This first point, significant qualitative aspects. Understood? Significant qualitative aspects. This is something which you need to understand. I do think you are getting the concept what I am discussing. Significant qualitative aspects. Okay. Yani, please understand, it is nothing to do with opinion, but it is improving quality. So I am saying improving quality. Second, okay, what I am focusing on? Significant difficulties encountered during work. Gopi bhai, Raju bhai, difficulty hai sir, difficulty hai. My management, I went to management is not giving evidence, sir. Difficulty. I'm going to management saying, auditor, 2 days only, complete audit, get out. Sir, undue pressure, sir, undue pressure. Sir, I am requiring more efforts to get the evidence, sir. Sir, difficulties are there, sir. Please look into the matter, sir. Difficulties, sir. Tell management, sir. This is third point. Second point, significant difficulties. Now the question is, what is meaning of significant difficulties or example of significant difficulties? Just go below. Okay, just go below. This question, apni, okay, retail. What are the significant difficulties which are communicated to TCWG? What are the significant difficulties communicated to TCWG? Understood? Go below. What are the significant difficulties? Check the list. What are the significant difficulties? First, significant delay, unreasonably brief time, extensive unexpected efforts, unavailability of unexpected information, restrictions imposed on auditor, okay, management unwillingness to make assessment of entities, ability to going concern. So my question, when I will when I will communicate with TCWG significant, first what I need to communicate? What are the matters to be communicated? First, First, ghanta. First is responsibility. Second is scope and timing. Third is significant finding. In significant finding, first is significant qualitative aspect. Second is significant difficulty. Now my question, what are the significant difficulties? Separate question. The third point, okay, unless all TCWG, unless all of the TCWG are involved in managing the entity. Example, suppose this board of directors are also MDs only. I will not discuss the third point then. But if board of directors are not MD, then I will be discussing a third point. What is the third point? Okay, I will discuss significant matters which are arising during the audit. Significant matters which are arising during the audit, and WR, the auditor is requesting and management is not giving. I approach the management for WR, he is not giving me. Significant matters I will discuss with you. Okay, Gopi bhai, Raju bhai, okay, these are the matters we need to discuss, significant matters. Okay, make it sure everywhere word is significant, but don't get confused. First is, okay, see, this is significant findings. In significant findings, first is significant qualitative aspects. Second is significant difficulties. Third is significant matters. So main head is main head is acha, main question if you want to go is matters. In matters we are on third point. In third point also we are on third point only. But what is the third point name heading? Findings. In findings, what are the three significants yet? Significant qualitative, significant difficulty, significant matters. Unless until TCWG is not involved in managing the entity. So what are the significant matters? Go on the next page. Are you getting significant matters? Okay, aram se, last question, last point. What are the significant matters which need to be discussed? First, significant events or transaction, business condition affecting the entity, concern about management consultation. What is meaning of management consultation? What is meaning of management consultations? Do you think management also use the experts? Management experts. Concerns about management experts. Management experts. Concern about management consultant. Discussion or correspond in connection with initial or recurring appointment. Some discussion would be there. And significant matters, okay, which are disagreement with management. 5 are the significant matters. Acha, with whom I am discussing this? I'll explain with the example again. Okay, with whom I am discussing this? Unless until he is not involved in management. If he is involved in management, he is aware about this. He is not involved in management, I am discussing. So sir, what I am discussing? First, Gopi bhai, Raju bhai, okay, these were the events and transaction which has occurred during the year, but these are significant events. Sir, what are the significant events? Basically, some complex transaction may be have been done, international transaction have been done, where tax jurisdiction was even in tax haven countries were there. But I do think there may be a tax implications which you may have need to face. Second, okay, the business condition affecting the entity, going concern issue. You may be not knowing this or may not be knowing this, but this is a severe condition which need to be taken care. Okay, litigation claim, management has discussed one lawyer, but I don't think so that lawyer is capable of calculating any point. I have appointed my expert. Okay, that particular expert is giving a different answer altogether. The third point, concerns with management consultation. The fourth, okay, boss, this is my initial engagement, so I am not aware. So management is not assisting me. Or this is my recurring engagement, management is not assisting boss. In all things. And last point, the significant matters which there is a disagreement with management. What is meaning of disagreement with management? I am saying management, you should follow this particular policy. Management is saying no. Example, 15% should be followed. I am saying provision for doubtful debts. Management is saying how much percentage? 10. Disagreement with management. Estimates wale points. See, management can disagree with auditor on which points? Tell me. If policy procedures are there, if AFR is there, can management disagree with me? Not at all. No power only. You will disagree when your judgment is applied. So judgmental matter are this. So with whom I am discussing this matter, beta? Only if he is not involved in managing the entity. Third point. I do think third point clear, Malik. Everybody? Fourth point. Any circumstances that affect form and content of auditor report. Can anybody help me out? Example with this? Huh? Going concern. Or example, any reason because of which you are modifying the opinion. Okay, anything, any reason which can be modifying the opinion. My form and report is getting modified. Okay, that is what I am telling you. Acha, today morning, today before the break, I told you, will I modify directly and give surprise, or will I give the draft report? That is only exactly, I am discussing a draft report with you. Okay, that this is the scenario, this is a modified version. Okay, please ask your management whether it need to be done. Gopi bhai, Raju bhai, I have done very correctly. Ganesh is not helping bhai. Ganesh bhai is not helping it out. Check it out. You discuss with Ganesh bhai. Okay, and any other significant matter. So tell me, in third matter, how many matters are there? 5. In third matter, how many matter? Acha, total matter chhod do. First of all, I am discussing third matter. Which matter? Third. So third is, heading is significant finding. In significant finding, first, significant qualitative aspects, significant difficulties, significant matters. Okay, form and content of audit report. And last point is any other significant, etc. Last is etc. Does not have any answer, but any other significant matter. Everybody clear? Once again, what are the matters to be communicated with TCWG? Matters to be communicated. First is, oh my friends, first is responsibility. Second, scope and timing. Third, significant findings. Everybody clear? Yes or no? And last matter, okay, as you will communicate, is about on page, next page, 4.3, communication of auditor's independence in case of listed entity. Can you help me out? This is applicable only in case of, if you are a listed company auditor, you are required to communicate with TCWG. राजू भाई, गोपी भाई, आपकी कंपनी लिस्टेड है, इसीलिए मेरे को आपके साथ कम्युनिकेट करना पड़ेगा. मैं इंडिपेंडेंट हूँ, मैं आई एम इंडिपेंडेंट. आई हैव आइडेंटिफाइड द थ्रेट टू इंडिपेंडेंस. आई हैव एलिमिनेटेड द थ्रेट टू इंडिपेंडेंस. Even independence may, I am taking 2 types of fees from your company. I am taking audit fees and assurance fees, and also I am giving some non-assurance services. Okay, non-assurance fees is there, but that is not exceeding assurance fees, because if non-assurance fees is exceeding assurance fees, I will be getting compromised. So any time, any point of time, non-assurance service fees should not exceed assurance fees. And again, make it sure, if you are thinking non-assurance services, I am discussing from bookkeeping point of view, internal audit point of view. Arey bhai sahab, I can't give those service only. 144, section 144, are you aware of section 144? Section 144 prohibits auditor to give major services to the company. Bookkeeping, I cannot be bookkeeping. I cannot give internal auditor. Okay, financial services, outsource financial services. I cannot give investment services. I cannot give advisory services. I cannot give any management consulting services. But then which services you are discussing, sir? Then Amit sir, which services? I am discussing for non-assurance. Like example, SEBI requires some report. I made the report and prepared the report, and I am taking fees for that. That is not part of my auditor. SEBI require that report from statutory auditor only. ROC require that report from statutory auditor. Then I will be giving a report, na? I will be signing the report or not? Okay, but I will be doing in free, kya? So that is which fees? I will be charging this fees for non-assurance. What should not increase what? Non-assurance should not increase assurance. If non-assurance fees is increasing more than assurance service, na, more than audit service, my independence can get compromised. Okay, and that I need to communicate here. I am safeguarding my interest. Okay, this is 4.3, you need to understand. Okay, but this is required only in which companies? Listed company. That's it. This is what you need to understand with your matters to be communicated to auditor. Matters to be communicated by auditor to TCWG. How many matters are to be communicated, Malik? First, four matters. What are the 4 matters? First point is responsibility. Second is scope. Third is significant findings. And last point is listed company में independence. अलग है क्योंकि listed company वाला point है. हाँ तो but that is a part communicated ना. नहीं matters में 4th matter भी है. That is separate because a listed company. Therefore I taught together only ना. Okay, once again I am telling you how many matters are there. Make it sure 4 matters. But 4th matter is applicable only to listed company. What I need to communicate in listed company? That I am independent and independence. And whenever there was a threat to independence, I identified and mitigate. And what is my assurance fees and what is my non-assurance fee? And what are the first 3 matters we have discussed? Responsibility, scope, and significant findings. Okay, once again, answer it out correctly, please. Matters to be communicated to TCWG. How many? 4. And in third matter, how many matters? 5. So how many points will be there? 4 plus 5, 9. 9 points answer will be there. But you are not required to mention this one at all in this. Understood? Okay. ये नहीं mention करने का, ये फिर कब करने? When you should mention this. I'll discuss that one first. Understood क्या? ठीक है. I'm asking you, explain what are the significant findings to be communicated with TCWG. Understood? Yani I am asking only third point. So you will be mentioning how many? 5. Okay. If I am asking what are the significant difficulties you encountered during audit to be communicated with TCWG, now this is what answer should be there. Understood? Okay. What are the significant matters unless and TCWG not involved to be communicated? Just make sure everything is significant. Okay, but ahead of significant, which word is there will decide which answer should be written. Okay, and that's end of 260. Okay, here one more point they have given, but this I'll be covering it later on. Okay, once we enter into 700 series. Okay, should we communicate with TCWG when we are taking care of 705, 701, 706, 720? And yes, even in 570, whenever there is a going concern issue, we should communicate with whom? TCWG. Okay. And how should be communication process? This is our discuss. Okay, how should be communication process? One way or two way? What is meaning of two way? If I am communicating, he should take interest in it. Gopi bhai, Raju bhai, are you interested? Yes, sir. Okay, so that is two-way communication should happen. Okay, when we should communicate this matter on timely basis. On timely basis. Remember this, on timely basis should be communicated. On timely basis. That's it. Timely basis means what? Some matter may be communicated initial of audit, some matter during the audit, some matter end of the audit. Okay, this is with your 260. 260 clear, Malik? Take a break, have a tea and come back because 299 is joint audit. After joint audit, we'll close out 700 wala point, 700 wala series. How much we'll complete? We'll complete, then tomorrow morning we'll start. Tomorrow morning we'll start it out and we'll check it out. नहीं अभी तक तो कल थोड़ा कल वाले पॉइंट में परसों डे आफ्टर टुमारो और लास्ट 2 days आई डंप आउट मींस लास्ट 2 days विल डंप आउट मींस ओके वी में स्टार्ट थोड़ा सा अर्ली. हाँ लेट ले लो मतलब मैडम अभी मेरे को जब मालूम किया था इन्होंने बोला था तब मैंने अपना अनाउंस कर दिया ना बैच. अब मैं उनको बोल दिया हूँ ऑलरेडी मैं कम्युनिकेट मतलब ऑलरेडी मैं ले रहा हूँ रोज लेक्चर. After this, I am in this room only. Audit is only there, but inter audit. I am till 9 o'clock here. तो आज है चाहिए तो मैं आज उनको कम्युनिकेट कर देगा कल ले लेगा एक्स्ट्रा. इफ इवनिंग का पॉइंट किसी का क्या है आई डिस्कस इट आउट. वो मेरे को बोले थे कि सर का है इसके लिए मेरे लिए प्रॉब्लम है. आज और कल नहीं है. आज तो ठीक है. टुडे आई कैन नॉट टेक. व्हाट आई विल डू टुमारो आई कैन टेक एक्स्ट्रा ना. तो टुमारो वी कैन एक्सटेंड फॉर एन आवर और सो मतलब. ना AFM is not there. So tomorrow we'll almost complete every standard then. Let's kill out tomorrow. ठीक है तो tomorrow थोड़ा सा you sit extra मतलब you come from that mind and any point of time see logic is simple. If at any point of time you think by you are exhausted or something like that, take a short nap. First thing you take a short nap. Second thing, at any point of time don't worry if at all miss also there is I told you you have a backup also. But ठीक है majority but it doesn't mean that you will be sleeping since morning till evening. I told short nap. Understood na? I am not told to sleep. So tomorrow make it, I'll just comment today. So tomorrow I will just take थोड़ा मतलब late थोड़ा सा late tomorrow. लास्ट 2 दिन तो बचा है यार. लास्ट 3 मतलब tomorrow and day after tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Last 3 days 50% we have done. 50% time we have done ना. Last दिन 50% time है. अरे आई एम नॉट फाइंडिंग एनी मोटिवेशन इन यू ऑल यार. कैसे लोग हैं यार. कैसे लोग हैं यार. CA in service also the same thing is applicable. मैं CA ही नहीं हूँ. See, you need to bring that charm in you, else there is nothing will work in favor of your. Malab, I'm not telling you will not be doing hard work or something like that, but the X, unless until you don't bring X in yourself, I do think it's we are wasting our time and resources and other things. Bring X, don't worry. I know it's cumbersome and other things. Enjoy the life also. I'm not in that favor not to enjoy the life. Huh? See, let's take. Okay, so basically what we have completed with respect to this chapter, we are coming on the last standard of this chapter is basically Essay 299. Essay 299 is basically a joint audit of financial statements. To be focusing on joint audit, 2-3 things I need you to understand. Joint audit means the X Limited has appointed PwC plus KPMG both as joint auditor. Okay, KPMG and PwC both are joint auditor appointed, okay, by X Limited. Now when I'm discussing about X Limited, okay, now when they appoint both the joint auditor, what are the things need to be done? First of all, okay, how they will be individually liable or joint responsible or something like that. We are discussing that. First of all, okay, we will be discussing what is the responsibility of both with respect to joint responsibility. Second, what is their individual responsibility? Be clear with that. And third, we may discuss what if there is a difference of opinion in both of them. If there is a problem with respect to issue of report in both of them. So let's start with understanding what is a joint audit. Mainly, I am focusing on main first stage, okay, which is called planning and risk assessment and allocation of work. See, understand, whenever any client appoints you as a joint auditor, okay, client will never say you do this audit, you do that audit. It is between the joint auditor, we mutually decide which area you will be doing and which area I will be doing. Example, okay, here PwC is saying I will be taking care of P&L, KPMG is saying I will be taking care of balance sheet. Okay, then who will be taking care of notes? Notes is taken care of by both of them. Okay, changes in equity, okay, taken care by both of them. Cash flow is taken care by both of them. Okay, yani the things which will be mutually decided, who will be doing that work is taken care with respect to this part. Who will be deciding which work will be done by whom is basically between joint auditor. It is not client who will be suggesting which work should be done by which auditor. Okay, the only thing is whenever you divide this work and everything, you should document this thing, because at the end of the day, division of work is basically a responsibility of work. So you should have work allocation document, and this document should be given to the client. That client, this is where we'll be approaching. PwC will be taking care of P&L. Okay, KPMG will be taking care of balance sheet. And we both will be taking care of notes, notes, changes in equity and cash flow. This should be written in your work allocation document and given to the client. Now the question comes, okay, who is responsible for planning, which we discussed yesterday, 300. Who is responsible for following 300? It is basically both the joint auditor. Who is responsible for, okay, so making a strategy or whatever it may be, it is both the joint auditors. Make sure you understand very clearly, planning element is taken care by both of the joint auditor. Execution is not both the responsibility. Planning. Now my question is, okay, sir, who will be taking care of balance sheet? Who is taking care of balance sheet? Balance sheet is taken care by KPMG. And who is taking care of P&L? It is taken care by PwC. Now, for planning the joint audit, even if it is planning about balance sheet, even if it is planning about P&L, okay, both the auditor are responsible. You can't say that balance sheet is taken care by PwC and this is done by KPMG. I am not responsible for planning. Planning, both the responsible. Complete planning, both the responsible. Once again, I am very clear with my wordings. Make sure this is what CA final expects. Complete, both the planning is taken care by both the joint auditors. Even if you are saying he is taking care of balance sheet and he is taking care of P&L, doesn't matter. This to divide also is done during planning. Therefore, both are responsible. But execution is their individual responsibility. Execution is their individual responsibility. Execution will not be taken care by both of them. whatever work is performed by one joint auditor will not make other joint auditor liable. Make sure you understand this. If one joint auditor, okay, use the work of expert, if one joint auditor use the work of expert without checking the adequacy of the work of expert, without checking the adequacy of the work of expert, the only that joint auditor is liable, not the other joint auditor. Execution, the both are individually liable. Planning, both are together liable. Execution, individually liable. Who example, KPMG rely on the expert without checking the adequacy of work. Remember na adequacy of work? Conclusion, okay, data, reasonableness of assumption. Okay, KPMG never check anything about the expert work. Now, who is responsible? It is KPMG only, not PwC. So, understand this element. Acha, sir, engagement letter. Client will send how many engagement letter? 2 engagement letter or only 1 engagement letter? Only 1. Standard 2, only we send engagement letter is only 1. Appointment letter will be sent to. Who sent the appointment letter? Okay. Who sent appointment letter? Entity to auditor. Auditor send which letter? Engagement letter. Here will not send separate engagement letter. Will send common engagement letter. Will do common planning. Will ensure the work is divided between us. Will ensure we have documented this in work allocation document. Are you getting this concept? My friends, everybody here? Yes or no? So tell me, first point. Please understand, prior to commencement of the audit, joint auditor shall discuss and develop a joint audit plan. In developing joint audit plan, the joint auditor shall, okay, help me out, what are these 5 points? Acha, you are not able to recall also. My God, goodness. Good. First, identify the division of audit area and common audit area. Second, ascertain reporting objectives. Consider communicate among all joint auditors the factors. Consider result of preliminary engagement activity. Nature, time, extent of resources. Where we have discussed this all 5 points. If you remember 210, nobody, Ram. Okay, go to chapter 3, go to essay 300 and read, okay, the factors for strategy. Day before yesterday we have discussed this question. Okay, go to essay 300. Okay, go to essay 300, chapter 3, go to page number 3.3. 3.3. 3.3, ekdam lowest answer. 3.3 or 3.4 it will be. Factors to be considered for strategy. Next again, 3.3 and sorry, 3.2, 3.2 and 3.2, sorry, 3.2. Okay, which paragraph number? 2.1. 3.2, page number 2.1. Understood? Hopefully. Not at all good, doesn't take it. What is required for linkage? What is kept in linkage? Okay, but this is what you need to understand. Yani, what is this? This is nothing but, okay, the joint auditor shall means what? Factors. But this factors is again which factors? Planning factors, which we have discussed in study essay 300. Almost similar, na? Okay, the first point is what? First point is nature of engagement. So nature of engagement is basically joint. Nature of audit, na? That nature of engagement means joint one wale. And third is engagement team. So third is basically engagement team. The third here it is consider and communicate among all joint auditors. It's the same point. All same point. Except only first the wordings has been different. Logically, I do think everybody clear. So from where why you are doing double efforts here? Logically, you understand where this question. So my question: if joint auditor also do the planning, he will consider the same factors. Understood? If joint auditor do the planning, he will consider which factors? The same factors which you have discussed. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? Online Pandar, Lakshmi ji, clear here? Lakshmi ji, clear? Okay. Now this point, at this stage, RMM need to be considered and assessed by each joint auditor and shall be communicated to other joint auditor. My question: who will calculate RMM? Who will assess RMM? On which auditor? KPMG or PwC? Both, and both will communicate to each other. These are my RMM, these are your RMM. यानी PwC will calculate 40 and KPMG will calculate 20. He will communicate 20 here, he will communicate 40 here, and then whatever total will be there, total RMM will be there. Are you getting the point? ठीक है. The joint auditor shall discuss and document the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedure for common and specific allotted areas to be performed. What does this line means? The joint auditor shall discuss and document, okay, nature, timing, extent of audit procedure for common and specific. यानी मेरे को बताओ, who is responsible for planning joint audit? Both of them. So who is responsible for determining nature, timing, extent? Both of them. Even the areas which are specifically allocated, both are responsible to determine NTE. But who is responsible for execution? Individual. Remember this one. To determine nature. Once again, if you are telling I am not able to crack this one, then I do think there will be kahin na kahin kami hai. Okay, kami matlab there may be the point. Okay, so you need to understand. There may be a point where maybe matlab you may not understanding, or I may not be able to explain what I don't know. But that is what exactly I need to you to understand. Whenever there is a joint audit, planning is done jointly. Okay, RMM jointly, NTE jointly, but execution is never jointly. Execution, you are responsible. So example, okay, what is the example of nature, timing, extent? What is the meaning of nature, timing, extent? Nature, timing, extent. Nature, ICAIORR. Timing, okay, during the period or year end. Extent, whether you need to do 100% or sampling. Nature, timing, extent is this. Always, whenever anybody says nature, timing, extent of audit procedure, remember at least this background. Whenever anybody says nature, timing, extent of audit procedure, remember this background. Nature is how you will be getting an audit. What are the audit procedures? ICAIORR. Timing, okay, when you will be doing this during the period or year end. And extent, whether you are doing sampling or okay, 100% examination. That's what you need to understand. Everybody clear? Okay. So I do think everybody clear till here. Huh? Okay. So remember this one. Huh? I don't know whether you'll be. Just make sure you crack this concept whenever question comes to us. Read the question. This question, planning question. Do that planning question. You will come to know. Determining sampling is a part of planning or not? Answer is yes. Execution is not part of sampling. Read the question. You will come to know this is blunder if you didn't understood this whole concept. Okay. The joint auditor will have obtain common engagement letter. MCQ. Remember this for MCQ. After identification and allocation of work among the joint auditor, the work allocation document shall be signed by all joint. So what is work allocation document? WAD. Clear hai WAD? Work allocation document. Work allocation document is signed by all joint auditor. Everybody clear? That's it. Responsibility and coordination among the joint auditor now comes with a separate concept. But before that, are we clear? Are we on the same line? What we discuss here? So my question, okay, what joint auditor will do when he is doing the planning? Okay, if my question, joint auditor will do joint planning or separate planning? So what factors he will consider while joint planning? 300 same factors. But you will not write as per 300. You will write as per 299. Make sure. But the answer is almost factor of strategy. Understood? Okay. You do understand this. Next, these are the individual concepts which we have discussed individually with you. This may come for individual 4 marks. Huh? What I discussed with you is individual concept. Remember this. Now coming, who is responsible for what? My question, okay, now I am discussing from planning point of view or execution point of view. Execution. Execution may, those the responsibilities which are divided, you individually responsible. But the responsibility which are not divided, jointly responsible. That's it. The responsibility which are divided, individually responsible. The responsibility which is not divided, jointly responsible. But this is not only this element. Please listen carefully. What are the joint responsibility? What are the situation when both are responsible jointly and individually also? When both are responsible. Now I am discussing both. There may be 5 joint auditors. The company may appoint A, B, C, D, E, 5 joint auditors. Doesn't matter. The company may appoint 10 joint auditors. Whose choice it is? Management. Don't discuss shareholder. Director. Depends on company how much large and other things is there. It's company choices. You will not force. No, I If you don't want to accept the engagement, do not accept. Okay, one of the joint auditor may not accept. It's your choice, but you can't force company that there should be no joint auditor. So whatever joint auditor is there, okay, if it is 10, if it is 5, if it is 2, okay, okay. In the following situation, you both are jointly and severally responsible. What are the situation? First, the audit work which is not divided. Second, decision taken by all joint auditor. Third, very important, matter which brought to the notice of the joint auditor by any one of them. Example, who is responsible for balance sheet? Our example, KPMG. Who is responsible for P&L? Okay, it's PwC. Understand, in P&L, one matter was about depreciation, which is coming from balance sheet. P&L, okay, the PwC thought this matter need to be taken care along with together. I am having a doubt with this, and he approached PwC and says, let's discuss this together. Now the item may be of P&L, but who is responsible? Jointly, because this is the third point, matter which brought to the notice. Everybody clear? Then fourth, examining financial statement which comply, means what you need to focus on, compliance with laws and regulations. So compliance element, yani 250 will be done by both of them, even if they divide. They can't say you take care of direct law, I can take indirect law. You take only direct tax, I will take care of GST. No. Laws and regulation cannot be divided. This need to be jointly liable. Next, presentation and disclosure, means what? Notes, cash flow, changes in equity, jointly liable. Acha, which question? What question I am doing? I am doing what are the situation when all the joint auditors are jointly liable? Jointly. Acha, tell me, okay, when planning the work, who is liable? Planning the work, who is liable? Okay, both pakka clear? Okay, execution of the work individually for that individual area. But for which area both will be liable? This is list. First, the work which is not divided, both liable. The decision taken by both. One matter told to other, both liable. Compliance with laws and regulation, both liable. Disclosure, both liable. And audit report should comply. Audit report, last one is about audit report. Make sure, don't get confused. Sir, D and F, many of them they say confusion. No, D is company complying with laws and regulation. And F is ensuring audit report comply with relevant statute. Audit report comply with relevant statute, because both will sign na. So one sign, bole, I thought he was taking care of 700. The other is saying he was taking care of that title addressee. I was not aware. It should not happen so. Both will ensure audit report complies with relevant statute, means 700. That's it. So my question, when both are jointly liable, how many points? 7. 6 points, sorry, 6 points. Both are jointly liable, 6 points. Everybody clear, Malik? Okay, first of all, read this point 5.3 mein. In respect of audit work divided among joint auditor, ये search नहीं है, such. There is not such. Such joint auditor shall be responsible only for work allocated to such joint auditor, including proper execution of audit procedure. So help me out. Who is responsible for execution of audit procedure? Who is responsible for execution of audit procedure? The person who is having that responsibility. Okay, I do think everybody clear. So in question paper it says like this: PwC and KPMG, they were discussing on nature, timing, extent of audit procedure, and later on they found while designing nature, timing, extent of audit procedure there were flaw. Who is responsible? Joint, both of joint, because while designing both are responsible. Individually will be responsible only when execution. Make it clear. Standard बोलता है, standard is saying, standard बोलता है together you, therefore while designing audit procedure together you sit, no alone discussion, together you sit and decide, that's it. Together you sit, decide, that's it, baat khatam. My friends, clear? Everybody? That's it. The next concept are few of the points which we need to discuss, a casual point. Now understand the next concept. Okay, sir. Please understand, who is taking care of balance sheet? KPMG. Who is taking care of P&L? PwC. PwC was doing P&L. While PwC came across depreciation method. In depreciation method, he came to know that there is a problem with fixed asset. There is a problem with, but fixed asset is whose area? Whose area? KPMG. My question is, should PwC inform KPMG about that point? Why? PwC will say, why should I be tell KPMG, because that is his area. What are you understanding what I am asking? I am asking, if one matter which is related to other joint auditor, okay, the first joint auditor came to know about that matter, should he inform to the other joint auditor who is responsible for that? Acha, who is responsible for execution? KPMG or PwC? Yeah, so why should he inform? Imagine, okay, PwC and KPMG both are signing the audit report. Both are signing the audit report. Execution, who is responsible? KPMG. Both signing the audit report, give to Ram X Limited. Okay, PwC and KPMG going outside after signing the audit report. They come and PwC will say, surprise, KPMG, you are gone. There was a problem with fixed asset. I have not told you. Getting the point? Because execution was your individual responsibility. Standard suggested. But standard also suggests, if the matter is about other joint auditor and you come across that matter, it's your responsibility to tell the other joint auditor, check this matter. 299 responsibility. Don't tell, execution is their responsibility. And if it does not tell, now how PwC does not tell to KPMG? Now who will be liable for this? Even both. Whereas earlier it would be only who would be liable? KPMG. Now both will be liable. Are you getting the point? No, understood or not understood? Pakka. So first, ekdam basic. Let's close with the case studies base. First of all, who is responsible for planning? Both. Who is responsible for execution? Individual area, except that 6 areas. Everybody? But one matter come to one joint auditor, which matter relate to other joint auditor. Okay, is first joint auditor required to communicate to other joint auditor? Yes. Okay, if he does not communicate, now for execution both are responsible. Understood? The matter of fixed asset was of whom? KPMG. Okay, but came to know to whom? Because depreciation is linked with fixed asset. Okay, so he understood fixed asset, there is a problem. Okay, now who will be responsible? PwC and KPMG both. Read this paragraph. So KPMG responsible because his area is na? If you are not aware, if you are KPMG, if you are not aware, that is not my concern. You should be aware. You should be skeptical. See, who is responsible for execution? Individually responsible. Now for that area, if there is a issue, if there is a fraud, who will be responsible? Both nahi na. If fixed asset which is taken care by KPMG, if there was a fraud, who is responsible to detect this one or something, identify and focus on? KPMG. Even he may not detect, then he need to prove why he was not able to detect. But to the extent that is not your concern. If I discuss with you, there is a fixed asset which is taken care by KPMG and there was a fraud, who is responsible in reporting? KPMG. You will not say, inherent limitation of audit, how KPMG will come to know. This is not our agenda. Let KPMG fight with our ICI. Your outcome is, tell me whether he is responsible or not. Answer is yes. As per 299, who is responsible? KPMG. Okay, now see, let KPMG fight now whether he has done documentation well or not. Let KPMG prove. In question, if it is given, KPMG is done very well, and management has done fraud which was not aware by anybody else, then you can say KPMG will not be responsible. Because here it is a ERA point. But to the extent you will not debate this point on this particular discussion. So how, if one matter come to know, so now tell me, if this fraud came to know to PwC and PwC kept quiet. Now who is responsible? Both are responsible. Both are responsible. Everybody clear? This is responsible because of this paragraph. I don't think clear Malik? Okay. It shall be the responsibility of each joint auditor to determine nature, timing and extent of audit procedure. Joint auditor. Most important area. See this paragraph, read this paragraph. as regard decision taken by all joint auditor under audit planning in respect of common audit area concerning nature, time and extent of audit procedure to be performed by each joint auditor. All joint auditors are responsible only in respect of the appropriateness of decision concerning nature, timing, extent of audit procedure agreed upon among them. Proper execution of these audit procedure is, I am very clear. You imagine I am discussing the same thing from starting of 299. You read this again. This is the same thing which I am discussing along with the concept very clear. For determining nature, timing, extent, who is responsible? Both. But execution, individual. But again, individual only for those area which are divided. The things which are not divided, both are responsible. He will not say, I thought he will check for laws and regulation. Otherwise everybody will be shifting his own responsibility to other. Are you getting the point? Everybody, I do think hopefully the things are clear. Bharat Mata ki jai. And last point is my favorite topic which I have discussed already with you. If there is a difference of opinion between both of them, majority wins. Acha, first of all, do you think policy procedure should be there to then only we should resolve the matter? Okay, can they both give different reports? Acha, suppose there are 5 joint auditor. 4 says modified, unmodified, and 1 says modified. Okay, how many report will be there? 2. One will be 4 signing and one will be 1 signing. Okay, don't you think there should be majority win? 4 is majority, 4/1 ratio. No, so standard 299 say all joint auditor have their own discretion. Just make sure if you are giving different reports with different opinions, make sure you have other matter included, that there is another audit report of one joint auditor where this opinion is given. And in that joint auditor report, it is there is another joint auditor whose report is given, and that is that report. Are you getting the point? Any example? Okay, so help me out. PwC and KPMG. Okay, PwC says unmodified, KPMG says modified. How many report? But in PwC report, it will be written as OM. OM means other matter. That there is one more report of joint auditor which is saying unmodified. And in KPMG, there will be other matter. There is one more report by PwC that is saying unmodified. Whatever. समझ में आया? अरे otherwise shareholder will never come to know ना. Shareholder will read only one report. And they will rely, oh my God, unmodified or modified. They should be aware. Sir, don't you think it will create a confusion? Let it be. Who is responsible? Client. To create a confusion. Why did you brought 2 joint auditor? Let the one person deal their concept. But this is what exactly how the things work of joint audit. मेरे ख्याल से everybody clear? अच्छा, do you think PwC is responsible to review the area of KPMG? Okay, it is assumed he has done his work perfectly. It is assumed, huh? Okay, so याद रखना. Each joint auditor is entitled to assume what? It is not necessary for joint auditor to review the work performed by other joint auditor. For which work we are discussing this? Divided work. The work which is jointly, you need to check it out. Both you need to check it out. Both are responsible. The things which is not responsible, okay, the one auditor will not check, will not review the work of another CA. And the other joint auditor have brought to set the joint audit notice any departure. If there is any departure, one auditor would have communicated to another joint auditor. That has been communicated, deemed, assumed, we assumed. So PwC is assuming that KPMG has given me everything, information. And KPMG is assuming that PwC has given every information to me. That's it. This is 299. Again 299. I told you whichever is there in chapter 2nd, it's very important. At any point of time, this chapter is very important for you. So that's exactly our agenda ends with respect to your chapter 2. So मेरे ख्याल से chapter 2 का last standard is 402, which I told you we'll be discussing 402 in when 3402. When we will be discussing 3402. That's end with respect to your chapter 2. Chapter 2, how many standards we have done? 4. What are the 4 standards? 240, 250, 260, 299. 240, 250, 260, 299. Okay, today morning we discussed 265, but not specifically. And 100% I am telling you, out of these 4 standards, I am telling you, whatever you have done, I bet you will be getting a 3 questions bare minimum. Bare minimum, mark my words. Okay, so 3 questions bare minimum with respect. It may come with integrated, it may not come with integrated. I don't know. I'm not discussing exactly a mark. Definitely, major marks will be from this particular point only. I told you that also. But technically, matlab, because this all standards are not there in intermediate. ओनली ब्रीफ, खाली ब्रीफ निकाल दिया है. अरे इंटर से सब निकाल दिया इन्होंने. था तो 240 भी था, ये सब था. It was there in intermediate. Now it is removed. Now 299 basic gist is there. 260 basic gist is there. They've given a gist, not completely included. So now it is a complete part of CA final syllabus. So at this position we have completed chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6. Okay, so your major chapters actually with respect to standard on auditing is almost done. Now coming on your one more chapter with standard on auditing is chapter 7. It's again technically very damn easy. Damn easy, I am discussing okay certain point of view. But again very important from 710, 720 point of view. But I told you 710, 720 I am not doing today or tomorrow. I will be doing day after tomorrow along with standard. 710, 720 you should do along with 560. 560, 710, 720. Very important. Remember this one. So keeping aside in chapter 7, now chapter 7 covers what? Chapter 7 covers audit report standard. One is 700, 701, 705, 706. Along with it 710 and 720 is there, which is again for me it is a separate part. Okay, and you have 2 page on 143, section 143 and CARO report. But CARO and 143 is basic structure. Okay, so if I am having a time I will be covering that, else I will be covering in virtual. Well, revision lecture you can cover with 143 and CARO. 2 things very clearly in chapter 7. First, 700, whatever your knowledge is there, make it sure you are making the knowledge very clearly now. Because now the answer institute question can come draft the audit report. We'll download one audit report also. Okay, Reliance will download a Reliance. Reliance is anyway my favorite always. Okay, not because this one, nor because I'm a shareholder. No, never I am interested in shares also. I'm telling you, I started trading almost 6-8 months back because of Prashant Sarda and Vinod Reddy, my Pune friends. Actually they are Pune colleague. Vinod Reddy is a damn third person of mine. These both are my. They started. We never thought that it will be. They are the 2 reasons why I shifted to Pune. Okay, it's friendship. Vinod Reddy and Prashant Sarda. They are 2 damn third friends of mine. My life. Very close associates and other things. It's now we are over and above with classes point of view. But definitely we met through classes and other things. So Vinod sir is in costing Dawn in Pune. Is more and Prashant is FM. FM SM together now and FM person in Pune. So they are actually a person who actually invests money. Okay, Vinod is very different. Vinod actually invests more in real property, real estate. Is complete property. You go in Prestige Point, you go in the Siagad area, you tell this shop, okay, Vinod sir, this shop, Vinod sir, this shop, Vinod sir. The Prestige Point, okay, I don't know how many of you are aware, in Pune, there is a classes ka mall, CA classes. There is only one building which is of classes, all CA classes, all classes. You name all CA classes of Pune, everything is at one place. Only one place, and that one building is one mall, and every big photo will be there, including mine also. Bade photo, sub every all classes, all brand. If you are aware, we are V Smart, Expert, and all other competitive brand are on the same point, same Prestige Point. You come there, you go. That is a four floor building. Okay, it's a mall. Huh? You say this office, Vinod, this office, Vinod, this office, Vinod, everything rented. So Vinod is that kind of person. He's teaching since 2000 when he was not CA also that time. He started teaching. Earlier he was teaching QT and maths. Mainly he is famous for QT and maths. QT is old syllabus. And then he shifted to costing after removal of QT. So he is QT. Currently if you focus on any batch, he will be having 1200 students. I may be having 800, 700, 800. He is having one batch, 1,200 students together. Face to face, complete face to face, complete face to face. And costing, 3 months. And that guy, and he is the guy who told me to relax in life. That is from that agenda. He is telling why you are working. I will tell you how much bad words, cursing words they have given to me. Bad words, cursing word, मालूम नहीं तुम क्या बोलोगे? इतना गालियाँ दिए. So much of bad words on the day when I came to Hyderabad, because 3 days back, Sunday I was I was admitted. So they were telling, छोड़ना यार मैं, छोड़ना यार. Because I was not again, बोलते ना, what they are into position, take 2 batch, earn money, enjoy 4 months na, work only 4 months na, बाकी enjoy the next season na यार, why you're working it? That's a different element. They don't like traveling, they don't like leaving family behind. They are kind of Punekar, typical Punekar. Punekar are like this only. They live their life completely. They will, they are very happy, going with the kids to the school, leaving the kids to the school. Okay, when I shifted to Pune, I also started, but I got bored. Jana, go to school. If you want to go, go. Literally, in Aditya school, Ritika school, I never went at all in my life. Aditya school, one fine day, there was some food making, father chef, master chef. So Aditya told, junior KG na, Aditya told, Papa, master chef. I told sandwich banayenge apan wo some. I'm going, bore kya kar raha? What I'm doing here? Cutting sandwich, master chef, and every kids, oh my father, मैं बोला है पर फिर कभी ठीक है पर they know they like this life. My Mumbai life is very hustle life. Mumbai life is something different. So that don't you enjoy with your kids? I enjoy, but I don't want to disturb in their school life, boss. And I don't interfere also. Reason simple hai. Manali many times says, "Arey yaar, look at Ritika, she is not studying." No, let not study. Look at me. Without studying, I am successful. Without studying, I am successful. Tell me, okay, what is the, give me the real fact. When you are studying for 10th, your family told, study, it's a life setting point. Okay, Ghanta light set hua. In 10th you study. After then you came to 12th, your family told last. Then you came in CPT. Every time it is last only. Okay, so basically, what is last? What is last? Nothing. There is no last concept. What happened with my school marks? Who is, tell me in today's, almost after 40 years down the line of my life, okay, who is asking my college marks? Who is asking my school marks? Acha, chalo, you are aware about it. But no, I'm not telling not use. Initially it was used. But you need 98 only. Mad again. Here I can enjoy my life and bring 60. Okay, so you compromising your life, bringing 98. We both are doing C only. I guess rather than enjoy the life, bring 60. This is what I tell my Ritika. I am very clear with my terms. And I am not, I maybe jokingly discussed with that earlier. If your father has, see, at the end of the day, everybody wants Lakshmi Mata. And there are 2 ways to come Lakshmi Mata. First, you are hereditary with Lakshmi Mata. Example, your father is top class person. Okay, and when I say top class person means he has made so much of money that if I expend it out everything, then also my next generation can use. It's not that 6 months after, damn okay, this is Lakshmi Mata should be so much. Are you getting the point? And if this is the scenario, then from my point of view, your words Beoku to become a CA. Why you are compromising your life? Enjoy na. Expense your papa's money. Enjoy. Fulfill the dream of dad. What is the dream of dad? Why dad is earning? So that kids will enjoy. So if my kid does not enjoy, how will my dream will be fulfilled? My kids should enjoy. Even if you don't have a money when I'm saying you have a plan only for 1 year, 2 years, after that money will exhaust. Then boss, we have other option, that is Saraswati Mata. Okay, achieve Saraswati Mata, integrate with Lakshmi Mata and get Lakshmi Mata. The second option, this was my second option, which altogether. But while doing these options all my life when I spent, I understood one thing. Okay, only Technically, if you ask me, okay, will you make your Ritika and Adi a chartered accountant? I will never say yes or no. I will tell, let them decide. Reason simple है यार, what the logic? Okay, if he or she does CA also and they are not happy with life, taking a mental stress, what is the logic behind it? So we were in middle class family, we were a lower middle class family, where my dad told me, bhai, we need to do a CA, we don't have any other option. Okay, he told, boss, CA is the only which will set your life. It's okay, I understood, because that was the situation, that was an era. Now going ahead, if Ritika says, okay, Papa, I want to do an MBA, okay, I will never say no, go ahead with MBA, enjoy life. But what I want is, when I'm saying enjoy the life, it doesn't mean going drugs, going in the wrong way. I'm very clear. It doesn't mean my friend does not drink. There are my friends who drinks, but when my friend drink, I don't go with them. Aisa nahi hai. I drink orange juice. But I never take my family or Ritika or Adi in front of them. In hotel, wherever the drink party is there or something, they will be drinking or something. The reason is simple. I don't want Ritika and Adi to understand this is what a normal situation. And I'm not telling that I will be telling them no, don't drink. That's what I say. I will suggesting you the same thing with what I will be telling Ritika. Let them become let them decide. What I always suggest is, don't compromise your this capability. This is the best thing ever. You and me have received Ray. This is a brain which can take any decision of life, any point of life. So enjoy the life. What is meaning of enjoy? It does not mean going and DJ. I am very religious. To be very precise, you come to my home, religious is next level. When I am in Pune or when I am in Mumbai, now in hotel I just do some basic mala vagera. But if you come in Pune, since morning 5 o'clock I wake up, 4:30 I wake up, and 4:35 I get ready. 5 o'clock till 7 o'clock my puja goes on. But you never see, I don't put, you will, as a religious was koi point nahi milega. I am a very, my Ishta Devata is Shankar Bhagwan, Bholenath and Sai Baba. So Kakad Arati, when it starts in morning, it starts on live TV. I starts during the same time at my home also the same portion. You come to my Pune home, you will enjoy the different feeling altogether. Welcome over Mahakasam. I told you will be having a bathtub also, but one different altogether. This is what my life is altogether, and I want this should be the life, na. Same logic what happens with us. So if we don't have this point, na, just what we need to understand, coming back to the point, what was main agenda? I never invested money. Reason simple hai, because since life, Vinod sir was investing in properties. Prashant was investing in shares, mutual funds. I am the person who, because my health was compromised, I was more interested in insurance policies. My premium is heavy. My insurance premium, जो yearly जाता है, that's a dramatic insurance policy. 4-5 CAs total amount will be my premium policies for yearly basis, because I know my health is at risk, na. So my investment is like this. So recently I started investment. I will be having hardly investment of 2-4 lakhs. 2.8 lakhs something investment is there, and valuation is 4.2 lakhs. And that also sometime Huli tells, Bhaiya ji, take IDFC Bank first share. I took also at 85 rupees. Now it is 81 rupees. I was like, pagal. So, it's all about choices. All three friends, we do have a 3 different appetite. All 3 different element, not combine anything. But I am the person who will expend out like anything. I am a person who will expense out. I am not interested in saving. I am no way. And the other part of my life is, if I invest in saving, if I create a property, another thing, tomorrow who will eat that property? Now somebody may say Ritika and Aditya, who knows? Once I go, many relatives will come into picture then. Till I am there, nobody comes. But once I go, then many relatives comes for the property. And ultimately then, for whom I am making it? The life principle is similar. So Reliance, coming back to the Reliance I am having a shares. So Reliance share. And I purchased this Reliance share because Vinod saying, don't purchase Reliance. And Prashant saying, don't purchase Reliance. What they say, don't. I did that one day. They are mainly, they don't want Reliance. They are mainly in KPIT or Birla Soft, software industry, TCS, HUL, मतलब HDFC बैंक. मैं बोला रिलायंस नहीं बोला ना यार, रिलायंस लेने का. तो let's take an audit report of Reliance. Okay, last year report. Whatever I discuss right now, okay, with you, title, addressee, opinion, basis of opinion, going concern, key audit matter, I will show you in fraction of minute everything written as it is in audit report. The only thing is how we are writing the answer and how the audit report is drafted somewhat different. Why? Because standard is drafted on the structure, and this structure is given some appendix. Appendix means guidance notes, and that appendix will be having the content which has been copied paste by us. So in our examination, we'll rectify something which will be definitely exactly copy paste, which will happen in your life. And one more point, it may happen that in your new syllabus regime, the question may comes on drafting an audit report. Now what you will do in drafting an audit report then? Okay, drafting an audit report आया तो क्या करोगे? कैसा करोगे? How will do? So that's only the structure comes. Okay, drafting an audit report. Again the question comes, how to draft the audit report again. So terminology, let's clear some terminology about this. Okay, let's clear some myths which you are having. I'll be clearing that myths. Okay, let's focus on the standard. Okay, some half an hour approximately sustain it out. Okay, we'll close it out very quickly. But these things are very interesting. Okay, and tomorrow just make sure you are sitting thoda sa long lecture. Tomorrow we'll be taking lecture till 7:30. Malab 9 to morning 9 to. Malab I'll be completing the syllabus. My target is approximately that time. Okay, so 700. Before going on 700, tell me, when you accept the engagement, you focus on how many frameworks? You accept the engagement, you focus on how many frameworks? Which two frameworks? A general purpose and special purpose. General purpose framework, which standard you accept? General purpose framework, which standard you accept? Okay, 210. And special purpose framework, which standard you accept? Okay, 800. Do you remember this? Okay, please do listen carefully, very clearly my agenda and my questioning concept. Whenever we accept the framework, we always divide in GPF and SPF. But GPF and SPF is only for accepting the framework, nothing more than that. But while reporting, either you accept from GPF, SPF. Forget GPF, SPF now. Nobody will be using what GPF, SPF now. When I'm in 705, nobody is using GPF, SPF. Then which framework I am using in 700 and 705? The framework will be now two framework. While reporting, there are two framework. One is compliance framework and one is fair presentation framework. Fair presentation framework. There are two framework. What are the two framework, beta? Compliance framework and fair presentation framework. My question, reporting requires how many framework? Acha, while accepting engagement, how many framework? Two. What are the two framework while accepting engagement? General purpose and special purpose. So tell me, while reporting, how many framework will be there? Two. What are the two framework? Compliance framework and fair presentation. Once again I am telling you, listen carefully. I bet you may not be having this knowledge very clearly. I bet. And make it sure you understand this knowledge clearly. I will show you the evidences. This is black portion which I am discussing right now. But this black is used actually in our examination. Black means understood, na? Which is not there in syllabus, but indirectly it is having impact on syllabus. So my question is, sir, what is a compliance framework and what is a fair presentation framework, sir? So sir, compliance framework and fair presentation framework, please don't mix this engagement. These are two different frameworks. Whenever, if you are doing an audit of compliance framework engagement, you will be giving an opinion that FS are in accordance with AFRF. AFRF. You will be writing this in opinion. Whenever you are having a compliance framework engagement, you will be writing an opinion that financial statements are in accordance with AFRF. Financial statements are in accordance with AFRF. But if you are doing the fair presentation framework engagement, you will be writing financial statements are true and fair. Please understand, okay, in the whose framework is name is fair, the opinion will be having fair. Please understand, in compliance framework, you are not writing true and fair, but in fair present framework, you are writing true and fair. In compliance framework, I never use the word true and fair. In fair present framework, I am using the word true and fair. Carefully, everybody. Okay, there, once again, okay, while reporting, how many framework are there? 2 framework. What are the 2 framework? Compliance and fair. Okay, fair present framework. If I am doing a compliance framework audit, I will be giving an opinion. What is that opinion? Financial statements are in accordance with A4F. But if I am doing fair present framework audit, then I will be giving opinion. Financial statements are true and fair. Or we can also write financial statements are present fairly. Matlab I will be using word fair. Okay, I can use this opinion or this opinion. No worry. Okay, my first point, everybody clear till here? So, based on framework, I will give my opinion. Based on framework, I will give my opinion. Everybody with me? Based on framework, I will give my opinion. So, सब लोग इधर तक everybody clear till here? ठीक है. Now, okay, my question is, how will I decide which framework to be taken care? It depends. Please understand. Don't bring these 2 things again now in mind. Forget this. These were only discussed when you are accepting the engagement. Once engagement accepted, GPF, SPF, swaha. Then what is done this framework? If auditor is required to check, only A4F. What is meaning of A4F? Applicable financial reporting framework means, example, Ind AS. If auditor is required to check only Ind AS requirement, no other thing, okay, then this framework comes into picture. Example, what auditor will do here? Auditor will check, evaluate. What auditor will evaluate? Listen carefully. Financial statements is disclosing accounting policy. Okay, second, accounting policy is consistent with AFRF. Third, accounting estimates is reasonable. Aram se, are reasonable. Fourth, information whatever disclosed is RRCU, relevant, reliable, comparable, understandable. Fifth, okay, material information is disclosed. And sixth, terminology is appropriate. Don't worry, I will explain everything. Aram se, don't worry. Okay, somebody who is not having this knowledge may think, oh my God, the blunder is taking place. But this blunder is very favorite, my favorite blunder, I am telling you. You will have a third knowledge, okay, which you may not be aware. So make it sure. First, if you are doing which engagement, compliance framework engagement, auditor will do this 6 points as evaluation. My first point will be whether accounting policy, I'll check accounting policy is as disclosed in financial statement. Okay. Second, I'll check accounting policy is consistent with AFRF. Third, I'll check accounting estimates are reasonable. Fourth, I will check information is RRCU. RRCU means relevant, reliable, comparable, understandable. Relevant, reliable, comparable. Comparable मालूम है 2 years period and understandable. Next point, fifth, material transaction has been disclosed. Contingent liability वगैरह disclosed है कि नहीं? Okay, and last point, terminology is appropriate. Example, sir, profit and loss account statement. You have got bored with this name. Therefore, you told this time I will keep Nafa and Nuksan statement. Arthamindia statement. Yes, I'm the okay, sir. God statement. Okay, Bholenath statement. Because I got bored with P&L account. No, terminology. I want terminology should be appropriate. Heading should be appropriate. P&L, balance sheet, everything. So in this engagement, which engagement I am discussing right now on the screen? Compliance framework. In this engagement, if you are an auditor and you are doing this engagement, you will check this 6 points. Okay, you will just check this 6 points. Is financial statement disclosing? Yes. Is accounting policy same? Yes. Okay, if this all thing is yes, you will say, you will give unmodified opinion. You will give which opinion? And in your opinion, you will write financial statements are in accordance with. Anything everybody clear? Okay, coming on the point. Suppose you are checking first point, financial statements is in accordance with accounting policy. Okay, accounting policy is in accordance with AFRF. Okay, estimates are reasonable. Information is not relevant. This is not correct. Everything else is correct, but this is not correct. You will give which opinion? Modified. And what you will write in opinion? Okay, financial statements are not in accordance with AFRF. Yani tell me, okay, when you are giving modified, unmodified opinion, what is your opinion? When you are writing unmodified opinion, your opinion will be having which wording? Okay. Lakshmi ji, I forgot that one joint auditor came across matter relating to other joint auditor. Then please tell, both are liable or simply need to discuss. See, acha, one question I missed out while watching it online. Joint auditor, I will discuss in 5 minutes, next 10 minutes on. Okay, I'll discuss that one. Okay, my question is this. Okay, first of all, I am discussing which framework, beta? Which framework I am discussing? Compliance framework. My question, when I am discussing compliance framework, tell me, okay, how many evaluation points I need to check? 6. 6 evaluation points. What are the 6 evaluation points? Accounting policies, disclose. Accounting policies, consistent. Accounting estimates, reasonable. Information is RRCU. Okay, material transaction has been disclosed. And last point, terminology is appropriate. If these 6 points are okay, you are satisfied. As the auditor, you are satisfied. What opinion you will write? Opinion is unmodified. But what opinion you will write? Financial statements are in accordance with A.5. If suppose any of the item is not correct, so what you will write? Opinion. Financial statements are not in accordance with A.5. Please understand this point very clearly. Now my question comes technically. Aram se, listen carefully. When I can say financial statements are true and fair? When I can say financial statements are true and fair? When I can say financial statements are true and fair, Malik? No, compliance framework nahi. I am discussing now fair present framework. But I am giving which opinion? In fair present framework, which opinion I am giving? In fair presentation framework, which opinion I am giving? Unmodified, what I am writing? Financial statements are true and fair. My question is, when financial statements are true and fair? Define what is true and fair. So free from material misstatement means what? Free from material misstatement, how will you come to know it in the free from material misstatement? So then don't you think this financial statements are in accordance with the A.5? I am discussing, what I am discussing, please understand. When you can tell financial statements are true and fair? When you can tell financial statements are true and fair, Malik? No. Now, what can be definition that financial statements are true and fair? If help me out, financial statements in accordance with A.5. Financial statements are in accordance with A.5. Financial statements are in accordance with which framework I am discussing? Compliance. Then what is meaning of true and fair then? Fair presentation. That's only I am asking. My question is, what I need to check in this then? If I am having this audit, what I will check? Any idea? When I can say financial statements are true and fair? Framework, that is an auditing framework. My friend, these are auditing framework. Don't mix this auditing framework. Fair present framework, I will check and I will give opinion true and fair. My question is what I will check. So what I will check is basically a definition of true and fair. Are you getting the point? This is my framework to provide an opinion. Okay, help me out. In this also I will be checking something. So what should I check so that I can write this line? Tell me if this is correct. Why I am not writing financial statements are true and fair? Madam, fair presentation not there means what? That's only exactly I am asking. Nahi re, it is nothing to do with audit and assurance. Again, it may happen that I should take a time because in English I need to communicate this one. Okay, once again I am communicating. See, understand, auditor while providing an opinion, he will be focusing on two frameworks. Which engagement I am having? If I am having compliance framework engagement, I will be writing my opinion as financial statements are in accordance with A.5. If I am having fair presentation framework engagement, I will be writing financial statements are true and fair. So what I am discussing is, financial statements are in accordance with A.5. Okay, when I am saying how many items I am checking? 6 items. So when I'm saying 6 items, I should check. If I check 6 items, I am satisfied. I am satisfied. Then I am saying financial statements are in accordance with. So my question, when I need to write the financial statements are true and fair, what I need to check? नहीं, near about, but मतलब ठीक है. The link is that only. नहीं, other than index नहीं है. Okay. Here also that see, had I used the word index or something like that? No. Okay. For index हो या German gap हो or UK gap is there. It is AFRF. It is AFRF. Relevant means example. Yes, Diksha. Beyond AFRF means what? Huh? Near about. Acha, technically speaking, when I am this fair present framework, when I am saying true and fair, near about, you are near about. You are going in a line. That's only near about. You need to check it out. Okay, let's check out the definition of true and fair. Okay, from where we can get the understanding of true and fair. Who will define true and fair? Okay, so when nobody defines, if nobody is our God, okay, we have Google our God. Or Google means, okay, rather than Google, Companies Act is our God. Okay, help me out. Which section of Companies Act define financial statement? Any idea about that? No. One to it. It's 129. 129. Now read 129. Read 129. Read 129. What is written on the screen? Read it out clearly. Help me out. Oh shit. Maa kasam pagal sala. Read this. 129. Read. The financial statement shall give true and fair. Word came true and fair. True and fair state of affairs of company. State of affairs means what? P&L of company. Comply with accounting standards notified under section 133 and shall be in form as provided for different class of companies in. So my question is, when you can say true and fair? It is AFRF plus Schedule 3. When you have this framework, you don't focus on schedules or reporting structure. Please understand very clearly, else you are done on the first day only. Okay, please listen carefully. Aram I'm explaining, don't worry. Don't worry, let me explain now. After that you ask anything. First let me explain. First of all, I gave you the proof. I gave you the proof. What I am explaining is on the point. When I am saying true and fair, you need to ensure, you need to tell me now, when you will be writing true and fair. So my question, financial statements to be true and fair should comply with AFRF or not? Yes, but along with AFRF, it should also comply with Schedule 3. Okay, right now we are discussing Companies Act, therefore you are using the word Schedule 3. But what about bank? Do you think bank format is Schedule 3 or their banking regulation? Banking regulation. Okay, help me out with insurance. Insurance Schedule 3 or their act? Their act. Therefore, you can't write Schedule 3. What is exactly here? Okay, in fair present framework, what are the points we check? Listen carefully. Malik, we check the same 6 points. Because we need to comply with AFRF. Okay, my question, when I am saying fair present framework, that fair present framework, do you think it should be complied with AFRF or not? Should it be complied with AFRF not? So if it is required to be complied with AFRF, so all 6 items will come again. But one more item is that. One more item is Schedule 3 for company, but that is not written here. It is written SPC for, say SPC shall achieve fair presentation. Shall achieve fair presentation. What is SPC? SPC matlab structure, presentation, content. Structure, presentation, content. Shall achieve fair presentation. Structure, presentation, content. Shall achieve fair presentation. Fair presentation means what, sir? Shall achieve. Fair presentation matlab means what? Fair presentation means whatever required as per their law and regulation, which is fair. Which is fair. Example, if I am doing a company act audit, what I need to check? I need to check AFRF plus Schedule 3. If I am doing bank audit, I need to check AFRF plus banking format. If I am doing insurance audit, I need to check AFRF plus, okay, this audit, insurance wala format. Are you getting the point? Now listen carefully and let me give me 5 more minutes. Aram se. I'll explain everything, but listen carefully. And I'm telling you, if you are not clear with this only, this ultimately you are not clear with any base of audit. Okay, matlab swaha every audit if you are not clear with this. So first of all, right now I'm into reporting. Make sure you are understanding in reporting. So if an auditor while reporting, first he should understand which framework audit he is doing. It does not means other way around. It does not means other way around. Example, before going on this, let me give like this idea. First of all, okay, help me out. In fair present framework, how many points you will evaluate? In fair present framework, how many points you will evaluate? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Everybody understood? Okay, so help me out. If 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, everything is correct, what opinion you will give? What you will give the opinion? Financial statements are true and fair. Now my question, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is correct, but Schedule 3 is not complied. What opinion you will do? Financial statements are in accordance with. I know this is bloody bullshit. What you will do? I know we are gutter. Okay, means ultimately what you are doing, you are saying, acha, don't comply, we'll come this framework. By this, both are different engagement. Understand this. These both are different. Don't mix. Okay, if I comply with all 6, but I don't comply with this, I will be writing financial statements are not true and fair. Okay, if I don't comply with any of the item of 6 also, if I am not complying with 1 also, I will be writing financial statements are not true and fair. This is separate, this is separate. Don't mix, don't do like this. Acha, either nahi aaya, I will give good opinion because I am very good. This is different, this is different. This is different, this is different, understand. So if client come to you, client say, I am a company, okay, accept my engagement. First question I will ask, okay, Indes or German GAAP? Indes, I will accept in 210. Then after now I am coming in reporting, okay, Indes is there, but along with Schedule 3 is there na? So this is my which framework? Fair presentation framework. While reporting, this will be fair presentation framework. This is not GPF. While reporting, it is fair presentation framework. Now I will check how many points? 7. And any of the point in 7 missing, I will be writing my opinion like financial statements are not true and fair. Yani example as per 705. Lekin are you getting the concept? Okay, and all 6 points, 7 points are correct. Then I will be writing which opinion? Financial statements are true and fair. Now come to the point. Okay, come to the point. Sir, then what is this engagement? This compliance framework? This compliance framework, other way around. Okay, sir, he is coming to me. He is saying German GAAP. He says German GAAP. German GAAP. German GAAP. Do you have any format there, Germany? No. Only German GAAP need to be complied. Accept the engagement in which standard? 800. But report is in 700. Which framework? Compliance framework. Because it does not have any fair presentation. It does not have any fair presentation. Are you getting the concept? So here I will check only how many points? 6 points. German GAAP. Whether is a German GAAP. Yes, 6 points complied. What I will be writing? Financial statements are in accordance with German GAAP. So sir, it means, okay, it means that compliance framework means a special purpose framework and this is a general purpose framework. Don't conclude like this directly. This may be incorrect. I will tell you other way around. Okay, he is coming now. He is partnership firm. He is who? Partnership firm. Does partnership firm have any format of financial statement? No, but partnership firm is following Ind AS. He is coming to me. Now question for partnership firm. Okay, he is following Ind AS. Which engagement? 210 or 800? 210. Acceptance. GPF or SPF? Huh? Ind AS. Partnership firm is there. Ind AS. 210 or 800? 210. General purpose, na? Which is applicable to industry. It is applicable to industry. General purpose, na? Huh? What? Okay, firm. What firm? Partnership firm. Why? We are just discussing which is applicable. Partnership firm will comply with what? Either Ind AS or AS. Let understand one of the industry application. Apply something. Okay, it is not special purpose. You are alone applying with partnership firm. ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है. Okay, if other partnership firm, what you are applying? Ind AS. Partnership firm, Ind AS. Partnership firm, Ind AS. General industry. If your partnership firm is going with UK gap, why UK gap? Industry. I am discussing industry. So generally in industry, I am not telling law has told. Generally in industry, which is followed? Partnership firm. Generally in industry, which is followed? You tell me which is followed for partnership firm. No, so I am telling you. I am telling just generally. I take example then. Take example of any example. Ind AS. You take example of Ind AS. Now tell me everybody is following Ind AS in partnership firm or AS. Take AS. AS is followed. Okay. Now he came to me and told, sir, I am having AS. My question: acceptance of engagement under which framework? 210. But reporting isn't, because partnership firm does not have any structure, presentation, content, format. So reporting is in which framework? Compliance framework. So technically you may say like this: all SPF will go for compliance. This is true. All SPF will be compliance. All SPF will be compliance. But to say like this, all GPF will be fair, it's not correct. That's what I'm telling you. GPF can be fair also or compliance also. And don't do that panchayati point. Okay, if this is not 6 points are correct, one is not correct, okay, shift here. This is different. This is altogether not logical point. Huh? I don't think everybody clear. I hope the concept is sufficing you. Everybody. So this, I hope this concept was new. The knowledge has enhanced. Now you understood. It is not while acceptance. Even while doing the work, we need to understand which framework I am doing. Based on this framework, you will check 6 point or 6 plus 1 7 points. Sir, who gave this 6 point and 6 plus 1 point 7 points? I say 700. Go to the bare act of 700. Read that 700. You will come to know what I taught you right now. This is 700. But your syllabus does not have this. But your syllabus have this framework discussion. So to explain this framework discussion, I explained this almost 20 minutes topic here, which is actually technically you should be aware about it. So my first question, is everyone clear about this framework? Online Pandar, Lakshmi ji, clear? Is this framework clear now? So when I am saying I am checking which framework? Compliance framework. What will be my opinion? Financial statements are in accordance with AFRF. If it is a fair present framework, true and fair. In compliance framework, how many points I check? In fair present framework, 6 plus 1. That 1 point is what? SPC. SPC, structure, presentation, content, achieves fair presentation. Why they are not saying Schedule 3? Because it is applicable only to Companies Act. But there may be other framework also, na. Therefore, they are using the word. Structure, presentation, content is okay. But this is they are using the word fair presentation. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Everybody? So help me out. Okay, recall the content in 700. When we started today morning, we discussed basic elements of audit report. How many elements were there? 13. Recalling fatafat. Okay, it's a shortcut. Title, addressee, opinion, basis. Okay, 2 things. Going concern, key audit matters. 4 responsibility. Management responsibility, auditor responsibility. Okay, location, other reporting responsibility, signature, place and date. Now help me out. Where I will be writing this this to either this or with this. Where I will be writing in which paragraph? Basis. No, this will be written in opinion. Opinion. Which part? Opinion. Come to paragraph. Opinion paragraph. Come to the para number 4. Third paragraph. Third, auditor opinion. Are you on auditor opinion? Page number? No, page number 7.1. In 7.1, okay, come to the opinion. After A, B, C, D, E, read the next point. After A, B, C, D, don't read A, B, C, D now. First I want to express. When expressing an unmodified opinion with fair presentation framework. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statement present fairly in all material respect in accordance with AFRF. Which word has been used by them? Which word has been used and present fairly? or in our opinion, accompanying financial statement give true and fair view in accordance. So understood, Malik? Understood kya? The next line padho. Next line padho. When expressing unmodified opinion with compliance framework, accompanying financial statements are prepared in all material respect in accordance with. Pakka understood. So tell me, okay, can I give both the opinion or either of the opinion? Either, both nahi hai. It may be compliance framework engagement, it can be fair presentation framework engagement. It cannot be having both engagement. Everybody clear? Okay, so I do think, okay, what I explained you in last 20-25 minutes we have discussed now only for this. Now the question comes, okay, when I am analyzing this point, if I am saying I am giving this opinion, so how many points I have reviewed? 7. And I am giving this opinion, how many points I have reviewed? 6. But understood, this is how different from GPF and SPF. So while acceptance, you will focus on GPF accept, but while reporting, compliance and fair. Decide on this first. Yes, madam. Banking is a fair present framework. Because banking is also need to comply with Companies Act, na? So Companies Act ka kya? Section 129 is applicable for banking also, except formalities of Banking Act. But are bankers required to comply with section 133 accounting standard? So apne India mein almost every framework will come under fair presentation framework. But wordings will be this only. This is how the wordings comes into picture. Okay. Acha, if opinion need to modify, then which wordings? If opinion need to modify, which wordings will be there? Financial statements are not true and fair, or true and financial statements are true and fair except something items. Or if compliance framework wordings will be, financial statements are not in accordance with AFRF, or they are in accordance with AFRF except inventory. I do think hopefully you are getting the concept, huh? Everybody. So this is something, the first blunder. Okay, I hope this has been clear at your end. So first of all, ek bar fatafat, I am just closing it out. This report. Okay, this report. First is title. Second is opinion. Second is addressee. Third is opinion. In opinion, you need to remember 5 points. Make it sure. Now what I am doing is from examination point of view. Okay, right now it was examination and concept. But now I am coming from exam point of view. In opinion, you need to write 5 points. First point, identify the entity whose financial statements have been audited. So identify the entity. Example, name the company. Second, state that financial statements have been audited. You need to mention that we have audited. Sir, why? Because you may review also. You may be reviewer also. Therefore, mention clearly that you have audited. Third, identify the title of each statement. What is the meaning of title? Balance sheet, P&L, notes. Okay. Next, refer to notes including summary of significant accounting policies. Now it doesn't mean that you will be referring, okay, I am referring note number 17 or something. No, you need to write this English. You need to write this English. Refer to the notes. And last point, specify date or period covered by each financial. Yani example, balance sheet as on date or P&L as on for the period. Whatever you want to mention, you mention either of it. Not everything. So help me out. Whenever I say opinion paragraph, how many points are there? 5. What are the 5 points? Identify the entity, state that we have audited, identify the title, refer to summary significant policies, and date and period. And last 6th point will be, 6th point will be opinion. And opinion depends on 2 framework. One is compliance framework, one is fair present framework. Compliance framework, opinion will be financial statements are in accordance with the AFRF. Fair present framework, financial statements are present fairly, or present financial statements are true and fair. This is answer if I ask you, okay, what is the opinion paragraph? Is it clear, Malik? After that, opinion paragraph, after that, the next paragraph comes as basis for opinion. In basis of opinion, we need to remember 4 points. First, had we complied with SA? Yes. Mention that, state that audit was conducted in accordance with standards on it. Second scenario, mention that I have taken care of my responsibility, auditor responsibility. And I mentioned this all things in which paragraph? Auditor responsibility paragraph. Refer to the section of auditor's report that describe auditor's responsibility paragraph. I mention everything in auditor responsibility paragraph, Malik. Okay. Next, include a statement that auditor is independent. And last, we believe that we obtained audit evidence which are sufficient and appropriate. So how many points are there for basis? 4. What are the 4 points? I am going with only keyword. standard on auditing, auditor responsibility, okay, ethical requirement and independence, and last point is sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Okay. say भाई इंटरनेट भाई भाई हाँ where is Hyderabad batch again? So it's in UV like that. It's in UV. Now look at the screen. This is Reliance audit report. Okay, so you can take any report whichever you want. You can take any report. Every report will comply the same thing. Okay, this is your content of the report. This is which report? Annual report. This is which report? Annual report. Annual report may you focus on company information is given, notice is been given, corporate governance report, board report, standalone financial statement. I'm interested in standalone financial statement. Okay, independent auditor report, page number 58. Balance sheet is there, P&L is there, changes in equity, cash flow, notes. Okay, are you getting the point? So my interest is on which page? 58. So something around 60th page from my point. That's independent auditor report. Standalone financial statement. This is your first page. Help me out. This is first line. What is this? Title. Okay. What is this? Are you getting the point? सब लोगों को दिख रहा है? Title is done. Address is done. Okay. This is which paragraph? Opinion. Read this opinion paragraph this much. Okay. We have audited the accompanying standalone financial statement of Reliance Industry, which comprises of balance sheet, date, okay, of P&L, including other, okay, comprehensive cash flow and standalone changes in equity for the year ended. And if you remember this one, notes to financial statement, including Mila. These are 5 points which we discussed. Everybody with me? The next point. In our opinion, and to the best of our information, according to the explanation given to us, okay, statement given to us in manner, okay, give true and fair view in conformity with accounting principles generally accepted in India of the state of affairs company as on 31st March. So opinion कौन सा दिया है? Which opinion has been given here? True and fair. ठीक है. Basis for opinion. Look at the basis for opinion. Okay, how many points were there for basis for opinion? 4. What are the 4 points? SA, auditor responsibility. Okay, after that ethical requirement and independence. Both are there. And last point is, we believe that we have obtained sufficient appropriate audit. We have conducted our audit of standalone in accordance with, and that's our responsibilities are those standards are further described in auditor responsibilities. We are independent and ethical requirement has been complied, and if we believe audit evidence we obtained is appropriate. Everybody understood? This is exactly what you are doing, man. Okay, we believe. I do think everybody clear. So whatever paragraph you are reading it out, this is a drafting. Now the question, sir, are we required? I'm not discussing examination point of view, real life. Are we required to draft this one? This has been given by institute in appendix. Guidelines. Okay, standard is giving the content. Guidelines has given, and you control C from that and control V in the audit report in your life. But in exam, this will not happen, na? In example, there is no concept of control C and control V, na? Unless until some friend is directly giving me control C, control V. But that is rare in professional examination. But to be very precise, I do think. But what was the agenda of showing this? The agenda of showing this, okay, during this point, even when I'm having a constraint of time, then also I'm emphasizing on this. The main agenda is to show you whatever you are studying in 700 is exactly what is applied in. What you are reading right now is nothing about, okay, Yani, while drafting the audit report, what exactly you should have a control over this, मालूम है क्या? You remember this everything thoroughly, ratify, khatam, everything can be written quickly. The only thing is what is best required, you need to draft the English. Some 1920, here and there can be happen. Okay, here and then somewhat here and there happen. That's okay. But fair enough. Rather than leaving the answer, at least I can technically, competently, I can write the answers here, na? And this is exactly what will happen with this point. Atma, clear? Myself understood or not? Okay. After that, going concern, we have closed. Key audit matter. Okay, sir. What is key audit matter? It is 701. As per 701. Just remember, key audit matter is applicable for listed entity only. Which entity? And also GPF only. Yani key audit matter is applicable to listed entity and GPF. So now understand. Okay, acha, key audit matter, which standard is there for key audit matter? 701. Now just I am giving key audit matter ka example. HUL, Hindustan Unilever Limited, is having two financial statements. One financial statement is in accordance with Ind AS and one is like UK GAAP. Okay, Ind AS is taken care by PwC, UK GAAP is taken care by KPMG. Now you tell me, in PwC or KPMG, who need to comply with SA 701? First question, is HUL listed or unlisted? Listed or unlisted? Listed. Baat khatam. So key audit matter is applicable. Now who need to comply with 701? PwC will comply 701, KPMG is not required. And 701 is required to be complied only for which auditor? Which auditor? General purpose framework auditor. Yani anybody auditing, okay, under 800 series, see, understand, if you remember, I told you, if you accept the engagement under 800, you will come in 700 only for report. If you are accepting audit engagement under 800 also, okay, you will come here only. That time don't comply with 701. While you are doing with 800, don't comply with 701. Understood? Not understood? My question, 701 need to be complied with? Who need to comply with 701? Okay, the first question, who need, which company, listed or unlisted? Listed or unlisted? Second point, which framework, general or special? General. If anybody doing special purpose framework, ignore 701. Okay, after key audit matter, okay, acha, what will come under key audit matter? We'll discuss in 701 tomorrow only, not now. Right now I'll be completing this one, this agenda, and tomorrow I'll be starting with again with a fresh. And make sure tomorrow you are sitting for a longer duration. I'll complete that all standards series. Huh? Okay. Yeah, I'm completing point. Okay. So, sir, now the question comes. The next point is responsibility for financial statement. Who is responsible for financial statement? Who is responsible for financial statement? Management. Who is responsible for financial statement? Okay. See, understand. Somewhat, I am telling you. Don't worry about the reporting of review and other things. Once you understood all concept of standards, I'm telling you to do review, to do assurance. Related services not at all linked with anything. Review is nothing but similar what we discussed. The only complication will arise, in what? The complication arises in special purpose frameworks, where restriction comes. The complication arises in 560, 710 and 720 where restriction comes. What is the restriction? Restriction is I am the auditor of main financial statement and summary financial statement I am auditor. What opinion I given here? The restriction to give the opinion there also. Which brain is required. So probably tomorrow till probably this all standards I'll be completing by 11 o'clock. By 11, okay, we'll be entering into SPF. By 12, 12:30, okay, your brain will go here and there. I bet. Because everything you need to think practically. Tomorrow if you are not coming with that agenda, okay, the Sunday is gone. I'm betting on that. So SPF, because tomorrow first half SPF will be done and then I'll complete SRS, Standard on Related Services, which is easy. Then two standards, SRE, which I'll be completing immediately in afternoon, and later on, late evening, I'll be completing SAE, Standard Assurance Services. Link there, concept है, आराम से, and I told you they are important. So sir, is this audit report discussion also important there? Answer is yes. This is every standard giving a audit, every standard will give report na. So there will be certain common things na. See, cake is same, only flavor change. Whenever you are discussing about cake, if you are saying me, sir, okay, chocolate cake or some other cake, okay, only layering change, under material is same only, na? The title, addressee, okay, introduction paragraph, signature, place, date, management responsibility, auditor responsibility or practitioner responsibility, same logics. Why? So keep in mind, these are all relevant for this point. My seventh point, coming on seventh point, tell me seventh point, who is responsible for financial statement? So take it point like this, 3 points. Keep in mind, for seventh paragraph, what you will write? Seventh paragraph, can't you will write 3 points. Financial statement, management responsible. Control, management responsible. And going concern assessment, management responsible. This is preparing financial statement in accordance with AFRF and for such internal control which are necessary. And entity's ability to continue as a going concern. This is the responsibility of management. So how many responsibility of management are there? 3. What are 3? Financial statement, internal control, going concern. Okay. So I do think now you understood how to check in audit report also. If you go with any audit report online, you download it and you will check this one, you will find out. The only thing is wording will have the compliance with Companies Act. Because who told management is responsible? Who told management is responsible? Who told? Amit Tadar is not telling. Auditor is not telling, okay, that Ganesh is responsible. Company Act told Ganesh is responsible for this. Okay, Amit Tadar is not telling, boss. Okay, next point, okay, the next paragraph comes is my favorite paragraph, that is auditor responsibility. First section, section 1. There are total 3 sections, Malik? How many section? How many section? 3 section for auditor's responsibility paragraph. Section 1, state that, okay, first point, my objective is to obtain reasonable assurance and issue an audit report. This is my first section. My objective is to obtain reasonable assurance and issue audit report. Second, is reasonable assurance a guarantee or high level assurance? It is not a guarantee. Mention that in audit report. And third, state that misstatement can arise from fraud and error. And I have highlighted only those misstatements which are material. The misstatements which are not material, I have not highlighted. And define the materiality concept. Define the materiality concept, that it is influencing economic decision of the user. The next point, describe that they are considered material and define definition of materiality. Describe this materiality. Okay, this is section 1 of auditor's responsibility paragraph. Which paragraph? The section 1 will be how many point? 3 point. Recall 3 point. First, my objective is reasonable assurance. Second, reasonable assurance is not a guarantee. And third point, I have disclosed only material things. I have not disclosed non-material things. So first point, okay, describe what was my objective. It is not a guarantee, material. Objective, guarantee, material. Objective, guarantee, material. Section 1. Section 2. Section 2. Section 2. What is section 2 point? Section 2 is, okay, it's going on 3 points. What are the 3 points, sir? 3 points. This is 1 point, 2 point, 3 point. And in this second point, you have total 5 points. Aram say. Okay, so my point is in section 2, how many points are there? 3. What are the 3 points? First, discuss the 3 points. Whenever I did the audit, I exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism. 2 things, 2 words, judgment and skepticism. Second, whenever I did the audit, I have complied with my responsibility. I have complied with my responsibility. And third, okay, if there are branch vagera, I have taken care of 600. If there was no branch which were there in your audit report, you have completed audit, then this point does not come. So last point comes only when you have used 600. 600 means when other auditor, branch auditor. If you are a complete auditor of complete organization, then this point will not come. But if some branches are audited by some other auditor, you will be using this paragraph. So what are the 3 points in second section? Section 2, 3 points. First, professional judgment and skepticism. Second, my responsibility. And third, 600. Now my question is my responsibility. What is my responsibility? What you audited, mention that. First, I assess RMM. Second, I check internal control. Third, I check accounting policy, estimates and okay, the disclosure. Fourth point, SPC. SPC, you remember SPC? What is SPC? Structure, presentation, content, achieve fair presentation. And fifth point, okay, I checked for appropriateness of going concern. What are the 5 points I checked? First point, see, to identify and assess RMM. I assess RMM. Second, I obtain understanding of internal control. Next, I check appropriateness of accounting policy, estimates and disclosure. Next point, okay, I've checked for going concern assessment. And last point, I've checked SPC of financial statement. So how the section 2 comes into picture? Section 2, I'm mentioning you section 2 in very summarized version. Okay, so what is the summarized version? Look at here, section 2. Acha, section 1, 3 points. What is my objective? I am not giving a guarantee. Okay, I am not giving guarantee, and only material item I have been highlighting. Everybody clear? Section 2, section 2, section 2, 3 points. First point, I have taken care of professional judgment and skepticism. I did my work. Okay, auditor responsibility. And last, I used 600. If 600 is not there, this will not come. Okay, what is the work? Work was the 5 point. I did check RMM. I did check internal control. I did check 3 things. Remember 3 things. Accounting policy, estimates, and disclosure. And if you are able to crack the concept, how I am remembering this all things, this is what I have discussed in 6 points. 6 plus 1, remembered? And instead of 5th point, I mentioned here 4th point as SPC. And last, I am selling going concern. Sir, why SPC is mentioned as 5th point in our book? If you focus on book, SPC is mentioned which point, beta? Last point, na? Why? Because SPC may be there or may not be there. If it is compliance framework, this will not be there. If it is not a compliance framework, okay, then this will be there. Understood or not? So section 2, how many responsibilities are there? Section 2, how many responsibilities are there? Section 2. No, section 2, how many responsibilities are there? 3. Section 2, section 2, how many responsibilities are there? 3. First, judgment. Second, my responsibilities. And third, 600. And in part 2, second part, 5. I don't think everybody clear? 2 minutes, huh? मेरे को जब तक confidence, when I am not confident enough, I'll kill this one. 2 minutes only. Check it out, this one. Auditor responsibility for audit of Reliance auditor responsibility. First, our objective are to obtain about whether financial statements are free from whether due to fraud or error, and to issue audit report. Understood? First line. Second, reasonable assurance is but not that audit was conducted in accordance with CSA. Detect all material misstatement. Next, misstatement can arise from fraud or error and considered material individually or in aggregate. They could be reasonably expected to influence economic decision. Definition of materiality. Second line, padho. As a part of audit, in accordance with, we exercise judgment and maintain skepticism throughout the. We also. Now it starts with point second. Second, understood? Second will be how many points? 5. No, second. Arey, second started with this only, na? This is section 2. This is section 2. In first point has been done. Now this is second point. Second point will have how many points? 5. Okay, and 5 points. First point will be RMM. Second point will be internal control. Third is appropriate accounting policy, accounting estimates, disclosure. Next point, okay, is going concern. And last point, SPC. Okay, and now this is section 3 starting. Sir, section 2, 1 point is missing. Why? Because they are the auditor of all branches. Understood? So then section 2 ka third point, are you getting the concept? Understood kya? Hopefully, by itna efforts, we have put the all efforts, so hopefully we reap some benefits. I pray with God. Hopefully, we reap some benefits with understanding how it is applied and other things. And this brings to the last section to end with your audit report ka main task. The last section is, okay, auditor responsibility with respect to third section. Third section, I have communicated with TCWG. How many things I have communicated with TCWG? I'll be mentioned in this paragraph. Okay, how many? Yeah. Now you are already completed. Which what portion you have completed, Malik? Oh shit! क्या यार? Delete. Delete. 1 minute. Okay, how many points we have completed? Okay, if you remember TCWG, we have communicated already. So here we need to mention in our audit report to shareholder to understand that wo bhai sahab shareholder, we have completed with Gopi sir and Hari sir. Huh? Raju sir and Hari Gopi sir. Okay, we have oh shareholders, we have communicated with your board of directors, Hari sir and Gopi sir. So these are the 3 things which we have communicated with them. Please listen carefully. First, we have communicated with TCWG. Okay, what? Okay, we have communicated scope, timing, audit findings, and significant deficiency. Oh my God, where? 260. Okay, bus, I communicated in 260, but I am mentioning in report that I have communicated. Yani everything, Hari sir and Gopi sir is aware about everything. Don't come to me, go to them. Second, state that auditor provides TCWG with statement that auditor is complying with ethical requirement and independence. Remember, it is applicable only which company? Listed. 260. 260. Am I required to communicate independence? नहीं याद है. अच्छा 260 before the break अपन ने किया था. In 260 we have studied. Okay, we communicate with Hari sir and Gopi sir that we were independent. I am not taking an assurance fees more than non-assurance. Remembered? So that mention that na. Mentioned we have discussed. Oh shareholder, we have discussed with Hari sir and Gopi sir my independence also. But this is applicable only which company? Listed. And even the key audit matter which I am disclosing in audit report. The key audit matter which is I am disclosing in audit report is also been discussed with Gopi sir and Raju sir. Okay, so all key audit. So what are the three things I am mentioning in section 3? Section 3 I am mentioning three things. I have discussed with Gopi sir and Raju sir scope, timing, significant findings, everything. Second, I have discussed my independence. Third, I discussed all key audit matter which I am putting in paragraph as key audit matters. Are you getting the point? Yes, madam. 2 minutes or 2 minutes. आप नहीं ना आप ऐसा मेरे को लगा कुछ नाग वाग आ रहा है क्या? मैं बोले भाई आ गया. मैं बोला दूध मंगा. मैं नहा ऐसा आ गया. मजाक करो. ऐसा टेंशन है ये होता है. नहीं ठीक है भाई. ओके नहीं टेकिंग. डर गया 2 सेकेंड. मतलब आई एम गॉट अफ्रेड एंड शी started. Now the question, last few points of the reports. Just complete it out. So I will be happy that the conclusion has been done very correctly. The last 3 section. How many section of auditor responsibility paragraph are there? 3. Imagine coming this question in examination. Section 1, 3 points. Section 2, 3 points. And section 3, 3 points. In section 2, second point will be having 5 points. Okay. And if you technically just for a safer side, just for a point, if you discuss, you will come to know this is what the last point. Section 3. We communicate with TCWG regarding, among the other matters, the planned scope, timing, findings, and significant deficiencies. First point. Second, we also provide with TCWG the statement that we complied with ethical requirement and independence. Mila? The second point. And third point. From the matters communicated with TCWG, we determine those matters that were most significant for the audit, and we determine that they are which matter? Key audit matters. So exactly what you studied is basically an audit report. Okay, so remember this, you will be in beneficial. Now please do understand, 9 point will never be there in audit report. 9 point is only as per standard 700. Location of audit responsibility. So big responsibility is there. Now you have 3 options. You can insert this responsibility within the body of auditor report. Example, paragraph number 8. Second, if you want an option, you can put into appendix to audit report. Yani example, you may put 8 paragraph, refer appendix 1. And appendix 1 can be inserted at later stage. And third, you can give this reference to a location of description on a website of appropriate authority. Not on your website. You can't give this responsibility on your website. Appropriate authority. In India, this is only permitted for CAG. What is CAG? CAG. Controller and. So this is applicable only in case of government company, where in government company audit, we can mention our audit report responsibility in website, and we can mention in CAG report, audit report, refer to the CAG website. So this is actually 9 point is nothing to do with the audit report. 9 point is location of auditor's responsibility. What is the 9 point? Location of auditor's responsibility paragraph. So this point you will not see in Reliance report. Why? Because this is nothing to do with content. This is an additional point. 10th point is other reporting responsibility. Sir, what is other reporting responsibility? We have discussed CARO. Is CARO applicable to certain companies? So CARO, okay, CARO, very will report that you have reported CARO in this paragraph. In 10th paragraph, you will mention that I have reported on CARO. Acha, today morning we discussed, if you remember, today morning lecture, we discussed IFC, Internal Financial Control, we discussed 143I, 143.3. Okay, you need to state this in audit report. Remembered? That will be a part of 10th paragraph. 10th paragraph. 10th paragraph. Example. Okay, just last point. Done. We have done. Okay, so other matter. This is something different. We'll discuss later on. Report on other regulatory requirement. 10th paragraph. Look out the 10th paragraph. First point. Read this first point. As required by company auditor report. Okay, which this is what? CARO. Okay, annexure A, refer CARO. We have done the CARO. Annexure A. This is in which paragraph they have written? Acha, we are discussing which paragraph in audit report? 10th paragraph. In 10th paragraph they have written like this. Acha, recall, if remember today morning we have discussed this only. Section 143.3. And if you remember, we have discussed IA wala point. नहीं 100% ऐसी पैसा नहीं हो सकता. GH here F they have given as a part of F. Read F. With respect to adequacy of internal financial control with reference. So they have checked, they have given the opinion on internal financial control because company law is saying to provide that opinion. Na? So if company law is saying to provide that opinion, so this will be given under which paragraph of mine? I can give in title, addressee, opinion, basis of opinion, going concern, key audit matter, management responsibility, auditor responsibility. Then I will be giving in which responsibility? Other reporting responsibility, legal responsibility. Every law requirement will be going in paragraph number 10. Are you getting this point? Everybody? And last 3 point is signature, place and date. That's it. Okay. While signing, you need to give 2 numbers. Okay. One is your mobile number. One is your telephone number. One is membership number and firm registration number. And one more number comes is UDI number. Unique document identification number. That will be again taken care in your code of ethics. Don't worry. Okay. And place and date. What should be the place of audit? Place. What you will mention the place of signature? Place. What you will mention a place in audit report? Place of signature. Even my firm is in Mumbai. Now I am in Hyderabad. If I am signing audit report in Hyderabad, I will be writing a place Hyderabad, not Mumbai. Place is also always mention of signature. And date is when you sign the audit report. But make sure date is after you collect, obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Today we discussed, if you remember, we have believed that WR, when I told you WR, obtain WR first. Then mention the date of audit report. Remember na? Nahi, haan na. Okay, so how many points are there for audit report? 13. Okay, the only one thing which I will tell you to read on your own is your next paragraph. What is the next point? Next point 3.3. Audit report prescribed by law and regulation. This is actually not at all relevant in our country as such, but that have been mentioned. So what they are saying in this particular 3.3? They are saying if law and regulation, acha, audit report should be in which format? Audit report should be in which format, beta? Audit report should be in which format? Audit report is in which format? As per 700. We read now. Everybody are Beoda. We read audit report. We compare audit report of Reliance also. Na? Audit report should be as per. But if suppose tomorrow Company Act modify, Company Act says auditor your report should be according to Company Act. I am giving one Schedule 9. Schedule 9 will be our auditor report format. Now tell me audit report will be in which format? Schedule 9. In that case, how you will tell that you are complied with all standards? So 700 says if you want to comply, you need to prepare audit report according to your law regulation. You prepare in that law and regulation only. Okay, but make sure you cover this all items so that you can mention that we have complied with 700. Are you getting the point? So tomorrow, suppose law and regulation insert some new audit report format. That time you ensure this point are there. If this point are mentioned by law and regulation, you are done. If some point is not mentioned by law and regulation, insert that point so that it will be compliant with 700. Everybody clear? From tomorrow, tomorrow morning, we'll be starting from page number 7.5, 3.4 paragraph. Everybody clear? Okay, yes, Malik. 7.2. Yeah. Which one? It's a wordings, using a wording. See, word fair is there, na re? The wording, it's a only, it's a wording. They are giving the option. You can use either of this or this word. It's your choice. Are you getting the point? Malab, auditor, it's your choice. If you want to use present fairly, you use present fairly. If you want to use true and fair, true and fair. But you can't use this wording here or this wording here. That's it. Oh. I hope things are clear. Online पढ़ लो clear. अरे लक्ष्मी जी आपका डाउट था, कल करते हैं. नहीं, रिकॉर्डिंग बंद कर दिया. I close down recording. So again for 1 minute I will not be starting record. Tomorrow I will discuss Lakshmi. Joint auditor, don't worry. नहीं, वो रिकॉर्डिंग क्लोज कर दिया वापस. वो द रिकॉर्डिंग में मतलब द नेक्स्ट टाइम रिकॉर्डिंग वंस अगेन दोज हु आर वाचिंग दिस रिकॉर्डिंग अगेन मैसेज मी द सेम डाउट. So let recording close that doubt.